Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is MobiM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody. Is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the melody. Is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is MobiM. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody. Is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the melody. Is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the melody. Is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mnoa. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Pardon me. So there it is. One name. So there it is. They are friends. Apparently, that's what that means in Igbo language. So there it is. Here I am. Welcome, friends. Hope you're well. The session starts and your company, of course, required. So we retain your company, and hopefully we're joined by hundreds and millions more people because, of course, what we are doing here necessarily important for hundreds of millions of people to be present. So welcome, dear friends, one name and all that. So holy, as guys, I bring you this. why we, should I start from there? I think there's one that precedes this actually. Let me start it from here. Let me start it from here. You need me as much as I need you, Tinubu tells APC candidates. So there's somewhat of a symbiosis in the relationship with the party and the candidate, because it is important for the candidates to win an election, for that party to be relevant in that space in contention. So the flag bearer of the APC is Bola Tinubu. Is it their preferred choice? That's subject to debate. But nevertheless, what is not subject to debate is that the flag bearer of the APC party is Bola Tinubu. Now, for the APC party and other candidates and other functionaries within that party, for them to be relevant post-February, it is necessary that Tinubu should win. And I think that is what is saying, that it's an unholy alliance of uncomfortable fellows, unholy alliance of uncomfortable fellows. All of that embedded in this headline. You need me much as I need you, Tinubu tells APC candidates. And there it is right there. Even if they win their individual slot, but the presidency is not with their party, it will be that much more cumbersome for them to administer their victory post the elections as it would be otherwise if their party was at the central space. So that's all of that wrapped into this. You need me as much as I need you. That is the Luther from Lagos bringing reality to his own party people. Three major challenges Nigerians expect Buhari success. Three major challenges Nigerians expect Buhari's successor to tackle once he assumes office on May the 29th, 2023. Pardon me. So there it is right there, and there it is exactly right there. So I want to know what those challenges are. So what would the three things, of course, are to preempt it. I will highlight that will be around the oil subsidy. It will be around the insurgency and banditry, and then the collapsing economy. So I cannot say past those three, but I wonder what this menu has to offer. Three major challenges Nigerians expect Buhari's successor to tackle once he assumes office on May the 29th, 2023. So what challenges those are, and how and who can surmount them? All of that up for discussion. Niger Kano Maradi railway line construction update. So Fulani railway, a lot of you, of course, unless you're not Nigerian, you would that's the only way you would not be aware of this. Buhari, of course, building a Fulani railway service for his clansmen. So pardon me, let me just do something quickly. So Buhari, of course, building a Fulani railway service for his clansmen in the Sahels. And the project was actually started barely 2 years ago, and the central bank vaults has been completely thrown wide open, with unlimited, unfettered access to however much money is needed to complete it. And the determination then is that the project will be completed before Buhari leaves office, because of course it's not a project that has any economic value whatsoever, and it's a near 3 billion, 2 point some, it's several billions of dollars anyway. I'm sure we'll hit the figures once we pass the reading. But the project serves no purpose for the Nigerian state. It is entirely a Fulani project, taking them from how far they cut deep into the Nigerian state into where they cutting them all the way through to their homestead in Niger Republic. So entirely, how do you even administer the borders between the two countries when the trade service just runs right all the way through those borders? So a borderless Fulani landscape is what Buhari wants to give as a legacy to his own people. And is insistent that this must be completed within his administration, and has thrown open the central bank vault for them to access as much as they need. Niger Kano Maradi railway line construction project update. So we'll find out exactly where they are, but I suspect that it may well be at the completion phase. Ohaneze Indigo urges Southeast governors to declare public holidays for PVC collections. So there it is right there. So every stone, no stone rather left unturned in efforts to push as regional interest. And that's fair dues, by the way. That's fair dues. There's no criticism of that because, of course, that is the sort of move that necessarily has to be made for this thing to for their will to come through. But does the state, because there are even other states that are straddled by opposition parties. But I don't know, what am I even saying? Because irrespective of whichever party, of course, we will argue, people should still get their PVC. But then the PVC push in the Southeast, we all know what motivates that. Ohaneze Indigo urges Southeast governors to declare public holiday for PVC collection. Good idea, bad idea, how practical is it? PDP crisis. Why I am quiet on G5 governors' rift with Atiku and Ayu. So this is Amuno Tambuwell, of course, who inserted the most brutish of blades behind Yemsin Wike at the PDP primaries. That has now, of course, what has now spiraled onto where we are now in that narrative. So the first blood drew by him. PDP crisis. Why I am quiet on G5 governors' rift with Atiku, Ayu, Aminu Tambuwo breaks his silence to speak to the crisis in his party. But what does he have to say? Just hang around and you'll find out shortly. Hang around and you'll find this out shortly as well. Anambra government launches attack on Peter Obi, pulls down billboards. So all the campaign regalias of Peter Obi turned down in Anambra State. I suspect this was not necessarily singularly Peter Obi's regalia or campaign materials, but they would, of course, couch it in other people being affected. But of course, with the amount of virulous attacks that has been going in Peter Obi's direction from Soludo in recent times, no equivocation. This was targeted at Peter Obi. Anambra government launches attack on Peter Obi, pulls down billboards. So quite what's led to that, we'll find out shortly. This to be found out shortly as well. 2023 presidency, Obi Tinubu war of what continues. Labour Party candidate fires at Ondo rally. So the tete-a-tete, it's not a tete-a-tete, it's not even cheek by jowl. Is daggers drawn. It's open warfare now, actually, between Tinubu and Peter Obi, because Tinubu has been throwing jibes in the direction of Peter Obi for quite a good while now, and the guy has tried first to take the gentleman tack, but it looks as though that has now been abandoned, and it's now a slugfest. 2023 presidency, Obi Tinubu war of words continue as Labour Party candidate fires back in Ondo rally. So quite what the latest installment is there, we'll find out shortly. Supreme Court sacks OBONG of Calabar, orders fresh election. So fresh election is what I said, yes. So there it is right there. If you're talking about paramount kings, there's no more paramount within the creeks than the OBONG of Calabar, of course. It is tantamount to the Supreme Court sacking the Oni of Ife or Alaafin of Oyo, something that almost sacrilegious. But what has informed this? What's led to this? You have to hang around to find out. Supreme Court sacks OBONG of Calabar, orders fresh election. So what are going on there? We find out shortly. Our group asked which one did I skip earlier? Oh, yes, let me give you this one. Why we chased out Arise TV journalists, APC finally opens up. So a lot of you, of course, you'd have come across that narrative. Is this a simmering battle between the APC as a party and the Arise television studio as an outfit? So of course, this has been it's been bubbling in the ethers, and it looks as though it's now going to crescendo to an open slugfest. So so the latest installment there, why we chased out Arise TV, APC finally opens up. So we'll pick it up from there to find out the latest installment. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. So I will let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. But before we go on to the readouts, let's take another pit stop with another little musical intermission. You know where we're going? Beke Guides. Beke Guides.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Wọ́n bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
Bear with me one moment. I'm just sending a text. Just stay right there. Just a second. Right. Just stay right there. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. All right. And there it is. And here we are. There it is. And here we are. So let's kick it off from here. Why we chased out Arise TV journalist, APC finally opens up. The All Progressive Congress APC has finally revealed why it chased out an Arise TV cameraman during a dialogue between Bola Tinubu and the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. As contained in a statement issued by Bayo Ononuga, the publicity director of the APC campaign council, the cameraman was sent out to secretly film Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So this is where they are. Arise TV cameraman clandestinely streamed live Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's event in Lagos today. He was not authorized by anyone. He was clearly on espionage, but was busted and sent out. Is journalism by stealth part of the practice of Arise TV? This action by the APC was greeted with a lot of criticism, but Ononuga explained that the dialogue between Tinubu and the NESG was not meant to be a live telecast. It was gathered that other TV stations invited to the event did not breach the stipulation laid down for the event. Pardon me, he said, for clarity, The Tinubu Shettima campaign is not against Arise TV covering its event. The Lagos NESG dialogue was not meant for live TV coverage. It was to be recorded and shown later. Other TV houses did not breach the rule, except for Arise News, and it was done by stealth. Why? So there it is right there. There it is right there. The never-ending battle between Tinubu and the Arise TV platform, it continues. I think because there's so many battles going on within that space, of course, the battle between the TV station and the party itself, and then the satellite battle between functionaries of the party's PCC and particular journalists, especially Rufai Oseni. And then there's another elite battle going on between the chair of the Arise TV platform and Tinubu himself. And then there are surreptitious arrows being thrown by elements like Ruben Abati. So a never-ending battle within that space. You need me much as I need you, Tinubu tells APC candidates. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate, has tasked governorship and National Assembly candidates of the party to protect Nigeria's future. Okay, so that's a trailer. Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, All Progressive Congress presidential candidate, has tasked governorship and National Assembly candidates of the party to protect Nigeria's future by ensuring clear victory in the 2023 general elections. He said this at a meeting with them in Abuja on Sunday. Tinubu, who asked them to work collectively for the party's victory in the general election, said, "You need me as much as I need you. We have the mandate to deliver the party to victory so that we can protect Nigeria from those who will devour all of its fruits," Tinubu said. According to him, this is critical to ensure that the party's project of growth and development for the country is assured. Tinubu, who said he had been eager to meet with the party's candidates, also urged them to ensure that they do not disappoint members of the party who elected them to fly the ticket at the poll. With the many unproductive years of the former People's Democratic Party PDP government, Nigerians and indeed APC members are expecting a new lease of life from the candidates. I am pleased to meet with you today because in you, I see our party's hope and path to success. In you, I see the hope of historic national progress. In you, I see the hope of historic national progress as well. As often in life, victory is not cause for rest or celebration. It is a call to a greater and harder toil. Thus, you all have won the primaries, but now must climb the higher mountain called general elections, he said. Tinubu said the APC was formed not just to be another political party, but as a champion of the people to rescue democracy from the ravages of the PDP, who boasted of ruling the country for 60 years. So I think I'll stop it there because I think the point has been made is the symbiosis of the relationship between the candidates and other functionaries, the presidential candidates and other functionaries of the party. So there's a symbiosis there. So they need each other. As much as you may or may not want him or like him, he's saying, you need me as much as I need you. So put your best foot forward, essentially what Tinubu is saying to his party there. Now to this. 3 major challenges Nigerians expect Buhari's successor to tackle once he assumes office on May the 29th, 2023. Amongst, let's take it from here. Amongst all the candidates contesting to succeed President Muhammad Buhari, there are 3 major candidates who have more or less become the leading contestants in the forthcoming polls. These candidates, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress, and Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, have over time highlighted their plans to tackle some of the challenges facing Nigeria as a country. So, as predicted, so I think the same challenges you have in mind is the challenges that they are listing here. So, number one, since 1999, number one is security, by the way. Number one, security. Since 1999, terrorism, one would say, has continued to undermine the development plans in the northeastern part of the country. These acts of terrorism, carried out by two major groups, Boko Haram and Islamic State of West Africa, ISWAP, have also begun to spread to other regions, including a recent attack on a Kaduna-bound train on March the 28th. Over time, terrorism in the country has metamorphosed from attacks on government facilities, schools, and public spaces to kidnapping and banditry, amongst many others, increasing the spate of insecurity in the country. While Peter Obi noted that tackling insecurity is his first responsibility and critical for him as a president so that farmers can go back to their farms, Tinubu promised to redefine Nigeria's counter-insurgency doctrine and practice, and Atiku said he will ensure that peace prevails in the country. So it sounds as though Atiku doesn't necessarily have a plan. So number two, electricity. Poor electricity transmission and distribution have continued to be a bane to Nigeria's development for a long time. While many leaders have campaigned with promises of fixing Nigeria's electricity challenges, the problem persists. Sunday Oduntun, the Executive Director, Research and Advocacy of the Association of Sunday Oduntun, the Executive Director, Research and Advocacy of the Association of Nigerian Electricity Distributors, the umbrella body of electricity distribution companies, DISCO, said the country since 1960 has not generated up to 6,000 megawatts of electricity, despite needing 30,000 megawatts to meet its demand. So just look at that. So the highest at the generation point is no more than 20% of the actual bare minimum need. 6,000 megawatts has been the highest that the country has ever generated, and the minimum baseline of need, 30,000 megawatts. So what's the difficulty? Are they first going to invent electricity before they let us have it? Is the question. To this end, Peter Obi, while speaking on China's television at the People's Town Hall 2023, said his administration, if elected, would generate nothing short of 20,000 megawatts of electricity in 4 years. His words. Within 4 years, we will be able to generate and distribute not less than 20,000 megawatts. For Atiku, his team will first remove the entire electricity value chain from the exclusive list and give states the power to generate, transmit, and distribute electricity for themselves. So that seems to me infinitely more of a workable plan than just a blanket promise with no detailed walkthrough that you just generate 20,000 megawatts. But how? But what Atiku is saying here is that when he unbundles electricity from the federal exclusive list, and then every actor can then take as much as they can. The former vice president said this approach is the most proactive plan to lead Nigeria out of darkness. In addition, Tinubu said he will remove the estimated billing system and that by all means, Nigeria will have stable electricity should he become president. So that doesn't sound like a plan either to me. So number three that they've highlighted, education is the third one. Speaking at a town hall meeting at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, over the weekend, the former governor of Anambra State assured that there will be no strike by members of the Academic Staff Union of Universities should he become president. According to Obi, that will be one major way of improving Nigeria's education system. He also promised to take education to children in the northern region. Many have tried and many have failed. I don't think it's the lack of education reaching them. It is the problem in the north. Is the lack of will to embrace it is where the problem really is. And that has to come from within. It cannot come from the central space. For Atiku Abubakar, he will ensure an educational reform in Nigeria to help youth across the country prepare for the private sector, which he described as the engine of any economy, his words. The most important thing is education to get to our kids. The most important thing is education to get our kids educated, and not only educated, but rightly educated. So that's actually a point being made there by Atiku Abubakar, because being educated and having an education is, if you go and read just some ludicrous something, it's just for wasted, like theater studies. How many people has progressed in life with theater studies? And so and also the institutions have to be properly equipped to deliver the education to the highest possible standard. The most important thing is education, to get our kids educated, and not only educated, but rightly educated. And then they can make themselves available to the private sector for growth, which is the engine of the economy. In addition, their colleagues in the APC said to improve Nigeria's education sector, it will overhaul the whole system by employing teachers who will tinker with some areas with the philosophy that no one should be left behind. He said, there will be student loans for all. We are going to reform the Almajiri system. We are equally going to build more schools, recruit more teachers, and train them. So a lot embedded in that. Many have tried again, and many have failed to reform the Almajiri system. I think it's a cultural malaise within that space that they again have to handle from within. So from there, if there's anything that aggrieves me the most within the Buhari administration, it is this one now that we're landing on. It is just, they're just taking the pace. It's a piece take. Right, Niger-Kano Maradi Railway Line Construction Project update. So this just nauseating news all the way through. Anyway, the 25-kilometer Kano Maradi Railway the 25-kilometer Kano Maradi Railway that will run from the Nigerian border town of Jibiya to Maradi, connecting three northern Nigerian states, Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina, as well as traversing the border between two countries, is expected to start operating in May 2023, before the end of Nigeria's President Muhammad Buhari's term. So there it is right there. So they started the construction and are going to finish it all within his administration. Quite why we're building a railway service in Maradi, I don't understand. The train project, which is valued at $1.8 billion, has the potential to change the economic outlook of northern Nigeria and the larger Sahara region. Nigeria took the initiative of constructing a rail link between Nigeria and Niger, while the original aim was to enhance Nigeria's Lakaji corridor, which runs from Lagos, Kano, Jibiya. Officials took on the approval and suggested linking Jibiya to Maradi. So just to be clear, the spend was to be from Lagos to link to Kano and then a city called Jibiya. But then they've abandoned the Lagos end and then just moved it from Kano through Jigawa to Maradi to Niger Republic. And this is what they've done. Niger is a landlocked country that relies heavily on its southern coastline neighbors for foreign trade. Nigeria is attempting to offer Niger an alternative route that will allow its neighbor to transfer freight traffic away from the present Niamey Cotonou axis and onto the Nigerian corridor. While the route will be more effective for products coming from southern Niger, custom offices and warehouses at Maradi Dry Port will make the route competitive for logistics across a much wider region. I don't know quite what this means. According to Amechi, the rail line, which transports both people and freight, has its own power and water supply system, a GSM communication system, freight yards, rolling stock depot, and maintenance facilities. The World Bank concluded in 2018 that the railway's efficiency would generate 1.3 billion in annual income throughout the area. It is said that Nigeria chose to fully fund the Kano-Maradi railway project without requiring. Let me do that again. Let me get some water. I can speak. It is said that Nigeria chose to fully fund the Kano-Maradi rail project without requiring Niger to make any financial contribution. Niger appears to have embraced the initiative. They appear to have embraced the initiative. Of course, they will embrace it. Who doesn't want? Somebody wants to imagine somebody says they want to come and buy you a Bugatti, and then somebody say no. He appears to have accepted the offer. Of course, they've embraced it. Niger appears to have embraced the initiative after its own national railway network was abandoned following its inauguration in 2014. Following a meeting between Niger President Mohamed Bazoum and Nigerian President Mohamed Buhari, the Niger president stated that the project is an infrastructure that will unite the economies of Nigeria and Niger with the intention of so it goes on to tell us all this gobbledygook, but there it is right there. So there it is right there. The contract was actually awarded January 2021, and they are completing it now within a year and a bit. So that's the speed of it. So that's the speed of it. So that's the speed of it. Money talks and BS works. Ohaneze Indigo urges Southeast governors to declare public holiday for PVC collection. I'm not going to give you, is it long? Okay, it's not long-winded. So let me speed through. Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, or Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide, has called on governors of the Southeast geopolitical zone comprising Abia, Imo, Enugu, Ebonyi, and Anambra states, respectively, to declare public holidays for civil servants / public servants to enable them collect their permanent voters card PVCs. The Secretary General of the organization, Mazi Ikechukwu Izugozoro, made the assertion in a statement issued in Abakaliki, the Ebonyi state capital, at the weekend. The organization enjoined Southeast governors to devise mobilization / enlightenment awareness campaigns through party leaders and elected councillors to compel Indigbo to collect their PVC before the expiration date of January the 29th. So that's essentially it. But what propels that is the question. What propels that? So this one, hopefully, we'll read it in its fullest. Why I am quiet on G5 governors rift with Atiku, are you? This is Aminu Tambuwal. Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto State has revealed the reason for his silence on the crisis rocking the opposition People's Democratic Party PDP. Correspondents report that 5 aggrieved governors of the party, identified as the G5, have been in a battle with the PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and National Chairman Ioche Ayu. Members of the G5, you already know them. In a chat with reporters last Friday, Tambuwal said he has kept silent on the rift between his colleagues and the party leadership because he does not want the issue to escalate. Tambuwal added that he does not want to speculate on the alleged meeting between the presidential candidate of the APC and the G5 in London last December. The Sokoto state governor, who is the Director General of Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization, asserted that political engineering or negotiations is not a war of attrition, but a dialogue. Tambuwal added that the party would act when the 5 aggrieved governors announced their preferred presidential candidate. He said, "My 5 good colleagues that are in the G5, you see, I have always been saying that political engineering or negotiation is not a war of attrition, and I will not speculate. In this, our business, whenever you are cooking, even if you try to hide it, it will still come out. This is because you cannot plan and execute a political project in your bedroom. You must come out with it. So when my colleagues resolve on what to do, that is when the party will respond on whatever position they have taken. I will not speculate on that." So this is the guy now that ignited that whole space. You remember when he raised Atiku's hands up. So this was the guy that ignited that whole space. Now he's somewhat being coy. Now starting to act coy. So there it is, acting coy. Let's go on to this, just a couple more. Anambra government launches attack on Peter Obi, pull down billboards. 82 months after Anambra State Governor Professor Charles Soludo criticized Mr. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, for worthless savings, the state government has expanded the battlefront further by pulling down the campaign billboards of Obi and the senatorial candidate of the party for Anambra. Let's take that again. I don't know, my voice is going. Barely 2 months after Anambra State Governor Professor Charles Soludo criticized Mr. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, for worthless savings, the state government has expanded the battlefront further by pulling down the campaign billboards of Obi and the senatorial candidate of the party for Anambra Central District, Chief Victor Ume. They mounted at a strategic places in the state. The Labour Party accused Soludo of giving order for the action to be taken. A chieftain of the party, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said that Obi and Ume's large billboards at the Unizik temporary site flyover was pulled down on Saturday by the Anambra Signage and Advertising Agency. He alleged that the billboard at Unizik temporary site junction was removed on the order of Soludo. He argued the advert, which was placed by an APCOM registered advertising agency, was fully paid for. Soludo said he does not want Labour Party advert on such a strategic place and ordered the Anambra Signage Agency to refund the money it received for the advert. He also ordered the removal of the Labour Party advert at the Afo Nobi gantry. Let's click this up. Hold on, there's a theme blocking now. There it is. He also ordered the removal of the Labour Party advert at the Afo Nobi gantry. This advert has been there since October 2022 and was paid for 5 months. However, the managing director of Anambra Signage and Advertising Agency, Mr. Tony Udubono, confirmed that the LP billboard was removed on Saturday, but not on the order of the state governor. He said, whatever, I don't, and by the way, so you can disregard that thing that has just been said by this person. There is categorically absolutely no way that that signage would have been removed without at least the understanding of a Soludo, because it's too controversial a thing to do for a satellite agency within a government to go and do. So it's too controversial. They could not have removed the prominent Peter Obi campaign billboards from major streets in Anambra State without first running it by Soludo. But this is what the functionary of that agency had to say. He said, Whatever that was removed was as a result of a challenge we had with the agent that erected the billboard. First and foremost is that the bridge you are talking about was having a Labour Party billboard. If you recall, in August, we sent out a message to all political parties to pay up their campaign fees. There was a lot of hullabaloo about it. None of them has paid their own. So most of the parties that have not paid theirs, that have adverts on government assets, were removed. It has nothing to do with the governor. Governor did not give the order. If they said they paid the campaign fees, let them give me any evidence. I should know. I am the ANSAAMD. They did not pay the campaign fees, and we spoke to their media head several times. We informed them about the enforcement, and they haven't paid. So we decided to take down the advert. It has nothing to do with the governors, with the governor. Anybody that tells you anything about the governor and the billboard is telling lies. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I wonder if that will satiate that space. I doubt it very much. Still with the Peter Obi space, 2023 presidency, Obi Tinubu war of words continue as Labour Party candidate fires back on Ondo rally. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has once again responded to jibes from his counterpart, Bola Tinubu, of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. As reported by correspondents, Obi, during his rally in Akure, the Ondo state capital, on Saturday, January the 14th, expressed his commitment to commit to Nigeria's funds and resources if elected. I'm not quite sure what that means. He expressed his commitment to be committed to Nigeria's funds and resources. I wonder what that means. This was in response to Tinubu's remark in an event that Obi was stingy and could not be trusted with public funds. So I think we are back to that space. So it says, yes, they said I am stingy, but we are not out to steal the nation's wealth. All we want to do is to use the nation's money for our people and the development of the country. They said that I am stingy. We want stingy people now so that we can keep the money. We want to make sure we use your money to transform this country. He further urged supporters not to be sentimental with their choices whilst urging them to base their voting decision on the premise of competence and character in order to salvage the country from its current predicament. So I wonder why the Obi space continues to push that narrative of competence and character. Because there is nothing to suggest that Peter Obi was especially competent during his governance of Anambra State. No, we've gone through it endlessly. It was the poverty capital, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. It had the highest poverty level in the country during that phase when Obi was governor of that space, and the economic growth in that space it was very, very pedestrian in comparison to his there is nothing to suggest competence. Is just the thing. The only narrative you hear that it took the schooling system from one base to a higher base, and that is even subject to a lot of debate. So I'm not quite sure when they keep hammering this word competence, where has that ever been demonstrated? He further urged supporters not to be sentimental with their choices, whilst urging them to base their voting decisions on the premise of competence and character in order to salvage the country from its current predicament. So it's just quite a thing. Okay, so I think we make this next one the last one. Supreme Court sacks OBONG of Calabar, orders fresh election. The Supreme Court on Friday delivered a ruling that sacked the OBONG of Calabar. Let me make sure I get the name right. Let me see. All right. The Supreme Court on Friday delivered a ruling that sacked the OBONG of Calabar, Edidem Epo Okom Abasi Otor, putting a legal tussle that has lasted well over a decade to rest. So there it is. In the ruling written by Justice Amina Agid, so I'm not quite sure. You know, it puzzles me sometimes when the sitting, and maybe it should be the case, of course, but it puzzles me sometimes when the sitting judges on a matter of culture, especially ascendancy or ownership of a particular stool within a community. It puzzles me sometimes when the people sitting on judgment on those cases are completely alien and foreign to that culture. I'm not sure that should be the case, or should that really be the case. In the ruling written by Justice Amina Agid, who of course a northerner, and delivered by Justice Akomoye Agim, so he sounds more like a Creek sort of a person. The Apex Court upheld a much earlier ruling by the Appeal Court in Calabar, which held that the selection process where Mr. Abasi Otu emerged was marred with irregularity. Delivering the judgment on June the 4th, 2013, the lead judge then, Mr. Justice Garba Lawal, now Supreme Court Justice, ordered that. So there it is. The OBONG of Calabar has been gotten rid of. But can you so casually get rid of a monarch is the thing. A case lasting decades. A case lasting decades. So there it is. So there it is, and here they are. DOG, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. The Progressives, I see you. And World Peace, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. Let me send the link for others who may want to join. So let me send the link for others who may want to join. But before we get into the conversation, there was a clip that I wanted to play yesterday. But the conversation pushed it out of the opportunity. So let me now play it today, and we may well pick it up from here. We may start it off from here.
One day in 2020, there were rumors that the Senate wanted to amend the requirements for the office of president to raise the minimum qualification. And Atiku had felt that he was the target of that process. And so he had reached out to me frantically via email. In that email, he said that beyond the Senate, his children were also pressuring him, his family basically were pressuring him to run for office, and as such wanted him to acquire by any means necessary a higher certificate that would make him eligible to run for office. And so he wanted me to help him secure admission to any Nigerian polytechnic where he could purchase such a certificate without scrutiny. I secured admissions for him at Federal Polytechnic Ida and Durban Polytechnic in Abuja. He sent money and I paid his fees. But I had advised him that the scrutiny he wanted to avoid was not going to be possible because the ever-vigilant DSS were always around these schools investigating. And so there was no way he was going to avoid scrutiny. Acting on that advice, somehow he secured admission to Anglia Ruskin in the UK. I do not know how he did it, but he secured a master's degree from there. But he didn't go to school because he loves education. He went to school to fulfill his desperation of becoming president of Nigeria. In that email, he had mentioned the fact of his children forcing him, putting him under intense pressure to run for office again. I wondered why. But it didn't take too long for me to find out why. So Hawa is Atiku's daughter, one of his daughters. And she had told me herself that one of the reasons her brothers, especially Mo, whom she mentioned, would do anything for their father to become president was the fact that he knows that he must become a multi-billionaire should his father make it to that office. In her words, nothing will stop him. Now, when you put into perspective the fact that Atiku has 31 biological children, each one of them wanting to become a multi-billionaire, then you'd understand why you should be afraid of letting this family near that space. I was later to speak with Mo himself, and he affirmed what his sister told me. He said that there's no other goal in his life right now than for his father to become president, because he knows that when his father wins, his appetite will become larger. Also, these children want to emulate their father's royalty or royal lifestyle lived abroad. And so it is their dream to relocate abroad with their various families. But they feel that the billions they already have, even by the admission of their father, they are living comfortable lives here, that those billions are not yet enough. They need more. And so they need their father to be in office so they can embezzle more money and relocate. Do you know what it will cost you, this country, for 31 children to aim to be multi-billionaires in a country where we are already short of funding for major critical projects? They'll rip Nigeria dry. You can listen to them. You don't have to take my word for it.
Who complained bitterly about Chidoka. He said Chidoka used daddy's money and didn't deliver. In the end, no was very bitter. You know one thing with Mo wants daddy to be president because Mo knows that when and if daddy becomes president, he will be a multi-billionaire. Nothing will stop him. So he will bet his everything. The thing is, I don't know, ambitious, and so is Muhammad. I don't know, he's very selfish, and so is Muhammad. I don't know, likes money, and so does Muhammad.
Those two of them.
And so it is two.
And everybody wants to feel closer to that.
There have been instances where I've been interested in, going for an office maybe or whatever, but for whatever reason, that didn't happen. But I'm just at a point where my primary interest is to see Atiku Abubakar become president. There is no secondary interest for now or tertiary interest or anything. That is the only interest I have now. Now, once we are successful, then I would say my appetite will now become very, very large.
Makes sense.
So that's more what I'm focused on. I'm trying to make him president, like you.
We'll try our best. That's I love you.
Let's see how things go.
Okay.
If I have plenty money now, I can even move my family out of this country.
Money to move your family out of the country is not something you'd lack at the moment.
Really?
And now you just disguise.
I am my investment advisor.
Do I need to be?
No.
I don't need to be now.
You are my investment advisor, so if I have plenty money, but I move them out. See, abroad is not enjoyable if you don't have money.
I agree.
If you're in Nigeria, we are used to having one cook, 2 nannies, 1 driver, 1 houseboy. How many people have 5 staff? To afford 5 staff abroad, you have to be a multi-millionaire. It's not easy. And I'm not a multi-millionaire. And I don't want to be living this kind of lifestyle here, and I'm living in Nigeria comfortably. Then now go abroad and be living one kind of life.
I can relate. You do have a point.
You understand? So, moving is one thing, but moving comfortably to match your current lifestyle is another thing.
I agree.
So, unless it becomes essential for them to move, I'd rather not move until, if God has blessed our hustle, our struggles.
How many houses remain for you now?
How many houses remain for me?
Yes, no. How many houses remain for you?
At my young age, you're asking me how many houses remain for me?
You and the Oyo State Governor.
Make it no difference.
All right, so there it is. That expose by this guy now that is looking to dabaru the Atiku campaign. So let's kick off the conversation and let's actually kick it off from DOG. So DOG, are you there? Are you ready to go?
Oh man, can you go to the next person?
All right, let's kick it off with Akim. So Akim, we don't often hear from you, so perhaps we hear from you now. Akim, look at this guy. He'll log on and then go to bed. So let's start. Let's try Ife. It's going smoothly, isn't it? Ife, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So let's kick it off with you then, and let's take it then to let me not start it off from that clip. Let me start it off from this rail service being built from Nigeria to Maradi to be completed within the Buhari administration. He will be inaugurating it just as early, I think, as a couple of months in March. So what are you making of this first? It was started in January 2021, and it must be a record for the Nigerian state, completed all the way from Kano through Jigawa to from Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina to land in the Niger Republic. What are you making of that? Let's kick it off from there. A $2 billion spend.
Well, every project is good for the country, but the question is, this type of projects are more or less what I call trophy projects. Trophy in the sense of I did it, not looking at what's the economic benefit it gives the whole country at large. Look, whatever then the question is, the rail system, is it for a freight service or what?
It's for freight and passengers.
Look, first of all, I don't know how our leaders think. What they said is so that the Nigeria corridor will be linked, so that they will be using the Nigerian ports for their freight services.
It sounds weak and tenuous as an economic argument. I align more that is a vanity project, as you are suggesting.
Look, woman, that's just the truth.
But is it just a vanity project or an ethnic project? Sorry, carry on.
Because of the ethnicity attached to it, makes it a vanity project. It's not as if it will not work. It will work, but it will be working on deficit. Because at the end of the day, the services it will be rendering will not be commensurate to the revenue it will be generating.
Yes, or what it will cost to run it.
I'm betting you that in the next 4 years, I don't see any freight going on it. Even if there's any freight, because there is already a Benin Republic Niger freight services for Niger goods, and we know that Niger, Benin Republic, they are French colonies, and there are treaties binding all French colonies together. France has the right of first refusal for any goods coming from all French colonies. If France says no, that's when another country will have the opportunity to to get those goods and services. Niger, Republic of Benin, and Nigeria, which one shares the largest border? Everybody knows that Niger shares the largest border with Nigeria, but lo and behold, one man, Benin Republic and Niger are building a pipeline project so that Niger's crude oil will be exported from Seme.
Have they discovered crude oil there in Niger?
Niger has crude oil. As we are speaking now, if not for the the COVID that came, they would have finished that the pipeline project and not discovered in Agades. And if you know Agades is towards the Borno Maiduguri area. But Niger was able to push pipeline. Look at that huge distance from Agades to call over Nigeria, the Nigerian border over there. Now call back down to Western Nigerian part through Benin Republic to Seme. port. Ideally, you would think that the pipeline, even because from what Nigeria even said, they said they are laying pipeline to Niger. Ideally, you would think they should lay that pipeline through Nigeria to be going through maybe Nigerian port. But all these francophone countries have treaties binding them. They wanted to do that pipeline through Cameroon before, but because of some maybe security concern, they opted to use Benin Republic. So I don't know where our leadership are getting all these ideas from. And that's why, as you've rightly said, it's just ethnic induced project, which more or less I see as a trophy project. Maybe at the end of the day, when they finish this project, they will go and collect a chieftaincy title for their families, not for the country, unfortunately.
But if you look at the value cost of this, though, then it highlights it even more, because this is a near $2 billion spend running a train service, like you said, that has no economic argument from Nigeria into a foreign country. And that train service, by the way, it was meant to run from Lagos to land in the deep north. Does this not highlight? Go on.
One man, in the end, what will happen to this project is Niger, maybe some of their citizens will be coming to Nigeria. Already they are in Nigeria. Some of the people that run our Okada in Lagos, some of them are from Niger, Chad, you know. They will run these projects. They will come to Nigeria, make the money, use the train, go back to Nigeria and use the resources from Nigeria to develop their own space. If a country decides to be stupid, it will be stupid to the detriment of our own citizens. That's the truth. If Niger can have a discovery of oil at commercial quantity, cannot pass it through Nigeria. One man, if you have time, maybe you can even show the map of Nigeria, the map of Africa, so that we see this thing properly, you know.
What will we say there?
The border between Nigeria and Niger.
Right.
For you to look at how that's the longest pipeline project in the whole of Africa as at today.
Yes, our border between Niger and Nigeria is almost 1,000 kilometers. Even if it cut across about 5 states in the north, or 6. Very long, line between Nigeria and border line between Nigeria and Niger. You have to support it.
Adale Koko, ọ̀rọ̀ sún mi bákan.
Yeah, but what does that highlight, though, that we have a long border between Nigeria and Niger?
Look, do you know where Agadez is? Agadez, look at, from that map, Agadez is, you know where Maiduguri is?
Yes.
Agadez is just up of Maiduguri. So now ask yourself, if they are discovering oil in that Agadez part up of Maiduguri, Niger prefers to push a pipeline to pass over Nigeria's border. Look at how big that border is. Then pass that pipe down to the Benin Republic. The same thing, they are building a rail. They are upgrading their rail system now for freight service to pass through the same Benin Republic. But we are using our own money to look for. But I don't blame anybody. I don't blame. It's just showing us the dynamics of the country, where you as a Southerner thinks more economy, what will be maybe betterment for the whole country at large, for the southwestern space, for the southern space, for the northern space. You have some people who are just thinking only for their own, what's it called? Maybe northern space or ethnic space, you know. But unfortunately, the people that will push this project, that will finance this project, are from the south. The minister handling this thing is from the south. And I remember when he went to defend that budget in the National Assembly, they were just lambasting all the senators. They were just lambasting, especially some of them from his own region. That what happens to the the rail project in the south is nothing. Even we don't even have a connecting rail project from Lagos to Kano directly. If there is even, let's say we want to be
you know that's really the most important rail service
exactly.
we should have. In Lagos to Kano and then to land in Abuja, that's the economic corridor of Nigeria.
You
know, not Maradi, Niger Republic.
What? Maybe when we are serious for development.
How do you expect the incoming administration to handle this? How do you expect?
The incoming administration cannot do anything because more or less they've already laid the.
No. I'm not saying to dismantle it, but do you expect the incoming administration to continue? Because of course, it's something that will necessarily have to subsidize because there's no economic argument that says it can self-sustain. So do you anticipate that the incoming administration will continue to subsidize it, or should the recommendation be that they just privatize it and let it collapse?
A project as big as that will not be left to collapse. You know, these are modern systems. These are modern rail networks. The only thing is, it will just be a project that
another cash cow, another cash drain
by the whole of the country, because at the end of the day, let's say there will be spare part needed for maintenance, you know, people will be trained. So it's just a project, a retrogressive project at large, you know.
All right.
Wow. Because at times when you want to push this type of project, most times it's a give and take scenario, you know. Okay, we Nigeria will do our own from, even let's say we'll do our own to our border. You handle it from your own space to Maradi. But Nigeria handled everything. Even the minister was saying I had to even beg them to accept. Can you imagine that I had to beg them to accept? Because that means at first they did not even want to they did not want to sanction the project. So I had to beg them to accept. Okay, he accepted. They financed the whole project on, unfortunately, the Niger Delta resources. What I would have expected is, okay, we are going to build a railway project from Nigeria to your country. I will expect you guys to export your crude or some. Let's say you don't want to export, or you have to export some percentage of your crude through our own space. We will provide the pipeline network so that it will be a win-win situation. The pipeline project going through Republic of Benin, we add about 1/4 of the GDP of Niger Republic at the end of the day. And it will add about, I think what they said will be 1/10 of the budget of Benin Republic. So it's a win-win situation for the two countries, because there will be some royalties based on you are using our space to transport your crude to the international market, you know. But lo and behold, I will not be even surprised. Maybe at the end of the day, all the oil they are getting from Nigeria. You know, Nigeria even process oil from Niger. Nigeria transfer is crude to Niger, and Niger
for refining.
For refining. This is a Niger that just found oil maybe in the last 10 years, but Niger has.
I'm pretty certain that the refineries in Niger Republic are owned
by Nigerians. Yes,
now
the refineries in Niger Republic.
No, I said I'm certain that they are owned by Nigerians. it would have been Nigerian money that was used to build it.
I will not be surprised, but it will be some form of French. France normally will not leave all those francophone countries like that. It will be some form of French
I think
intervention.
I think the Niger Republic probably owes its allegiance first to the Fulanis before the French. I suspect.
No, it's the French before the Fulani. So you know the way France colonized all those francophone countries. That's why they all use the same currency, CFA. The way France colonized them is more of assimilation process. Assimilation process is a process whereby
policy of assimilation. You are right.
Ajanle Koko, maybe you want to shed more light into that.
The policy of assimilation, is just to give Africans, colonized Africans, that citizenship right as citizens of
as Frenchmen.
French. So and therefore they surrender every sovereignty of their lands to French, to control in totality on the basis that we are French people as well. So that is it, and it's still working up to today. So they just have
all their currency is still controlled by the French central bank. Yeah.
Yes,
the financial reserve is in the central bank of France. So,
and there was a narrative. I'm not quite sure. I'm going in memory now, but there's something that obliges those francophone countries to submit part of their wealth to France. That I think they signed. I'll have to double check that. But there's a financial tie that they use to lock them in, to tie their economy to France. If anybody knows that in the comment section, remind us. Yeah, go on. Okay.
The bad thing about this assimilation process is more or less they want to detribalize you such that you think French before anything. That's why in those countries you find that virtually everybody will understand some level of French when they eat. If you look at all those francophone countries, that's why you find that on Friday is more or less no work. Weekend starts in most francophone countries on Friday evening till Sunday. Party all the way. When they are cruising, when they are eating, they want to eat three course meal.
It's a baguette diet in every francophone country, isn't it?
Every food diet you eat, you are given baguette, And I think the problem is we don't want to understand our past to define the way forward for us. I think at this point, everybody in Nigerian space should understand, okay, Africa has been damaged. Let us look at how best we can get ourselves. Because everybody, can you imagine what will happen? Let's say instead of channeling that Niger Maradi project, they even do only Lagos to Kano or Abuja to Kano, because there's already Lagos to.
The most important rail service in Nigeria is Lagos to Kano. Nobody argues against that, of course. But what's a Maradi? Even the people in Maradi.
Because at the end of the day, if you want to connect Lagos to Kano, you will connect Lagos, Ibadan, through possibly Abuja. You are going to go through Niger State. You are going to go through Kaduna. You are going to go to Kano. Can you imagine that southwest northern corridor? Then let's say you even connect Lagos, Calabar, and Port Harcourt, or Lagos, Anambra, Port Harcourt. Yes. But yeah, that's why I call it a trophy project. It's just a trophy project. I did it for my people.
We can't also write off these guys having invested businesses in Niger and they want to just use that access Another thing is the Fulanization of Nigeria. It's not easy to transport in large people through train line to the country. And I won't even dispute if all of this Nigerian oil magnates has refinery in Niger, because they have ally with France. They go to France, they hang out with the president of France. So it's a possibility, and that's why they build such relationships. So I just think they have their own reasons, but economically, it's useless. But
double gauge, double gauge, double gauge.
And now, so I think they have ulterior motives. It's not just they are not just doing the rail line because of that. Because I don't see how it helps the country in any way.
But all the borders in the south are still being blocked now. They are citing insecurity.
Yeah, so it's quite crazy. Can carry on, my brother.
At the end of the day, I don't want to attach the administration of a country of Nigeria to the party. I want to attach it to the character of whoever is governing us at that time. I think that's the safest way to be analyzing Nigeria now.
If you exactly my point.
If you analyze Nigeria based on the party, you get yourself stabbed, because at the end of the day, these people are moving from one party to another. So I want to believe it's based on the character of the individual. They only use the party name as the vehicle to unleash whatever their character or their intention is to the general Nigerian population.
But if the next incoming president is serious, I think that if they think about it deeply, there's a possibility they can stop it.
DOG.
Or do you think
they can't stop it now because it's
invested almost
already.
Is it $20 billion? Dollars? No, you won't stop it. Well, how will you just leave it redundant? No, you don't want to do that. At the end of the day, maybe what you want to do is maybe instead of having like 10 coaches on it, you say let us have one coach so that we'll just be managing that one coach at least to be moving around. So because at the end of the day, if you don't move on those three, it will what's it called? Develop mechanical faults, So maybe at the end of the day, say let's just manage 2 coaches on it. Or it will go in the morning, land in the evening, then the same coach will come back in the evening, land the next morning, instead of maybe having 4 or 5 coaches on the rail line.
True.
All right. You guys sound half asleep. But let me move you on from there to let me move you on from there to let me move you to this. So 3 major challenges Nigerians expect Buhari successor to tackle once he assumes office. So they've identified security, electricity, and education as the 3 most pressing things that the incoming has to address immediately. So do you agree with that list? Security, electricity, and education.
I cannot dispute on the 3 because the 3 are core to national development. As yesterday, we still spoke on the Nigerian education system yesterday. Security, people have been kidnapped or here and there. And of course, electricity. If Nigeria has electricity, I'm telling you, many people will be employed. And I'm even telling you, that's when you will know that your cousin learned one trade. They will call you that you are in diaspora. Please, can you help us to buy this machine? Finance this machine for your cousin has just finished learning, maybe tailoring, welding, or whatever the profession. You understand? So there will be everybody knows electricity is one thing that when it happens to Nigeria, the level of unemployment will go down that drastically. But the question is, what are the processes this government has laid down for the next government or the next administration. Maybe on electricity, my own issue with the electricity is Nigeria is too big to be running a central grid system. Even the UK does not have a central grid system. The US does not have a central grid system. And I don't even think France itself has a central grid system. You know, what they have is more of a distributed generation, meaning you generate the electricity using the resources in your area to benefit the people in that area, you know. But because somebody somewhere wants to control everything, wants to give his cousins some contracts to make them overnight billionaires, you know, like they did with all these Gencos. That's just the major reason we're having that central grid system. And that's why it's collapsing. It can be sabotaged. Anything can happen at any time. But I think, did they say they've removed it from exclusive list now?
No. Some of the I think that's already in the pipelines. Most to remove it from the exclusive list.
Yeah, I
but
think
that's also on the promise list of one or two of the candidates.
Yeah, I think that would be one of the most beautiful things that can happen to Nigeria if they can remove that electricity generation, transmission, and distribution from the exclusive list. The federal government should just be maybe should have a working document for whatever states wants to have a generating. And can you imagine? This thing has stifled the development of many areas. There is this dam in the northeast. Is it that dam that normally causes flooding? That caused the last flooding, that they attributed the last flooding to?
Oh, is it the one coming from Cameroon?
Yes. There is a dam Nigeria needs to be. That dam should generate hydroelectric power for the country, you know. Let's say they will still want to run that central grid system. But you just find out that maybe a senator will be somewhere stifling or embezzling the money to go to that project. But I'm telling you, if you give the state government the exclusive right to develop that space, they are going to develop it. Maybe another state can say, okay, come, we know you want to generate electricity from this project. Let us partner in this project and have some percentage so that when you generate the electricity, we have a certain percentage of the electricity you are generating, you know, to widen the space. But I think another thing this administration is doing is maybe at the end of the day, the gas pipeline they are laying would help to build those projects, you know, enhance the building of gas power plants. And the Siemens, the funny thing is there has always been deal upon deal in Nigeria when it comes to all these transmission deals, you know. Obasanjo had his own, Jonathan had his own, Buhari too is having his own, nothing is coming to fruition. Maybe they said they are moving those transformers across the country, but most times all these things are more of playing to the gallery to generate some news feeds than the reality on ground. But I'm saying that thing needs to be removed from the exclusive list. Yeah. On security, the same thing.
No, do you agree with that list first? Did you say you agree with that list?
Yeah. 100%. 100%, you know. Is there anything? Look, at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, Nigeria should come out and say, look, all this giving us 20 campaign promises, we don't know. We need it. We just need 3 or 1. Or the education, fix education, electricity, and security. If you like, don't do any other thing again. But just those 3 cardinal points. Let's just get it done, On security, can you imagine I'm not disparaging anybody or anybody from a space, They bring an inspector of police from Katangwa to your space in your state. The person that insecurity happened to cannot speak the language of the policeman, but wants to report or describe an incident. How is that possible? And funny enough, they will now say they should write statements in a language most of these people cannot even write, because before you used to think that insecurity happens in the urban settlement. I'm telling you, the insecurity going on in the rural settlements now are just unbelievable. Killing people for ritual sakes, kidnapping for money, going on people's farm, cutting their hands off, grazing on people's, and these are people who that's the only source of income they have. If they don't go to their family, it's more like you've killed them, But I'm telling you that if they have their own security, if they have an architecture that addresses all these things, yeah, we are not saying it will be eradicated, but to be brought down to the barest minimum, So that's the way I see security. Security is a local business. It's not as if somebody should sit down in Abuja and be giving orders. And this shows the suspicious nature we have towards ourselves in the country, where you believe somebody, because he's handling the security of his state or of his region, will victimize you because you're in another place. There are channels that these things can be addressed. It's just to create a working document that everybody abides, and the federal government looks at it and checkmates any excesses, But at the end of the day, you find out that these excesses is even coming from the federal government itself. The last time they were saying the IGP was sentenced to court because he did not obey a court injunction. The people believe they are above the law in the country. So whatever security system they have, even though it should not work. For it to be in the police now, if you don't know one Baba from one place, one ex-policeman, a governor, you cannot join the police. The police that in these countries where they are begging people to join the police, These are the situations we have in that country, and that's to be addressed. For anything, security should even be a sector that should be financed properly to make it lucrative. The same thing with education. And that's why I was saying yesterday that what does the average Nigerian person on the street of either Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Benue, Cross River is getting from the government? So these are the things we have to look at, but that security is very, very paramount, because without security, the last time they were saying that in a state, I checked, I think I've forgotten the state, because of insecurity, they could not write WAEC. Can you imagine that? They had to cancel WAEC in the state because of insecurity issues. So it means even if there's no insecurity, somebody will wake up, sabotage any electricity installation, like Boko Haram did when they bombed all those transmission lines. They can go to the school, kidnap all the children. You want to impart education or good education. So these are the issues that needs to be addressed in that country. But security is very, very powerful. The last time they went to a train station in Edo State, kidnapped people, and the government is not even saying anything about it. I think at some point they want to make this insecurity issue normal to Nigeria.
Do you not think the economy is the most paramount, which is near collapse already?
You see, these things are
insecurity, yes, but education, yes, of course, as well. But I thought the top three, by my reckoning, the top three will be probably insecurity, even just the top two, insecurity and the economy. That's just where really the country is.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you want to run an economy, do you want to run an economy on half-baked brains? What are the quality of services they will be bringing out to compete with the other international market? Because now, what's it called? Trade is more global. You can be in the UK and you look, okay, I want to buy gym products. If you do a Google search on that, it will give you international brands. So the question is, are you going for the quantity or the quality? Is it based on your price? So you still want to run an economy that is, even if it is not international standards, which should be the primary aim, it should have some form of leverage to some international products, So I think all these three are symbiotic. You cannot isolate anyone from the other. That's my own submission. If you say you want to leave education, focus only in security and economy, how do the people that have baked, which type of police personnel are you going to have? And that's part of the problem.
Even sort the economies of power is very essential.
Yeah. Because businesses in Nigeria now, the money they are running on diesel, many businesses are full up now. The truth is, some people that I knew that were had to sell off. I have a friend here. He sold off his car, he sold off his house, brought the wife, children, and they're in the UK now. He was telling me, like, guy, if I don't do this, my children are in doom.
A lot of people are doing that. What was his pathway through some education system?
Yeah, sure.
He registered for some school.
Yeah, but
there's a tsunami of Nigerians coming into the UK at the moment. Just signing up for some random course in some.
These were people that were even doing far better than I was when I was still in Nigeria. They were doing like these were people that I'm alone. Like let me even get to this stage in life, and they were like coming back. They had to sell off their properties. Some of them, they used the money to sponsor their wife to come for their education. Then they were dependent on the wife, and luckily some of them were, because they are professionals, they've gotten jobs that are now sponsoring their visa to stay in the UK. The other one, he sponsored himself, but because he's more of an artisan, the wife was working in the care home. The wife visa was sponsored, and he is now a dependent on the wife's visa. He's now practicing his artisanry, and they are living fine now. In essence, the last time I was asking, do you regret selling your house, selling your car to finance this move? He said, look, this is the best move I've ever taken in my life. Why? Just because the economy of the country was not working. So we cannot isolate anyone in security, economy, electricity. Look, on average, my family spend at least, if they want to be very, very conservative, they spend at least 40,000 naira on petrol per month, just to power the generator through the night. That's all. Or pump water for the borehole. That's all. It's not as if they want to use the generator throughout. Just let's be conservatives. Let's use the light for the major things in the house. So you cannot imagine people that cannot afford that. There are even some level now that if your parents have businesses, they will be telling you that oh, mommy, later I won't for anybody more. Me later I won't for when come up. That is, I cannot sell on credit because nobody is paying any goods and services they've owed you in monetary terms. So those, I think, for now, the electricity, economy, insecurity, and education, they are just things that our country needs. I think at some point, if not for movement of goods and services, I would even say the government should first of all suspend infrastructural development for some time, just to focus on these four things. But unfortunately, there's no way you want to do all these projects that you don't need infrastructure. So they are just projects that are just intertwined, Yeah.
All right, brilliant, Ife. Thank you. So thank you. Let's go on from you, Ife, to Ajan Lekoko and some police opinion now. Ajan Lekoko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Good to have you, Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko, to it, let me kick you off from where I kicked it. If actually, let me take you to this this signage that was taken down in Anambra State by it purports to be an agency of the state, but the signage, of course, is in a prominent space, inviting people to vote for Peter Obi as the president. Peter Obi, of course, their first son in that state, taken down. So a lot of backlash against both the Anambra state government, but especially the governor, based on the previous antecedents. So what's your reading of that space? Is SOLUDO doubling down on its fight with Peter Obi, or is this just some administrative fail? Ajan Lekoko, good to see you.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to the panelists and listeners around the world. Please, our listeners, click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Woman, I believe that something might be responsible for this. It is not clear in that article what is responsible for that action. Could it be that the Labour Party couldn't pay for, couldn't make payment for that billboard and what is required of them by the state? So we have to know the fact.
It cannot be that they are unable to pay for it. And remember, we covered just not that long ago that SOLUDO had indicated that he wanted to, and even the Labour Party, they've come out to say that it was fully paid for and 5 months paid in advance.
Well, 5 months paid in advance. Well, if Labour Party had already paid for this signage services, I don't think there's any reason why they should pull down their billboard and other signposts around the city, or in Anambra State. So, but it is not clear. We have to get the facts from the state government. We have to know why it is pulled down. So at this moment, what do you call them? Labour said they paid 5 months in advance, but who knows if the statement they pay? Their statement is not right. Maybe they pay for 2 months, and 2 months is expired now, and they haven't paid for more time, and these people feel, you can't enjoy free service, so it has to be taken down. So we don't know who is saying the truth. We don't know why the state has to pull it down,
Do
because I don't think.
Do you think the signage would have been taken down without the state governor being aware?
No, I don't think that is the instruction to take it down will come from SOLUDO. I think SOLUDO.
Yeah, but would it be aware before it's taken down? Because I think it's too controversial a thing to be done by an agency without notifying the state governor to say, look, we are going to take this thing down for XY reason. Do you think they would not have notified them before they did it?
I don't think so. If it's already been paid for, why will it take it? Why will it take it down? That is number one. And now they have taken it down. Under whose instruction? People might be think that yes, Governor SOLUDO could be responsible, because we have seen some irresponsible governors in some part of the Nigerian state that did not allow other parties to have their billboard, to posters, and to allow, deny other party to have their billboard and posters around the city. So I think SOLUDO is more sophisticated than this. He's an international citizen. Is a man that look to me more disciplined than this nonsensical act. So I will not conclude that SOLUDO is aware, or he's the one that gave them instruction to pull it down.
But Ajale Koko, it said the head of the agency said they've not paid. So I think you pay, then it expires at the point that you have to renew the payment. I think they've not done the renewment.
That's what I was saying earlier, that Labour Party said, well, they paid for 5 months, and if they are paid for 5 months, who knows whether they are saying the truth? Who knows? Maybe it was 2 months or 3 months they pay, and it's expired, and as a result of that, it has to be pulled down. So, but D, are you saying that the state agency said that their payment for that service is expired? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If it's expired, what are we talking about?
You said it's expired. Is that not the outcome of no dispensation? Because
no, this is not another pay issue. If the agency of the state, issued out a statement that they didn't pay for it, and that's why it's taken down, I think they are on point. That is how it should be. They have to. I mean, there's a law that backed that space, that before you can do this within the state, this is what you must do. You must pay for you to have your billboard and all this thing around the town. And when you fail to make payment, it has to be taken down. Woman, I think I think I'm in support of it. If that is the true position of things, as issued by as the statement issued by the state agency, I think we have to be disciplined and be responsible for our action and inaction sometimes. So I'm in support of it.
What level of backlash though? Because they're already circling around SOLUDO, so almost certainly there'll be a backlash against this. Almost certain.
For what backlash? If what they just need to know, they know. I mean, there's still sentiment on the ground for Obi for president in that state. Yeah, the people of that state, particularly the LP and obedient, they be shouting around now and that, SOLUDO hate him, and that's why he took it down. The government agency must come out clearly. They must make a loud noise about it, if possible, on the state TV and television. I mean, state TV and radio, and said, yes, we did this because they did not pay, and we cannot allow any party to violate the law or go against the law of the land. This is what the law says. They are not ready to follow the law, and this is the consequences of disrespect to the law of the land. So they have to government agency. That's why the government, every government, have a Ministry of Information to dish out information to people, so that people can really know what is happening in the state. So that information services of the state have to come out and let people know, because this is a special case. He's from that state. Obi is from the state. The sentiment driving is ambition for presidency by the people is strong. So the the government have to come out in a very strong manner to inform the people as well why they took that action, so that SOLUDO's name will not be dragged to the mud, because SOLUDO's name, the person that is in charge of information should act quickly and act well in order to protect the state government for their action, and particularly the name of the governor in particular. So I think the action is in order to me, if the statement they issued is right. So that's where I see it. One man, no shishi. What's the meaning of no shishi? When you are
no shishi includes not paying for campaign signages.
What's the meaning of no shishi? No shishi doesn't run campaign successfully. You have to pay shishi when it comes to publicity. Publicity
no
is not
shishi
free.
And lack of structure, because people, the structure based in Anambra should be the one handling such matters, not directly him. So those are the problems.
So
but do not anticipate a backlash against SOLUDO RD.
If that's the case, I would just expect them now to come and tell us what the state agency is saying is wrong, because this state agency, from what I heard, is they have the receipts when their payment expired and when they should have renewed. So that's why they are taking it. So they should come out and disregard the news and tell us, no, this is our receipts, we've paid. So that clears them in. Because I don't think the state agency has to say anything else. If that's not the case, they should be the one coming out now to say something. Then if it now goes like now, it's now like a backlash on the governor, SOLUDO, I'm sure the state agents will now find reason to make another statement. But they've made the normal statement. I don't think there is anything else they could do. There is no sentiment to it. If we look at a big campaign, this is what it stands for too, Abi. So let's see.
And you expect the obedience to be reasonable about it?
I think a obedient should understand this, but an obingo,
I'm sure they're already on his Twitter handle now, giving him what they gave me on Rudolph's channel.
Strokes.
The sort of abuse I got on Rudolph's channel the last time, they were giving them some of that.
Yeah, another. Sorry, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Yeah, another thing I'm looking at is, they are looking at maybe because he's from that state. He's the son of the soil, like from Anambra State.
So they don't have to pay fees.
Yes, Omowani, or why should? And these are some of the traditional. How would I put it? There is this traditional way of thinking. You have rights to some things, and to some extent, it happens even in Lagos, in some communities where maybe your great grandfathers have their compound and they want to bring some form of tax. You'll be like, oh, are you the ones that what's it called? Built the houses for us? This type of entitlement
All right, we lost you. Back to your Ajane Koko. Back to your Ajane Koko.
That space, Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So back to Ajane Koko. We keep a watching brief on that space, but I'm expecting a lot of fireworks by tomorrow on that. you know how they are now, okay?
This past fire, New Year firework.
You know, the firecrackers from New Year, they will be brought out again to launch at the state house in Auka. You know, it's unbelievable.
Look,
but it would be quite a thing though if they did not do something as simple as pay fees.
Oh yeah,
if that is established, then it's a poor reflection. If that is established, yes, that they actually did not. Yeah.
Yes, if just like Dee said, if they have anything contrary to what the agency of the government said, they should come out clearly to let people know. I'm talking about the Labour Party in that state, to let people know that the agency is lying. And but if they couldn't come out to make it clear to the people that the agency is lying and they have paid according to what they said sometimes ago, that they've already paid for 5 months. The state chairman of the party, I think, deserves to be disciplined for bringing the name of the party to disrepute, for not what is responsible for him not to make that payment promptly in order to have those billboards on the street and at the strategic corner of the state. That is the home state of the presidential candidate, and the governor is not the governor did not stop him from having his billboard and posters around him, unlike what we see in other states where no other party is allowed at all. Even though they making effort to make payment for that service, they are not even allowed to pay at all. So the party chairman should be disciplined for not making prompt payment, and it is not good for the image of the party if it is really established that they failed to make that payment, which turn out to a serious backlash against them by the state for pulling down their billboard and all the rest. So we want to see. Let's see what's going to happen during the week, next 2 days. We shall get the fact right, and we can discuss more about it. But if it is no shishi, no,
it's a literal no shishi, isn't it? They are taking it to the next level. This no shishi, they are taking it to the next level.
One, I have a question.
Including not paying fees. No shishi, including not paying fees.
Wait now, one man. Let's be fair. Do you think other presidential candidates will be paying some fees in their own state of origin?
No,
based on the Nigerian factor. Based on the Nigerian factor.
Of course, they will pay fees. Why would they not pay fees?
So you believe Tinubu will be paying fees for his billboard in Lagos State?
It would, I suspect, because it will be a nominal fee, and the backlash against him not paying it will be it's too big a risk not to just pay some 10,000 naira or however much. The backlash is too heavy for what it is not paying it.
Let me tell you, some people can even volunteer within the party
to sponsor it, right?
Yeah, to sponsor it. Some big guns in the party.
And then you pay me back in contracts later.
That's how it works. That's why when you see party controlling state, when we describe as structure, that is what structures enjoy. When it comes to a situation like this, some people will come out to to make that payment and volunteer to carry out some good work for the advantage of their party without even the party making any payment at all. So they have Lagos State control everything. They have all the senators, federal senators. They have all the representatives from the party. They control all the state assemblymen. All of those one can, even the state assemblymen can say, you know what, in my own local government, I will pay for the billboard in all my local government area. And so others will do it for Tinubu without even the party doing that thing. So because they are the one that they are the Jembe and Jembe, you know. We surely
Jembe alias or Jembe.
That's the function of structure, and
that's the function of structure now.
Where all those words meeting they do. A lot of those cars you see branded in their name and the party is by individual.
It's by individual. You're right.
No.
People donate cars.
I'm only making reference to the what's it called? Only the billboards only regarding the election of the presidential candidate. In let's say, okay, do you think in Adamawa Atiku will be paying for billboards? And that's why I'm asking.
No, it's more in line with what DOG just said. All these political acolytes, they will, it will actually be a fight to pay for it because they know the implications of paying for it. They will fight to pay for it so that when the guy comes into government,
one thing again, where I have problem with this Obi thing is, Obi has never gone to a state, bring out people that are going for House of Rep, House of Assembly, because those are the people that are on ground in that locality. Those are the people that will be erecting all those boards. They don't really need the money directly from the aspirant to say, oh, Atiku brings us so much, we need to put board. That's why they have all. So that's the structure. And that's where we have problem. You go to different states, you've never mentioned somebody going as governor under your party. You've never come out to bring out honorable people going as for House of Representative. You are not supporting them. You are just expecting other parties that have structure to vote for you in presidency. Is one of the mistakes you shouldn't even be making in politics. Even big parties don't try it. I think it was the AD that tried it one time or something. It affected them.
Wow. All right.
Sorry. I want to believe that most of the the billboards of Tinubu, Lagos State in particular, would more or less be free. So that's why that's my stand on that. But I'm not saying it should be
if let me tell you this, how you work, it's not going to be free. They will not make it free, even though that they are the one that control
the structure.
Because they are the one that control the state, because they have revenue agency that are responsible for.
That's even true. Ajanle Koko, there will be some personnel in that revenue agency that would have targeted this period that this is our own time to make some money too,
Yeah. So, but in the case of Tinubu in Lagos, like I said earlier, some members of the party, some contractors that are supporter of the party, some people who are well-to-do financially that are support the party could be responsible for those payment of those billboard and all the rest. But to say they will not pay, no, they will surely pay. They might not come from the party, but individually from other politicians and their supporter that are well-to-do.
Support groups, right?
Yeah, support group. They will do that just to show
what's it called?
Contribute to
Balogun Market Fish Sellers Association support.
Just to show their own contribution.
Then
They
individuals
contribute
maybe
their own
targeting
support in their
20.
own way, so that they will have it on record that we support Baba when Baba is doing this, so that by the time Baba get to president, there's some kind of benefit. They will enjoy some benefit too. So that is the way it works. But to say they will not pay,
I think there's
pay. Yeah,
I think there's a term for it. Is it chronicracy or something? This sort of negotiated sort of government, which is based on somebody. If you know the term, type it in the comment section. There's a particular term that is used for this sort of help me, I help you sort of governance that we have in both Nigeria and the rest of Africa.
Pro quo, or what did they call it?
Kleptocracy. I think it's called kleptocracy or something like that. Yeah.
I think we call it pro quo.
Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Yes.
So that's the way it is done. They have to pay for it no matter what. Though they could be given discount if in some cases, but if the law allows it. But to say they will not pay at all, they will pay because they have record for it. Everything, it's a revenue generating point, and they want to generate revenue. And governments are they are the auditor. They have audit department that will audit that space too with regard to the revenue generation. So but that is what these look. The case of Atiku, PDP control Atiku state. The same thing will happen in Atiku state. You will see some legislators, some all these things that will pay for that. Atiku won't have to pay, or PDP won't have to pay. But you see some people that will come out and do that, do it as a way of giving their own little support for Atiku. But for party like Labour that doesn't have any structure, they don't control any government, they don't control any state government. It's a big money for them. It's not easy, but they try. At least they pay.
You have to wonder where they're getting the money that has taken them this far. The Labour Party. Because what they would have spent so far to get this deep and this high in the elections.
Oh, they spend billions now.
Yeah, it's beyond either Peter Obi's wallet or donations from the average person that throws in his 10,000 naira. There has to be some big money bags behind it.
They have some big money bags supporting him too somewhere. So because look, he's flying around with jet. Is flying around with helicopter. Who is paying for it? And they haven't
and to construct all these arenas, to all the woodworks and all the building the stage, renting the arena, the vehicles, the logistics, the food, the band, from state to state, like you said, the helicopter, the private jets. It's beyond Obi's. He's a wealthy man, but not to that level of wealth.
No, you can't spend it.
Who is sponsoring all this is the question.
Oh yeah, there are people sponsoring it, and they are not making it public to us how they are raising funding for this. So that is the ironical aspect of it. All the party.
So if we are agreeing that there are people sponsoring it, are they sponsoring it through altruism and patriotism? Or for oil blocks, if Obi gets the position.
Oh, man, oil block now.
Here is $500 million because I'm through Nigeria.
It's for oil block now. It's for something to get in return when they get to office. That is the way it's played in politics.
Political appointments.
Oh, political appointments. You're right. Political appointment, contract, a lot of things have to come in return for all those donation, big time donor and all these things. They will get something in return when they get to power. That is the way it's played in politics all over the world. So I wouldn't I won't say anything bad to them on that. So, but big money is coming from somewhere for OB to continue to pursue this race. So it's money. It's money consuming, man. This kind of political campaign in Nigeria, you have to mobilize people from various places. To we heard of the one that they did in Kogi that resulted to fight after when they had a
when they couldn't hand out the money quick enough.
When they had a poor showing, and the guy that were giving money to mobilize people.
Remember we played the clip here.
When the guy the guy disappear after this thing, they put fire. So
you know, Ajale Koko, if you don't have scruples or you don't have anything that restricts you, you see this window of this last 5 months. If you have a functioning brain, as somebody like you and I, for instance, this is a period that you can make generational wealth in Nigeria. You know that money that they found in some filing cabinets in some apartments in Ikoyi?
Mm-hmm.
You know those were campaign monies from the 2019 phase. When they would have given this guy a bunch of money to go and do something, he would have spent the barest minimum and kept the rest.
Yeah.
You can make generational wealth in this period.
Some people are making hell of money now. Those that are in position of
some people, this is the period they make their money.
Yeah.
Some people
and they just relax for 4 years. Yes.
Some people is when the government comes in and starts functioning, they make their money.
Yes. So
do you have a moral objection to making money in this phase? Just taking it off these politicians and helping them tell lies.
One man, look. Every political players, those that are really involved in it when it comes to disbursement of funds and people in charge of collecting funds to carry out some activities for the success of the party. It's they make money because sometimes they will budget for particular amounts to carry out some activities in some area, and they will spend less money. The rest go to their pocket. So it's the season, and it's a short season. So whatever they can make now, they will make it. All that is more important is how far they were able to achieve, how well they are able to achieve that the target goal. That is what's important. The money is one thing, but the success, the set goal, how are they able to achieve it? That is the moment they are able to achieve that the goal they set for that person, every other thing is secondary, and that will even help him to get more money for the activities.
Akala second time.
Yeah.
A lot of politicians funny 40.
Physically or
physically.
Let's say it in English for the benefit of
So Akala give money to people for mobilizing people to vote. When he lost the election, a lot of politicians were receiving slaps from him. Asking them, the money I gave to you, where did you put it?
Yes.
There was one that I read. This happened in the north. The guy had given one of these functionaries a bribe to help him secure a position, and he wasn't able to secure the position, and he asked for a refund, and the guy wasn't able to get the refund, and then he took the police to go and arrest him. So to tell the police, then I gave this money, this guy money to bribe somebody, and he stole the money, and then the police are only in Nigeria anyway. Only in Nigeria.
Nigeria is look. Let me tell you, one man. What D just said now that they slap politician is look when they are among each other, or particularly in the meeting, you cannot believe the way they talk to each other. Talk, frankly to each other. Those that fail in their own operation, if you see the way they will hear them right among themselves, that you that were given this amount to go and do, you fail. What did you it's when they come outside, you see them but when they are behind closed door, and they have to reassess or go back to the drawing board to channel another way of continue their pursuance of their goal, they will trash each other like crazy. So it's that's the way it works. So the success of it is what really matters. It is the amount is it doesn't really matter so much, though it matters, but it's secondary as long as they can achieve that success for what that amount is.
You know the best position to be in this space, in the Nigerian space, is to be that guy that they'll give 10 billion naira or something, and they say go and secure the market women in Oshodi market or something. So go and secure them. So they once they're giving you the 10 billion, nobody is asking you for any accounts of that money. All they want to know is that those women are now on board. So you can then go and spend the barest minimum to secure them, and then you pocket 7 billion naira, and then after the elections you say Adura Logba, Adura Logba.
Yeah, but one man, for you to get to that stage in the party itself, it's not easy. It's not as if you just wake up one day and just be given.
It's not about speaking English, Abby. It's not
No. It would have been the work maybe you have done over the years for the party. Then they will now say, okay, let us just use this position like to compensate the person,
People like Adedibu,
so
people that have crowd that can mobilize people.
Yes, is the one that will dictate how much he wants, and they will give it to him because he has built a record over the years that he doesn't fail when it comes.
But where that Baba is different is if let's say Tinubu send Adedibu 100 million now. He will spend that 100 million as they are dropping it. He will give commissioner of police. He will send the money out. Then he will call the person back. Send another one. At
Unbelievable. All right. Round up that space, Ajande Koko. Then I want to take you to this skirmish that is happening between Arise TV and the Tinubu campaign space. So it's slowly blowing up into an open, full-blown war. But round up that space, and then we move on.
So let's see what the response of the OBI'S camp will be against what is done to them by the state government, by the state agency in Anambra State for pulling down their billboard and their posters around the town. So let's wait and see what their response will be. And the state government as well. Well, state government, state agency have said that they didn't make payment and nothing for free in the state according to the law. So we have to continue watching that space. But the obedience on Twitter will go wide. Well, they will just go wide, and they should call instead of going wide. They should call on the leadership of the party that what is responsible for that, and call on them, to make a public declaration if they have actually paid for this billboard promptly as expected by the state. So they should tell them to come out boldly and make a public statement, and even possible go on the video, throw it out to the media space, social media, and let us see it that yes, and post the document for payment that shows that yes, they are still they are not owing. So that is what they should do, and not be calling names on SOLUDO or going wide and trying to damage the character of SOLUDO. That's the advice I will give them.
All right. Yeah. Let me actually take you to where I'd said. So this thing that is going on between the Arise TV. Remember, Ajanle Koko, when we were even having this long and involved debate, if Rufai was too partisan. So the war between, we have to describe it as a war. The war between the APC presidential campaign team and the Arise TV space is an open war. Everybody knows that there is beef going on there. So it ratchets up again. While we chased out Arise TV journalist, APC finally opens up. So let me just quick speed through it. The All Progressive Congress APC has finally revealed why it chased out an Arise TV cameraman during a dialogue between Tinubu and the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG. As contained in a statement issued by Bayo Ononuga, the publicity director of the APC campaign council, the cameraman was sent out for secretly filming Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So these are his words. According to correspondent Ononuga said, Arise TV cameraman clandestinely streamed live Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's event in Lagos today. He was not authorized by anyone. He was clearly on espionage, but was busted and sent out. Is journalism by stealth part of the practice of Arise TV? The action by the APC was greeted with a lot of criticism, but Ononuga explained that the dialogue between Tinubu and the NESG was not meant to be a live telecast. It was gathered that other TV stations invited to the event did not breach the stipulation laid down by for the event. He said, for clarity, the Tinubu-Shettima campaign is not against Arise TV covering its event. The Lagos NESG dialogue was not meant for a live TV stream. It was to be recorded and shown later. Other TV houses did not breach the rule, except Arise News, and it was done by stealth. Why? So this you may think it's just a satellite little story, but I suspect that the Arise TV space, their body language is as though they are trying to undermine the Tinubu space, are sending an espionage cameraman to secretly live stream Tinubu looking for another Bulabadu moment. So Arise TV versus Tinubu campaign council. George Adele Koko, your verdict.
Oh man. Listening to that statement of Bayo Ononuga, it's so shameful that
what is shameful that the Arise TV are secretly filming Tinubu, or that the campaign council kicked them out.
So is Tinubu now a classified document that cannot be streamed live or what?
No, that wasn't the arrangement. That wasn't the arrangement with media, is what they are saying.
Let me tell you.
Sorry, was the event, was it Tinubu private event?
What do you mean? It was an interaction with the business space.
So why is he not the one controlling the media in that national business place?
No. When an event takes place, before the media cannot just appear and say we are media and come in. They have to be authorized. So they have to either have been invited or indicated an interest. So an agreement for them to be there has to be in place. And an agreement also has to be in place as to how they interact with that space. And all of that was in place with a lot of our TV stations. But Arise sent in this spy cameraman to go and live stream the event, which is contrary to what the agreements were.
I get what you're saying. That's why I asked before my first question. Is it private? Is it Tinubu private meeting? You said no. It's not Tinubu to control the media house. If there's any agreement, it's between the organizer of the event and the TV station, not Tinubu campaign team. Let me just put Tinubu aside, not his campaign team.
So it's wrong. There's no way they're going to spin it and try to justify it. It's not with them to determine the rules and regulation of the media, how they cover that space. And
no, it's not the rules and regulations of the media. It's the rules and regulations of the event.
That's what I'm saying. It's not Tinubu private event. He has no order there to tell which media comes in or not. Is the media?
We don't know who has oversight of the media interaction with that event.
Clearly, it's not Tinubu team.
What do you mean clearly?
He was invited as a guest.
No. It could be invited as a guest, and they could concede media to him.
Why would they concede media to him?
Because he's the main event. He's the one that is.
Say he doesn't want Arise there. Then if you see Arise there, you can leave because the breach of contract. But to tell Arise to bundle Arise TV out there, that's not his call. It's not his calling. He cannot make that calling.
No, I'm not sure that I agree with that.
You cannot agree because you only see that everything Arise did is wrong. Tinubu campaign team. I say Tinubu campaign team is wrong in this. It's a wrong move. Ajako, can continue.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
I don't get that, but all right.
I think listening to the statements, the words that are used, espionage, clandestine,
yes,
for media in Nigeria covering a person that wants to be our president, I think it's alarming and a call for concern. And why I say so is that what is the reason for inviting media there in the first place, if not for them to cover the event, to record it, and and present it to Nigerian people? Why inviting media? Media houses are not members of your party. We know what they represent. They are to cover events and report the news of that event to Nigerian people. So, Ononuga.
No. It's not a blanket. It's not a blanket. It's not a blank ticket, or it's not a blank check for the media to just. Yes.
What I'm saying, fine. Not for all media, but you said they invited media houses.
Yes.
What is the job of the media houses? What is their why are they there?
The agreement with the media houses was for them to record and not live stream and then broadcast.
How would they know that they are live streaming it? Are they watching them individually as they are recording it?
Well, obviously they must be picking it up on Arise or something that is playing live.
Look, one man, when some of these idiots are trying to fool Nigerian people, let us call them idiots. They cannot fool us. They are the most foolish people and not us. That is what Ononuga is trying to do. He's trying to fool us. And it's dragging that profession of journalism, because it's a man that is well known in the field of journalism in Nigeria. He's an icon. It's an household name in the 80s and in the 90s in Nigeria. There's nobody that follow the media space in Nigeria that doesn't know Ononuga. And for him, for this reason, try to destroy the integrity of that profession. And I think it calls for concern. Obviously, they don't want Arise there, and that's why they push that guy out. And for him to say that, they don't want him to live stream, and that is why, whether it is live stream or not live stream, this thing will be put out to the public in the first place. I mean, by the other media houses, except they are telling us that they have people around each media houses, and after recording, they take their tape from them for them to go and edit, and they will go and put it out later.
No, but Ajani Koko, let us see it from one angle. Another angle to this thing is, if they don't want them to stream it live or televise it live, sometimes such recording and playing it later is more like a catalyst to some reaction they want. Maybe that is why they are doing that. It's just like this guy, this Atiku media guy that recorded those people without them knowing, that had their conversation recorded. He has done a very bad thing. So if they've even given you opportunity and they've granted your presence at the event, they can still contract. They will tell you what they want to do. So if you are going against what they want, they might throw you out. What you want to there are things you want to televise live. There are things you wanted to probably do something. Maybe you are expected to make an action before that video comes out, so it will all complement each other. So they might see that, and that might anger them to chuck them out. Then, based on how Arise TV in particular has been running, trying to the way they are trying to paint the person in question when it comes to his campaign is terrible. I was even still watching Rufai interviewing somebody. The guy was from APC. The guy was really angry and told him to rephrase that this is not professional. You will never see any media man ask a question the way you've asked me. You can't be so all those things can be in play. You want to win. They want to win. The party wants to win. So they won't just sit back and watch someone going against the rule. And I won't doubt if Arise TV is trying to be cheeky there, trying to record it and stream it live. And if it's not part of what they've agreed for the event, they have the absolute right to chuck him out.
DOG.
DOG.
Let me ask you a question. The same question I asked one man just now. That event, was it for Tinubu campaign team to organize, or for a separate entity that organized it?
But if you invite somebody like, hold on. Regardless of who invites you or who is organizing it, you might tell them, okay, if I'm coming, my campaign team will be in charge of the media coverage and all these things, because they've had a lot of backlash from some Tinubu outing when it's being recorded, so they might be looking for a way to minimize that. Everybody's trying. You think all those things don't get to them, so it gets to them. All those buluba, gets to them. So they try to adjust. So they might have an agreement with the people that are putting up the event to say, okay, my campaign team will be the one that will be in charge of the media and control it.
See, I agree with you, but it's not for them to bundle. It's not in their duty to bundle the Arise TV out.
So if you agree with me and they are in charge, so they have the right to bundle anybody out.
I've done, when we brought Neo to Japan, we did interview from there, go to radio station. Before you, what question you're going to ask him or what topic we're going to talk about, you have to send it to his PR, they'll go through it. Now, if it bridges what you are going to ask him in that interview, he has the right to walk away, not to answer it. It's not it's a breach of contract to him. But I'm saying that Tinubu has the right to walk away from that event if he sees Arise there. But he does not have the power to bundle Arise away, Arise TV.
What are you saying now?
How can he walk out of his
if he has the power to
listen, let me tell you. Okay, hold on. Let me tell you again. I've done like 3. I'll open my Facebook. I've done for Akon, I've done for Neo, I've done for Chingy. When you bring artists, I've done to DJ Lucky. When you bring artists, they want to go to radio station, go to place and do interview. They will tell you this is their policy. There are certain questions they don't want to talk about. Now, if he goes to the station that day and you are talking about that things he said he don't want to talk about, it's breach of contract. is on this page. You can stand up. You just want to see people in
but it was
CNN.
not
Hold
on
on, I
Arise.
not see
It
people on
was not on
CNN.
Arise
No,
TV.
Hold on,
hold on. Sorry, what piece? Does your argument not defeat your argument?
No, it does
No,
not.
it does now.
See the difference.
If you are saying if you are taking an artist to a radio station and they set preconditions to their interactions, so is that not the same thing? If Tinubu's team, hold on, if the Tinubu space is going to that event and they've set preconditions of no live streaming, is it not the same thing?
No, he does not. Why I say he does not have the right. He still does not have the right to bundle the cameraman out of that place.
What
It's
is
two
can I
things.
interject?
Tinubu can walk
No,
away.
Tinubu did not jump off Tinubu did not jump off the rostrum to wrestle the cameraman.
But what you read, you said the man is
that is language. That's just language.
Security escorted him off the premises. That's what that
what
means.
You just
Security.
read. I'm reacting to what you read. That I know I don't know guys defending why they bundle out the.
No, you thought Tinubu jumped off the stage.
No, I'm not. I keep saying it's the media team, it's media aid. I said not media aid. They don't have the right to bundle that guy out.
Why they don't have it? It's their event.
It's not their event. It's not their event.
They are the one organizing the event.
They're not the one organizing it.
What please let me just look. If I am organizing,
Can you hear me?
Who pay for the town hall? Is it Arise?
Okay.
Is it Arise?
Don't twist it.
Wait.
Let
me just land. Let me just.
Sorry, can I quickly, Fatai, please? I want you to add this into the conversation. Are we expecting a Tinubu presidency where, what's it called, interviews will be censored before it gets to general public, like what's happening with Buhari's regime?
Okay, I get it. Let me address first what piece. So if I rent a space, a town hall, different from Balablu, I'm joking. If I rent a town hall, I pay for a town hall. It is my event. If I invite you as a media, I'm not going to walk away from what I pay for.
Sorry, before
because I don't like you. You work out for me.
Your event. The event Tinubu went to is not Tinubu's event. Let's say the way it is.
Whose event is it?
Tinubu was invited. Something I think was something.
Okay. The people that invited him has to walk Tinubu away. Tinubu or the event organizer have to walk away from the event for Arise, or they have to kick Tinubu out.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. Like first of all, listen what my argument is. I said according to what one man read, Tinubu team does not have the power, the authority to bundle Arise out, except the organizers. But Tinubu have the right to walk away from that event if his breach of contract, he sees Arise in that hall.
Okay, I think that is just language. Maybe they tell somebody.
Let's look at it from this perspective. I was just checking the 2021 electoral law and see what is there anything that covers media coverage in that electoral law. Actually, there's nothing. It seems that the law is kind of silent on that. However, I was trying to establish if the Nigeria, the organizer, what do you call the group? What do you call them? Oh, I forgot the name again. NESG, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, and APC. It was a joint session. It wasn't just Nigeria Economic Summit Group. However, and I was reading from other stations that reported the news, it says that every other television stations agreed not to stream the dialogue live, and other stations were there as well. But somebody found out that Arise News broke that agreement. And that was the reason why he was asked to leave the venue. So the bundle or no bundle was just a language used.
No,
but he was asked to leave. Now, if you look at it, even though the law is silent on the electoral campaign and media coverage, we should also note that even though this is a public event, there's also a rule that has to be followed. Now, I'm not sure the media personnel that was sent to the event, if he was given the authorization to do that, or is just doing that by himself. But if it happens that he take the law into his own hand and decided to, deviate from the rule of engagement, and that will be on him. But there's no way he will be streaming live, knowing that the organizer has already given a directive not to be streamed live, and will be contravening it, that he would not be asked to leave. So the language that he was bundled was just like a, trying to make it sound like the guy was thrown out of the window, like something like that. I probably know, but
Tinubu Bruce Lee style, he flew off the stage, Bruce Lee style.
So it's a case of cat and mouse. They are chasing each other. It has not been. I mean, you could tell. I mean, people that watches that Arise News knows that they are not being so friendly with the Tinubu campaign, and Tinubu doing the same vice versa. So, to me, it's not a big deal. It's not a news because.
Brother, can I even add to what you said?
Yeah.
If you were, especially in Nigeria, these live events, they are not free; they are paid for.
Of course.
Yeah. For you to even be streaming live, it means like you must be really like be out to get something like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. You are out for that kind of moment. For you to even be streaming it live, they didn't pay you to stream it live. They signed with you not to stream it live, so you are not getting financial benefit for streaming live.
But are we even sure that the event was streamed live?
Thank you.
How are we so sure?
No, because if it's been streamed live, then people can see it on Arise TV.
Television now. APC
no. See, Fatai.
Not necessary. Sometimes
let me just land this point. APC is a very big structure. It probably has 10 people, each dedicated to each channel or looking at something. So that one is not you can easily find. If it's not true, if they are not streaming live, you can easily know. Arise has to respond. We can know from their response if they were streaming live. And the other question you raised, whether Arise sent the correspondent or the correspondent just went rogue on his own. Well, Arise needs to respond. We need to hear from Arise their response. These two things we can get it out of Arise response.
There is no doubt that Arise TV is out to get Tinubu.
There is no doubt now. Oh, yeah. This thing, if this thing that happened is from the Rufai's playbook, like there is something.
Thank you. I don't even doubt Rufai. Rufai going to that person, going to that.
Bad coming there. They want to get the.
Hold on. Sorry. We understand Arise and Tinubu has issue. It happens in all over the world. In America, CNN is out for Trump when Trump was there. They were looking for anything to get him down. But we are saying, we understand Arise and Tinubu have issue, no doubt. And Tinubu called them out in London. Arise have called Tinubu out, and they are looking for anything to take him down. We understand. But this of this what if or but, if they say stream, we are not kids now. Live streaming means you and I can sit on TV. Like our God, they just said, there's a contract to it. There's a clause. The Arise would not be that stupid to go and face a big penalty. With that alone, Tinubu can bring the TV station down. Don't you know?
Let them bring it down now. That's a bit extreme.
He can sue them for billions.
But he will not. They will not do that. Normal business. They will not. They won't.
There's a possibility. These people go around in their van, right? Their streaming van. So there's a possibility that that event that is going on live could also be streamed live to their headquarters or so, but not showing it, not beaming it to the public. But then they are, they are editing as the event is unfolding and all that. So it could be that is what this time has been streamed live. But I'm kind of imagine how would they know. That means somebody is already, knowing that they're, because except that event is being shown live. So I'm trying to see the media, the campaign media excuse, and then what the Arise News put out as their rebuttal to that. So it's nothing. The thing is not going side by side, because it seems that the campaign itself is kind of like looking out for anywhere Arise News is. So
I know this is true. They are looking out for each other.
APC,
they are watching each other like hawks. Arise TV
the APC campaign can disband Arise News from covering their event. They can do that.
Yeah,
they have the power because to them it's a private event. So
no, but it's not optic. It's not good for optics.
Who cares? So how many Arise
Thank
News?
you.
You have a lot of television stations in Nigeria.
No, no,
They
Arise
have the right.
no, it will be like the sanctioned opposition.
At this
They will
moment,
not
it
do
doesn't. It won't matter anymore. There's no
They will
love
not do
lost
it.
between the two. Who says if I don't want you in my house, I don't want you? They can do that. They have the authority to do that.
Well, at least they have to build up the narrative. Like they build
At
up.
this point, it won't make any difference anymore. They are not friends.
No, it's election is a few days. They will not do something like that out of the blue.
So because
they have to build up the narrative.
because the campaign team or the particular candidate is not favorable to one particular channel, then people will make up their mind and say, no, I'm not going to vote for this. No, I don't think at this point, 40 days to the election, forget it. There's no point. If you don't want them, don't want them. If you want them, invite them, give them food.
No, Nigeria, like we are kind of like part of the developing country. We are still suffering from dictatorship. We don't want a presidential
authoritarianism.
Is that don't want media or that is action media. So they have to be careful how they go about the story. That they have to really show that it is Arise who is being bad boy. Not them. They can't just say don't come.
What we have now is something we don't even value. There were times in Nigeria where media practitioners were handed down. If you carry one news, I mean, this same Bayo Onaluga was once at the time, accused of what you call it, defamation of character, and was asked to apologize to Ibrahim Babangida. He left the media house. He left Concord. So. I mean, once you are a journalist, you are seen or perceived as the enemy of the state. So that was a time in Nigeria. It was a dark time. It was a dark period. But now, and even if a blogger or what do you call them, a blogger or whatever can come out and say all sort of things against any person.
Yeah, but you don't want, as a campaign, you don't want people to feel you are trying to return Nigeria to those dark days. You can't just
I don't think it will make any difference anymore.
Of course, it will make
in the Nigerian space. But
it will be a catastrophe.
I don't which catastrophe.
No.
They've gone beyond that.
The opposition is not even the media. The opposition are going to take advantage.
All I know is that if Tinubu wins that election, Arise will be sending emissary to Tinubu. And if he loses the election, Arise will make the biggest fraud out of Tinubu. Even they will dedicate documentary. They will dedicate hours mocking him. So it's 50-50, but it's unfortunate that it's happening in this.
Okay. What's going on is a big deal. To me, is the Tinubu campaign thing that is putting making it look special. It's not the first time that TV stations will be going after some particular candidate. We should not Tinubu campaign. I've said this before. They should not be giving attention to some certain issues. When you start giving attention to that issue, you now make it look popular. If this thing that happened now and they didn't talk about it, nobody will hear about it. You are making it look relevant.
But you are trying to control the narrative, right? As an actor, you are the one being covered. So you want to be portrayed in a very good light. So you don't want to leave that out in the hand of somebody who sat down at the desk and started editing and hiding, a town hall. You don't want that episode. So you want to make sure that everything that goes to the public is already been, planned, orchestrated, and you want it to go the way you want it. So when you have a media house who is acting, independently and is trying to, portray their own narratives and all that, it's 50-50. So to me, I'm glad there's an independent journalism, anybody can practice and all that, but then they are also, open to lawsuits and all that. So everyone is trying to be careful. But at the same time, this is election season. So I won't be surprised if election is over and Tinubu wins and they're trying to patch their, make amend and, but I the way I say things, Arise News goof right from the get-go.
Are we all agreed though? So sorry, are we all agreed that there's open warfare between the Tinubu team and Arise TV? Are we all of that thought that there's open warfare between those two spaces?
Can I even answer that question? I want to agree that there is open warfare between the Nigerian media space and even the political establishment. So now, already during this
You said
administration,
the political establishment, not the political space, because there is no open warfare between media and the Peter Obi space. Peter Obi is the darling of the media.
Okay, but at the end of the day, if we look at even Buhari's tenure, they had to write laws, or what's it called, fine some media establishment in the country just to control the narrative of the type of information that gets to the public. So my own question is, I'm afraid that we would be going to another phase of that type of thing that's happening during this administration, which I wouldn't like to see in Nigeria, So the question is, are we packaging? We are trying to have a packaged presidency. I don't think it is good for us in the country at this moment, because if you can gag the media at this point, it means the type of information that will be coming out during the administration itself will be filtered. Yeah, so that's
that's a bit excessive. Leaping from this to gagging the
everything
media.
Can be open.
It's not
everything
gagging
can
the media.
This is not gagging the media now. Please, and we can't fault them, to be honest. The way that TV station, if we go back to the time of when they say it didn't graduate from the school, the drug allegations and all those things.
That drug allegation was being heavily pushed by Arise TV.
Yeah. Look at how Rufai was tackling when Omokari said he went to the uni, of which Omokari is not even an APC man, and he's telling you, if you see the way. So, as a politician, you want the media to portray you the way you want the people to see you, not the other way around. So I am not faulting them. If they find an excuse to chase the guy out and they think they don't want the guy there, they have the right to do so. What Peace was saying the other time, if you take an artist to a studio, if the artist is not okay with it, it can work out. If it was the artist's house, the artist would chase the media person out. So it's the same thing.
China's news started like this. I think they kind of.
So let me quickly ask something. So, Dioji, the way Samuel Eto'o beat that guy that interviewed him at World Cup, how much did the Cameroon bribe the referee to allow Abubakar to go?
But they could only do that in Qatar. It can't do that in America. Exactly. It can't do that in Western Europe. But he knew he would get away with it.
Why would Samuel Eto'o go solo? I know he's human being.
My brother, they never hit you where it hurts. You would know that.
I know he's human. You see my word. I know he's human, but how can he just go solo in public?
He's human being. He's a human being. Sometimes when they hit you hard, when it hurts, you will react like a human being, and you forget. You throw caution to the wind, and you now realize that, wait a minute, I've gone beyond. But
what about Zidane? Zidane in the World Cup.
Exactly. So
no. We are talking to a media person there. How much did you pay to?
What they just said now, it's human being. These people look at what Will Smith did
to
Chris. Look at what Will Smith did to Chris Rock. Nobody would believe Will Smith to do a thing like that. But sometimes things get to people and they will just that human in them, because they are a celebrity or politician doesn't make them less of a human.
Human, right?
But let's look at it this way. I think it was on this show that I mentioned that this Atiku Gate things will probably die in natural cause, that any media out there trying to pick it up will probably won't find anything. Now, when Arise started this thing, they took a position and they stood with that position. But in Nigeria, everything is not the way it looks. If you watch China's news at the time, it was almost becoming like Arise news. They kind of went back and trying to be in the middle. There was a time shown, gave a speech after his show, and it was kind of like, sensitizing Nigeria just to be, do the right thing during this election. He was so passionate about it. He was even reminded by Ashintokun about it and all that, just to let him know how he was, whipping the public and all the sentiments. But the thing is that the media should also understand election will go, election will come. You know, at the time, AIT almost died in natural cause because he took a stand. And the AIT also broadcast from Lagos and Abuja. But the thing is, the regulator of that of media in Nigeria, controlled by the executive. So if perhaps their supposed opponent wins the election, that means they will face stiff opposition because number one, they will try to steal them out of revenue by making sure that they are out of what do you call it, advertisement and all that. And that alone, once you are perceived to be the enemy of the government of the day, I'm not talking about during the election, after the election, people won't come to your channel. So, and they will find a way to make sure that if you patronize them, you will be turned or you'll be seen as the enemy of the government. And whether we like it or not, high-handedness is still a common thing in Nigeria, it's still a common practice. So I don't want to call it, a dictatorship or whatever, but people will toe the line. And at the end of the day, you will be the one to regret it. So, but I'm not saying that is good for democracy, but they should have realized that this thing will happen after the election. Yes, Arise News took the stand. What if their preferred candidate doesn't win the election? They will now become the opposition television of the country.
No, what happened to AIT will happen to them. They'll just be savaged of the airwaves. Remember when AIT held sway in Nigeria?
They are never the same again.
No.
Yes, because they chose the wrong political side and they were savaged.
I mean, it's good for democracy,
it depends,
though, but
it still depends. It still depends. If PDP comes into power, AIT will go up. So, I mean, it is what it is.
All right.
But one man. If you don't mind, please, because I'm at work, so I will be coming in and out. But just to set this straight. Sorry for the last call, for the last person that was talking. I do not intend to just bump into you. Please, Tinubu is not managing this issue very well.
You mean the skirmish with Arise TV?
Yes, he's not managing it very, very well. Tinubu is giving this vibe that he's running away from the media, and it has been established. Okay, you went to tell me that media house that Tinubu has granted interview. Okay, let's take Arise away from it. Is it AIT? Is it his own television? Okay,
the BBC. Were the foremost news media platform on the planet.
So, but that
you see, you're talking of Tinubu and your network gets shut down.
Is this Jew of
the CNN, that's Jew. The CNN of this world were not friendly to Trump. Because no matter how you want to look at it, it is not about the person. You are trying to reach to those to the other side. Sometimes when the media, like they did Trump, most people that hated Trump because of what the media was saying, what the liberal media was saying. And most of them did not go back to research on what Trump actually said. So they take a line, they make a run with it. But even at that, Trump's
So sorry, Joel, your thing is dipping in and out heavily. It makes it difficult for the conversation. But back to you, go on, land that point, and then we get back to land that point, Joel. We've lost him. All right, back to you, Ajande Koko.
Look, one man.
Yeah.
I think we should not support illegality. For people that are trying to see Arise News as doing what is wrong, and supporting the action of the Tinubu campaign team for taking that Arise new guy out of that place. I think we have to, it is good to think twice and stand up for the freedom of the people of that country. Somebody that wants to be president of our country should not hide anything away from the people that is people that he wants to lead. The statement by itself, by Ononuga, is so, it doesn't really make sense at all. Using espionage, using all those language and saying that they don't want them to stream it live. So you don't want them to stream it live, they can record it. What are you going to do with their recorded tape after the event? Do you want to collect it from them? Why don't you want them to stream it live? That is number one. Then number two, they can record. And what after recording, what would they do? Would they not release the tape later? Or do you want to take it from them? And what is the reason of inviting the media house there in the first place? And you're saying you want to give them conditions that they should not stream live, but they can record, don't stream it live. There's a lot of contradiction in that statement. And I just think that their action is call for concern. It just tell us that Tinubu administration, by what they are doing now against the press, shows that they'll be very oppressive against a media house that is very a media house that criticizes them. They want to gag the press, and they want to, run the country in a dictatorial manner, which is totally contrary to democratic way of running the state. If you cannot have the freedom of press in democracy, then your democracy cannot work well.
Ajaruko, I think you are being unfair a bit, because I might agree with you that maybe it's a flimsy excuse, but to be honest, if I want to do an event and I don't want it streamed live, you don't stream it live.
Okay.
If I want it recorded, I want it recorded. Why are you going against the guideline?
Hold on.
You and this person in question have a history of not in support of him.
Okay, so you want them to record it, but not to stream it live. So after recording, what is going to happen?
They want to edit
televised.
No, they want to edit it. They want to edit it. They want to edit it.
No,
so
hold
that
on.
It will look perfect to the, to the viewership, which is wrong.
Hold on, G-Well. They invited several media houses there, and they allowed them to do the recording of the event. After the event, what do they want to do? Do they want to collect all the tapes from all those people? And not
no. The agreement was for them to broadcast it at a later time. Maybe for whatever reason, they've identified the time for the broadcast, or that the broadcast cannot go out before this X time. I'm just, for the purposes of, I'm not saying that was embedded, but whatever the agreement was, they were in breach of it.
Okay,
let me quickly add this point to what you are saying. Even if they want to edit the video, individual media houses cannot have the same editing. What's it called? The same editing line for the whole event. So it does not make sense for us to bring editing into the contest. It's more or less trying to control the narrative.
What I think about this is, you see, you are making this recording, but there is a time and a situation you want to let it to be televised. It might to be served as a catalyst to something. So if that is what they want, you must play to it.
Hold on. Ajale Koko, let me give you Bayo Ononuga's words. He says, for clarity, the Tinubu Shetima campaign is not against Arise TV covering its event. The Lagos NESG dialogue was not meant for live TV coverage. It was to be recorded and shown later. Other TV houses did not breach the rule, except Arise News. And it was done by stealth. Why? So it was done by stealth is to say that they were hiding to do it. So they themselves, they knew they were doing well because they were looking for a raw, organic gotcha moment. And they decided to flout agreed rules just because they were trying to catch this guy out.
One man, Arise News wasn't invited. They weren't invited there. They just went there uninvited.
There you are. That's the espionage. That's the espionage right there.
One man. Don't believe what that guy is saying. Follow the report.
Until Arise article that is reporting to us.
Ajuri tweeted. Go to Ajuri's Twitter handle. You see it there. He tweeted it that Arise wasn't invited. They came uninvited.
Who are we going to they allow Ononuga and Ajuri? You are talking. Who is Ajuri? Ononuga.
We believe the facts now. The facts.
What is the fact?
As stated now, as Arise TV have not told us that they were invited.
One man. Good evening, sir. Can I just chip in something? A little bit?
Oh, hold on. Let Dylan then come in.
What one man read out, what I picked from it is, the guy didn't say that they invited Arise. It was like they caught him recording.
No, don't let us twist it. He said that.
He said he was doing it by stealth.
No.
Live recording. By stealth.
He said he was doing like. He said they did not stop them from coming in, but what he did was against the rule by streaming it live.
Yeah.
So that is what he said. Let us go by the statement clearly. Somebody else lying saying that.
No, it said they were not against Arise TV, which is
they were not against. That's what he said.
They allowed them. That means they allowed them.
Yeah, that means they allowed them in. But
no, it didn't mean that.
They allowed them in.
Negative
the controversy now might make him even make that statement like we are not against Arise TV, but the situation was
there's an ongoing history between those two spaces. Yeah.
No, don't let us twist this thing. You guys are trying to
from what read me, I was listening to it, and that was the picture I get. It was this conversation that was even making me think they actually invited them.
At any rate, whether they invited them or not, they are a media organization. They can go in there to cover the event. It's a public event. They are running for public office. So Arise, I'm sure Arise will have a right to go and record because
they don't have an automatic right. That is why they get a pass. You remember media houses, they get passes into events. That is to say they are authorized.
Can I come in now?
All right, let's hear from you, Tony, and then after Tony, let me bring in the super chats. Thank you. Tony,
thank you very much, sir. So thank you, Esma. First of all, Ife, thank you very much, sir. Then what I'm saying that like we all live abroad. The journalists are supposed to be the fourth arm of government to watch over the judiciary, the executive, and whatever you call the rest. So the journalists have to go out hunting for news by omission or commission. Anyhow, they can get any news out. So that let us, so the journalists have to. They are the top, or they are supposed to be the closest people to us, to the masses. They are the fourth arm to watch over these three other useless arms. That's it, sir.
Yeah, the fourth realm of the estate. I think Tony is right, actually, the fourth realm of the estate, yeah.
One man cannot come.
Yeah.
Look, this particular point we are debating, I think is it's just wasting of the circle, going around the circle. At any rate, the journalist, there will be a way that the journalists have a right to go in to cover the event with pass or whether they pass, because they are running for public office. They hold the public a duty to find story for the public. The problem here is the question is between journalists' rights to cover events for the public and the responsibility of journalists and the responsibility they have to how they conduct to conduct this event. Arise if there is an agreement, if it's an agreement, and you breach the agreement, that is a problem. You are being, you are trying to feed the public over-colored news. There is an agreement. You are not allowed to breach the agreement. If you don't like the agreement, they could say that they are not agreeing to the agreement, and they will have a good case to make. If you agree to it, why are you breaching the agreement? This is the question. And you can you can know if there is a live coverage, because the camera, I think, is the red light, the button that will be beeping, something like that. Anybody who has ever watched Trump live events, rally, Trump will say, "Oh, look at that back there! Look at those, their car is live. Look at those red lights." So I think there is
Fatai, my friend.
Hold on. That's a good spot to bring in the super chat. Sorry, Tony, but the super chat it rhymes with the point that Fatai just made. So Kulata comes in with the super chat. It says agreement now, and for emphasis, they spelled it out. Agreement now at agreement to reference wiki. So thank you. And then he comes back just to make the exact point that Fatai just made then. Arise is in the wrong. They broke an agreement. And that's just it right there. So thank you for the super chat, Kulata. Play Summer also with the super chat. Arise TV needs to trend to that's tread, by the way. Arise TV needs to tread softly. I don't see them whenever Wiki is flagging off projects. I think he also banned them. So there it is. Arise TV needs to tread softly.
He did ban them.
He did ban. They are getting out of control. Arise TV. Thank you for the super chats. Sorry. Let me thank the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming. Yeah. Back to you, Joel, then Tony.
Okay, yeah. So he banned Arise News. If you remember when the owner was doing the Wike Olule, say Wike Olule. So they had like Tambawa, all of them. So I already knew that Wike is already having. Wike thinks that Arise TV is Atiku's wing, and that's the way he sees them. Like they support those people that are against him. So he doesn't invite them to any of his occasions.
They barely disguise their partisanship on Arise. Because every media outlet, of course, every media outfit is partisan. But with Arise TV, they barely disguise their partisanship.
But one man, when you look at it, this is the thing. Like we keep saying that they are hard. How have we seen them being hard on Tinubu? Somebody brought out the news. David Hunde brought out the news, and they aired it like every other person. It happens everywhere in the world. Whenever you get a news that is good and you know that this news is going to sell, that is your business. That's what you're in there for. So I don't know what is really. I mean, I can understand Wike's side, but that of Tinubu, I do not really understand.
There's a conspiracy theory. There's a conspiracy theory that David Udeyin was commissioned by Arise TV. But carry on here.
Oh, but one man, let me say this real quick, right? Peter Obi has been grilled. He has been the most grilled presidential candidate by Arise TV. You need to see the kind of nasty questions they ask Peter Obi, but he still goes there.
I've never seen it. Is a loving when Peter Obi
no.
Kisses,
one man. There is nothing. Even if someone on the streets, right, accuse Peter Obi of, immediately he comes to Arise, they will ask him, They have
Yeah,
asked
it's
him
true.
all the
It's true.
questions, all the question
The drill will
of
be very
Pandora
hard on that
Papers and others. They grill him. They grill him.
They drill him hard. Yeah, it's true.
Very, very, very hard. And he still goes out there.
They
He still
drill him
goes out
hard.
there
Don't let us
to talk to them, you know, and you know,
But Joel,
there are times
you can't call
they even
that
ask
grilling.
Peter.
You can't call that
That's
grilling.
not grilling at all.
They are only asking him questions of the accusation. It's like Tinubu going anywhere and they're asking him
No.
about his schooling. So that's not grilling.
See, even when he had not brought out his manifesto, you know a lot of things that happened during Peter Obi's time, right? These guys drilled him. Go and listen to any of their interviews. They are not nice to him. But whenever they call Peter Obi, and he has to, Peter Obi is the one offering himself. That is how a leader should be. You understand me? I am seeing, let me just say this, one man, and I will allow the floor to continue. I am seeing a kind of editorial, a dictatorship under Tinubu.
My God.
And yes, I am. No, one man. I must tell you this. When you look at the way Tinubu talks, and you look at the way Shetima talks, there seems not to be any balance. It's like this one can talk to hell, and this one can talk to hell. There is no person between them that will say, look at Buhari and Osibanjo. One is an illiterate, the other one is intelligent. You will always try to create I'm telling you, always try to create the balance. But in these people's case, they seem to know everybody there is.
But neither of them are illiterate. Tinubu graduated with it was an honors
and one man graduation has nothing to do with it. You know, sometimes
and he has had a stellar career both in business and politics.
One man. See, you're there.
So is that a fool? Is not a fool?
No. You can be intelligent.
And leader is Shetima, who was a senior top banker.
One man. You can be intelligent. You can be intelligent, and you can also be a fool. I just want you to understand this. Book education
in fact,
and wisdom
both of their CVs are superior to Peter Obi's. Both of them.
It doesn't matter whose CV is more superior. We are talking about decorum. How do you present yourself in public? What do you say with your mouth? So it is not about education. Many of us are educated illiterates. Many of us are just loquacious, even though we are educated. But what I'm saying is that I know that you might not want to believe what I'm telling you, but go and see the way Tinubu attacks people.
I agree with you.
It is like so raw for both of them. So if both of them should be there tomorrow in Aso Rock, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? So we are seeing the signs today. Well, my point is, we are seeing the signs today. Let nobody come tomorrow and cry tomorrow. Because most of these signs we see it.
Can you not read that as straight talking rather than in the manner they are both straight talkers? More so Tinubu a straight talker.
A straight talker by calling the vice president an ice cream seller, and you say it's straight talking?
No, that was banter now. That was banter. So I mean, come on. You know, Oshibanjo joked about that.
One man. Oshibanjo joked about it. Does not mean that it was right.
You can't have banter in politics. You can't have banter.
No, you cannot call one man. See, there are many ways you can qualify Osibanjo.
Particularly his vice president. That's the vice president.
My God, where are we going with this?
Brother, can I just inject there?
No, it's not an opposition party. He's the leader of their party.
Your own party.
Vice president.
It was an opposition to Shetima's interest. Now it was an opposition to Shetima's interest.
One miscreant and one thug calling the vice president of the country in the same party.
You can imagine
that kind of name.
Ice cream seller.
He said it as a term of endearment. He said it as a term of endearment.
I cannot believe that
one
that they are displaying in that party.
Please, one man, please. Let's not pretend that this is any type of way we should move on as a nation.
Is it a cardinal sin? It's not a cardinal sin. Saying that as Oshibanjo is a nice guy who you would expect to be selling ice cream. That's not a
one man, please. I beg your pardon. That's a professor. That's a professor for crying out loud.
That is just
that's a professor for crying out loud.
My God.
A step away of being the president.
Fatai, where's your voice? So are you hearing what
I can't come in now. I can't come in. Can I
one man, how did we get how did we get to a situation where the vice president was sharing 10,000
Is that not which is worse? Calling him a nice guy suited to ice cream selling or selling 10,000 Fatai, look at that. This is where we are in politics.
Actually, this narrative also is not Tinubu that called Oshibanjo ice cream seller, and she was Shetima before the primary. He was not vice president candidate. Also, he did not directly call him a ice cream seller. The interviewer, the journalist, I think it was Channel or whatever, he said Oshibanjo is a nice guy, and Shetima replied, well, nice guys are not for politics. Nice guys are for selling ice cream. It's not like a direct. It's a metaphor, like a language expression. He did not say Oshibanjo is ice cream seller. He said nice people are better suited for selling ice cream. Something like that. He said he didn't call it.
So
what does that mean to you?
So what does that mean to you?
This is it, but anybody can interpret it.
Okay, I'm done. It's okay. It's all right. Go ahead.
Are you arguing that Oshibanjo is not a nice guy?
One man, it's not that I'm not arguing that he's a nice guy, but him trying to make us look, Fatai is making us trying to look more stupid, telling us that.
How now?
No. Is it Fatai that is doing that?
I'm not interpreting.
No. You just no. He was
comparing him with the ice cream seller on the street.
He was clear in his statement. He did not. It wasn't like there was any way he hid it. He also cussed out which other person again. He cussed all of them out. It's not only Oshibanjo. So if you're having mild diarrhea in such a
that's not mild diarrhea now. That's the cut and thrust of politics now.
One man. See. That is what whether you like it or not. Osinbajo is the vice president. Is the vice president of the nation in his own party. There was no way he could have addressed him as an ice cream seller.
No, it was an opposition. It was an opposition to Shetima's interest.
And one man, it does not matter. You can still.
It does not matter that he's an opposition.
That's a professor right there. You can still address him as such. No, you can still address him. You must address him other ways, other than that word, other than those words.
Except you are joking. One man is the leader. Is the leader in the party, is the vice president in the party, vice president of the country in the same party, whether we like it or not, is your leader. And for you to describe your leader as ice cream seller, it just that.
They were both in contention for this. Hold on, they were both in contention for the same thing. Shetima are contending for Tinubu to be the flag bearer. Oshibanjo contending to be the flag bearer in himself. So they were both in opposition, contending for pretty much the same slot. And the language was still, it wasn't excessive. It cannot be beyond the realms of banter.
No, one man
to say ice cream seller.
No, it's an excessive statement. Very ridiculous statement.
My goodness.
You cannot use that. It's not. They are not contesting for the same position. It's Tinubu that should make that statement. Tinubu did not even make that. All throughout the contest for before the primary, you never hear from Tinubu make any ridiculous statement against the vice president,
even against Buhari. So, except for that one he did.
For that talk that he has chosen as the vice president. To be, it's just ridiculous. We should reject it. It's not good. Whether we like it or not.
One man. Whether we like it or not.
If anything happened to Buhari today, he will be the president of that country.
Shetima is a minus. Whether you like it or not, Shetima is a minus.
All right, thank you, Joel. Yeah, let's hear from
one man.
Go on.
One man. You know how it all started. Before when immediately he wanted to start the primaries, Oshibanjo's boys, they went on here. They went to China's television. Was it Morning Rise or so? They went there to demarket Tinubu. They said all sorts of things about Tinubu, what's this guy?
Who is the leader of the party, by the way? Tinubu is the leader of the party, but yes.
So they said all sorts of things about Tinubu, about the fraud case, about the drug case, all sorts of things. It's not okay. You know, you try to demarket Tinubu. So you don't expect Shetima to be looking. He too will try to say something about them. At least that's politics. Politics in the political space is quite different from the governance space. So
my brother, I did not see anywhere Osinbajo's guys accused Tinubu of drug. If you have any, please tender it. It never happened. You know, we fact check here. We fact check here.
Leave Fatai alone. Fatai will always say anything to.
That's not Fatai. That's not
Fatai. Who is that? Sorry.
Fatai, you already
have. Sorry.
Not Fatai.
Sorry.
Emma Pajama Yoruba
Jama Yoruba. We get.
Sorry.
Don't worry. I will get
your
it for
reputation
you by
precedes you.
Sorry. What I was saying is that that thing Shetima did was wrong. Let's say the truth. Let's call a spade. Not only Osinbajo was on the race, Lawan was on the race. Dogari makes silly statement when it comes to Muslim ticket. Bache Lawan makes a treasure statement. Yaya Bello did the same thing. I did not see Shetima calling them out. These not people. He didn't call them one name.
No, forget all that.
Why would you use that one brush? Just to get that one off. But
you know, they will only really respond to somebody that they feel threatening their interest.
Lawan was threat to them.
Who?
Lawan before the this thing. Primaries.
Yeah, that's true. Lawan was more of a threat because he was more of the consensus from the northern states.
Yeah, but I never saw Shetima came out and make a silly statement about Lawan.
No, let's not make it a tribal thing. I think that was.
I'm not saying tribal, but he didn't tell those people. He didn't tell Lawan.
But he wasn't going around making comments. Now it was in the cut and thrust of a television studio interview. So it wasn't as though it wasn't a press release or anything.
No, he made also against Lawan. It was before Osinbajo was Lawan. In that same interview, the guy mentioned Lawan.
Yes, hold on, War Peace. He said Lawan. If you go to Abakaliki and you ask Lawan, they will say he's a tomato seller. Remember? Yes. So he did say that. So it's not a tribal.
One man. Can I just land? What surprises me is this. So we are saying Tinubu is going to be a dictator. At the same time, we are saying people are not allowed to talk. So if Shetima called Osinbajo ice cream seller, his speech must be censored. But if APC sends Rufai wannabes out of their event, then that is dictatorship. Why couldn't they speak? That expression could mean many things. He said, look, this is politics. Osinbajo is not a pope. Politics is a dirty game. You trying to tell me that Osinbajo is a good man? What are you trying to tell me? Do you think it's a pope? It's not a pope. This is dirty game. And if it's so clean, maybe you should not expect everything to be clean in politics. So there's a lot of interpretation. Anybody can take it for their subjective reason. The only thing that I just see is that you see, on the one hand, we don't want dictatorship from Tinubu. At the same time, Tinubu cannot speak.
I have a question. Is Joel still on the on the platform? Because
he's still there.
Okay, he's a avid Trump supporter, and Trump normally says Sleepy Joe, Crazy Nancy, Shifty Shift.
Yes. They're not in the same. They're not in the same party. That is one. Joe is and rightly so. He's a Sleepy Joe. Right,
and Joe is not a professor. That is too.
Joe, look at what he's going through right now with Hunter Biden.
Joe Biden is Joe Biden.
Yeah, Joe Biden. He's a mess. He's a mess. Joe Biden is a mess.
No, don't say that. Don't say that, Joe. Don't say that.
He's a mess. What do you mean that he's? What do you mean? Don't say that. Okay.
I can stay with you online debating this with you all day long. It's not.
Does he have dementia? Does he have
Don't
dementia?
let us go to American politics.
He has been governing. He has been governing America for the past 2 years. So if he has dementia, put it by now. Joke to the public.
My brother, please
He's
leave that.
aging.
Leave Joe Biden.
That's what I would tell you. He's aging.
My brother.
Joel, focus on Nigerian issue. Forget about Joe.
Let's forget that man that is sleeping. He doesn't know where he is. Please, let's talk about Nigeria, please. What are you talking about? Joe Biden? Come on, please.
Remember when he was trying to handshake an imaginary friend? We all saw that when he was just handshaking.
One man. That one is one chance.
Portrayed by the media. We all have our moment. Forget about what Joe is saying about President Biden. I can stay
oh
with
my
him
goodness!
online,
So we are lying about this one that he was shaking. He was shaking the state.
Please, let's move on.
Oh, guy, forget about Joe, Jari.
All right, let's move on. Let's use the window to catch up with the super chat. Ayo comes in. Arise TV equals Atiku TV. And I think pretty much that is where the problem is. Arise TV equals Atiku TV. And that Ayo, of course, the sponsor of the platform. You know where I'm going. As ever he does, as ever he always does. So Ayo, of course, backs that up with the buy the coffee. Just as soon as the session starts, he does that. So thank you for both the coffee and the super chat, Ayo. So let's go on to the other super chats. Kulata comes in with another super chat into the conversation. Tinubu not engaging the press is an issue. This incident should not be conflated with that issue. We should be able to compartmentalize the issues. No big words in super chats, please. Don't make me have a headache. Tinubu not engaging with the press. So what article is what our collateral is suggesting is because there's echoes of Tinubu's lack of engagement with the media embedded now in this conversation. So this is a separate issue outside of what is a real concern, Tinubu's lack of media presence. Tinubu not engaging with the press is an issue. This incident should not be conflated with that issue. So thank you for that super chat, Kulata. Playsummer comes back with a super chat. It says if Tinubu needs a live TV interview to win, this election, he will do it. Tinubu is only doing what will land him in Aso Rock. And thank you for that, Playsummer. But this seems so obvious to me that I struggle. Well, I don't struggle to understand why people are pushing that narrative because, of course, they want him to stumble. But Tinubu by all of the measurements, even from the permutations we did a couple of days ago, Tinubu is in a comfortable lead at the moment. So he doesn't have to do anything that he has not done before. He only has to move out of that comfort if things look like they are slowing down or turning against him. But if things maintain as they are now, he doesn't have to do anything, just coast to victory. And that is what our Playsummer infers in this super chart. If Tinubu needs a live TV interview to win this election, he will do it. Tinubu is only doing what will land him in Aso Rock. And I think anybody would do the same, given the same set of circumstances. So I thought I saw one more. All right. So Aizan rescues his wallet from Fort Knox to super chat this. Tinubu has been consistent in showing arrogance. Called former President Goodluck Jonathan a drunken fisherman, insulting Oshibanjo, a scary prospect. It's brash and crude anyway, because I remember once when I saw this clip that I was referring to the Southeasterners in Lagos, Awon Okoro, so that's what you will get from Tinubu, just shooting from the hip. Playsummer comes back with a super chat. It says, Ajan Lekoko, you are beginning to lose followers on this platform with the positions you are taking these days. Dr. Joel, please rest a little. Joel will never rest, though. Even in his sleep, he doesn't snore. He just goes pito. So Joel is fighting tooth and nail for his candidate. So thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming. Yeah, back to the conversation. Who wanted to come in? So we want to round up that space quickly and then go on to another topic.
So one man, this action by Tinubu team the implication of it is that when they get to government, they will not run a government of transparency and accountability. You must allow the media and the press to have access to you so as they can inform the people of that country how the government is run. Democracy is defined as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's not government of politician by politician for politician. What they are practicing now purely tells us government of the politician. You cannot gag the press. It is wrong. It's not good for our democracy and not good for us as people. So, Arise TV, for standing up against Tinubu candidates or APC administration, I think they are doing good for us as people. If you have media that could not stand up against bad governance, that means we totally lost it completely. And that is what Arise News, that's the good thing that Arise News is doing for us, for standing up against them, challenging Tinubu as well, who is likely, who have that more ground to become the next president of Nigeria. Why mustn't they speak for us, to us? So for people to see Arise News as too antagonistic against Tinubu, or I mean, we have to just look at, I mean, why? Just ask yourself, why are they doing this? If you can answer the question, why? Are they just doing it for just doing sake?
Why Arise is antagonistic against Tinubu?
I mean, they are not even don't let me use the wrong word, not even antagonistic. For them calling on Tinubu to come and sit down and talk to Nigerians, they are doing us a favor. And for them to consistently pushing for Tinubu to sit down and talk to us, they are not doing anything wrong. The media, the press should stand up for the people and call on politicians that want to lead us to ask them hard questions.
Can I ask you a question, Ajale Koko?
Yes.
Do you think, or do you even concede that Tinubu is in the lead in this election?
Oh yes, it's in the lead, whether we like it or not, and that
yes.
is why. And that
hold on. I'm leading you somewhere. Hold on,
okay.
I'm leading you somewhere. And do you think that lead is a little bit comfortable, somewhat of a buffer between him and Atiku? Do you think it's somewhat of a comfortable lead?
It's a comfortable lead. I can say it categorically. It's comfortable lead.
All right. Do you think if he appears on the media, do you think, given his penchant for full powers, do you think if he appears on the media, do you think that might well damage his candidature, his journey, his lead?
So one man, I will ask you a question in return to that question you asked me. Is it good for us as people to allow him get to power, hiding himself away from the media, to ask him hard questions? Or do you think, or what do you think? Do you think it's good for us for him to hide himself away and get to power like that? Or do you think it's good for him? What is it what is good for us that matter now, or what is good for him as a candidate? What really matter?
The people never really
what would he
matter.
choose? No, I'm asking you, what would he choose? Is it what is good for the people or what is good for Tinubu as a person? What is it that really matters to us as a people now? I mean, as a country.
The people never really matter in an election, Ajan Lekoko. The people never really matter.
And he's asking for their vote. He said, I want to be president. He's traveling right. So we don't matter, but he just wants to hide his you know, how do we describe it? To get to power. He wants to hide his I don't even know what to describe it. All his inefficiency or ineffectiveness, or what? How do I describe it? And just go and you know, have his way to power like that, without being asked questions on how the direction I want to take the country. After putting out so many things, that saying so many things, I will do this, I will do this, I will turn heaven to hell. I mean, I will turn hell to heaven. The same way Buhari told us, and gave us what, and led us to where we are today. So we should allow another person again.
Yeah, but there are two things happening. The media, they are right to push him, and the people are right to push him for him to have that media interaction. But if you want to be fair to him, if he has concerns,
cannot be fair to him. What do you want to be fair to him for?
No, I'm not asking you to be fair to him, but if you want
I'm talking
to
about we the people.
Yes, we the people have the right to
and
hear
the press
from him.
Represent the people.
No, they don't. They represent.
They do.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
really.
they do represent the people to ask questions from whoever that want to be the leader of the country.
They represent whichever.
They are a company. They are a company. They are the end of the day. They are a company. They have responsibility to be fair. Because you will destroy.
No, what do you describe as fairness?
No, hold on, Johnny Kokodo. It was my time. It was my time. And the woman said, "Hold on, it's Fatai. The press have no business having an agreement with any political gladiator or an organization. The press is to go out there unexpectedly and tackle these these politicians."
I'm not talking about agreement.
But you're always talking about what are you saying about agreement? Or just that they have to report what is right, what is what they are.
I don't know the fairness they are talking about. What kind of fairness?
Agreement?
You are from Kwara State. You are from Kwara State. That's why it's complicated, Fatai.
Oh God! No, don't worry about that. That's Fatai, meet Tony. Don't worry.
Brother, I didn't come from Kwara State, number one. Number two, the press has a responsibility to be fair in their reporting, because then the objectivity will be lost. We will not get, you're not representing us.
Okay, tell me where Arise is not fair. Tell me.
But one man, can you? I sent in a private chat.
All right. Let me bring it up, and then you stop. You talk us through it. Fatai wants us. Fatai wants us to watch this. So I'll take it from 21 minutes 14 seconds, so you can just build up to where you want us to be.
I will beg that Peter will be given the front seat role on that day of swearing. He will sit near Asiwaju as his best friend.
Okay.
And the reason why he's being sworn in as president.
Okay.
Peter Obi should sit on the front row on that day.
Okay. I mean, very good. But let's go back to the failures of the APC, which the wife of the president even confirmed by begging.
But it's not that they are alleged failures.
No.
Don't use the word failures.
No. Mr. Kiyamo, you asked for, let's pipe things down. We've been civil. Let's just continue this way. Let me finish talking. Now you're interrupting me, Mr. Kiyamo. Let's keep things civil, all right?
I'm just trying to.
Mr. Kiyamo, you see, I'm sure the world sees that you're the one interrupting me now. Let me finish my
Okay, go ahead.
Tell me where to stop.
The failures of the
Kiyamo's response.
Mention.
Just like 1 minute.
Longest strike in recent times, ASU strike, the Japa syndrome, the poor economy, the fact that as Minister of Labor, we've not had employment for the people, youth unemployment on the high, the fact that you'll be leaving one of the biggest debt burden behind. So when you were saying in 2015, everybody knew that Nigeria was headed for dire straits, people are even more skeptical about the future after this your government leaves, because you've left so much debt behind, you've crippled the economy, you're trying to tax everybody, and you keep breaking the laws. You know what you're doing now? For the first time, you've signed in a budget. The president has signed in the budget, but he's not signed the finance bill. You are a lawyer. You know that's at variance with the laws on ground. He skipped that. So the failures keep mounting. I don't know how you're going to defend all of this litany of failures. Secondly, you say endorsements don't count the dime a dozen. They don't count so much. So much that your party had to divide their Afenifere after Payo Adebanjo endorsed Peter Obi. Then there was a going to Parfashion Roti at the back to seek his endorsement, and he gave it. So now we have, for the first time, Afenifere, two great Afenifere leaders endorsed two different people. And you say endorsements do not count a lot? Two questions, please, as we wrap up.
The first one was not a question. The first one was a comment. So that's why I was correcting you. You were saying the economy has failed, blah, blah, blah. That was not a question. So I would prefer that we move this discussion out of this forum. So you don't sit down there as a journalist. Move two of us as co-debaters to somewhere, and then we debate it, me and you. I was expecting that you were there to ask questions and not to debate with me. So next time, move this forum away from question answer, move it to co-debater, because you are making statements, emphatic statements that I tell you I disagree with. You say the economy has failed, I disagree with you, because it has not failed. It has not failed.
Anytime
now, like I said, we have one of the best recovery rates.
Are we there?
I mean, for me, it's self-explanatory. You are a journalist. You are not a prosecutor for one side. If you want to go and join Atiku's party or Peter Obi's party, go and join. When you sit down as a journalist, you are supposed to be a neutral person. Now, every news organization have bias, but at least you have to.
How does he speak in support of Peter Obi there? How did he speak in support
one man. I mean, Babajale Koko, is that a question? Oh, your failure. You know what you're doing.
Did they not fail? Did they not fail?
That is your
Did they not fail the country?
That is a judgment. That is a judgment. That is a judgment.
Oh God!
That is
a judgment. They didn't fail the country.
I want to ask you a direct question.
They fail you. There are some people that will say they didn't fail them. That is not
to you. Okay, I'm putting it to you. To you.
Exactly. There are 200 million people in Nigeria. It's not one person that will decide.
Are you sure? When we have 133 million Nigerians living under poverty line now, you say they have not failed the country.
Okay, that's a survey, but
when your country
it's a report from NBS.
I know. I'm not.
Let that conversation take place between Ajay and Fatah.
When you have
one by one.
You have 35% of Nigerians.
One by one, Babalani Koko. So NBS, wait now.
35% unemployment.
Oh my God!
Let him counter you. Yeah.
So 133 million people unemployed. Is that all Buhari's fault? What is the local government doing? What is the state government doing?
Okay. Wait. Okay, hold on. Do you know that Buhari promised 100 million jobs when that they're going to provide?
Can I respond one by one? If you put all of them together, which one I will respond to? So
I mean, just stop defending indefensible.
I'm not defending. Oh my God!
Did they not fail?
Babajale Koko, when poverty, who created poverty in Nigeria? Is it Buhari? Did we have poverty since creation of Nigeria?
It got worse under his watch.
By how much? Do you know by how much? What was it? How many millions before Buhari came in? And how many now? Before the 133 million today now. Did Buhari create all the 133 million?
Okay. Tell me how much before Buhari came in.
That is why you can't be judgmental. That is why you can't be judgmental as a neutral person. You don't know how many. You don't know that how many before Buhari came. You don't know.
Okay, tell me. I know, but if you know, tell me.
Tell us. No, I don't know. Tell us. I don't know.
Let me help you now.
I had 130. I want to know before Buhari came in. So how many did Buhari had? Then minus it from how many the local government chairman, global government.
No. Look, Fatai, we can't be having debate like this when you are trying to carry the failure. When you want to. The failure of this administration, you want to rub it on another people, local government and not the rest.
Just listen to what what Fatai is inviting you to consider is inviting you to consider that, are you attributing anything that has gone wrong in this last 8 years solely on Buhari? Because a lot of people debate this, that all of these state governors, that they get all these allocations, what have they done with it? Even Wike was talking about the 13% derivative, which he has used to build his own state, but the other states getting the same amount of money, nothing to show for it. So what Fatai is inviting is that how much of whatever it is that you are saying has happened under Buhari, how much of it is attributable to Buhari, or are you willing to split it along the lines of responsibility so that all of the players at whatever level, they take responsibility as well? Was that where you were going now, Fatai?
Thank you. That's where I was going. Just another layer to add to it. Even if that is all you were going, my point is this: it will be very difficult for you to be able to assign it to split it up and tell us which one is Buhari. But even if you are able to do it as a journalist, this is a judgment of the people. It's not to you something you cannot really assign. You cannot claim this 133 million people was created entirely by Buhari. This 133 million is been building up since Nigeria's independence. So
the people have no, people have no chance to speak with the government. That is why Rufai. No, hold on. That's why. No, hold on. That's why Rufai have.
Sorry, Fatai.
I know. They can't speak directly with Buhari, but is Rufai harmed with the breakdown of how to distribute this 133 million poverty? If you don't have that as a journalist, you can't just say, "Oh, your failure." That is not his job. That is the job of Nigerians. Not his job. An election is coming and Nigerians are going to decide. As a journalist, you have to be neutral. That is a very mediocre level of journalism. Why it's not his job to be
Fatai, is what you are inviting to consider, is it that Rufai and by extension the Arise media space, and even by extension the whole media space, but more so that space, is it your invitation? Is your invitation to consider that he and that space, they act more like political actors than independent journalists?
Thank you, my brother. And that is the problem. If you are going to be acting like that, Tinubu does not owe you any responsibility to come up to listen to you. Tinubu might be running for office, but also he's also his own human being. He has his own right to protect his own for his own protection. Everybody has a basic human right. Because I want to become president of Nigeria does not mean I let everybody punch me in my face. It doesn't work like that. That's not how life works.
Do you think Tinubu has a moral responsibility to present himself for public scrutiny via the media?
He does, and I go along with what Collateral tweeted or whatever I said with the super chat. It's a bit worrying, but when you have a media like Arise TV being too political actors, like they are the one running for election, like the opposition party, that is a problem, because you present a question whereby this party are looking at themselves. Why should I take myself because I want to run for office? So what? I will take myself and to go and be savaged by somebody. So what? That is not the running for office doesn't take away. Running for office does not take away your fundamental rights. Arise TV
okay, one more, please, sir.
Yeah, coming in a moment, but let me just do a bit of advertising. Tomorrow we'll be live streaming the Peter Obi interaction with the Chatham House around about 7 p.m. UK time. So it's a make or mass space for Peter Obi. So come with your pen and paper. We'll be taking notes and asking questions. So come prepared, 7 p.m. UK time. But yeah, come in, Tony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So you know that the media are the ones moving around in our land. They are seeing the suffering of the people. They are seeing how people are being maltreated. The police is killing people recently, Bolali, and everything. So every politician that is going to that studio must be expected to be confronted with the problem at hand. They should have that one at the back of their minds, not just going there to say good afternoon, good morning, and shaking hands. So they should be expected to be confronted by these journalists. telling them about what is going on in the country. That is why I will say that the press is the mouthpiece of the downtrodden. You know what I'm saying? That's it, sir. So we don't have to blame Rufai.
Wait. People said here that Peter Obi has been going on Arise TV every time, and every time they call him, as Arise TV ever Peter Obi, I put it to you. You take all Anambra's money and put it in your bank account. You destroy Anambra. If whether true or not, you did this Anambra, you did that Anambra, you did it.
They have asked him several times on Arise TV.
Hold on. He's asking. Let me answer. Thank you very much, sir. You are very right.
Can you send us the link? Can you copy us?
No. Hold on. Fatai, do a little bit. No, you know that. So you know that you are very right. You know that that guy. You know that's why we said that Obi is. I was having a discussion today with my brother back in Africa on via the telephone. I said that guy people are saying that you are rooting for is the worst because he didn't establish any single factory in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Not even a motor spare parts store. And then he's living in Lagos. You know what I'm saying? And then all the Igbo that went home during the Christmas, they all stayed in Lagos. Their family will be coming from the east to come and visit them. What the hell is that? So right on.
All right.
Let me answer Fatai. Fatai that is trying to let me say this. In 2015, when Buhari came in, unemployment rate in Nigeria was in single digit number. But now it's around 40%. So you want to call that a good performance by the government?
No, I'm not judgmental. I don't know.
Hold on. You want to call that a good performance by the administration? Then number two, our debt in 2015, when it took over, was 10 trillion naira. How much is today? They are projecting 77 trillion. All right.
Did you have second Niger bridge in 2015?
Hold on. So second Niger bridge is built for
not only that, the new port, like five new ports.
Hold on. The money left by Jonathan in crude oil, what do you call that?
Excess crude account.
Excess crude oil account. We had it at maybe 2.something billion dollars. Do you know how much it is today? It went down to like maybe $300,000. Do you know how much we were owing Central Bank? As at 215. Do you know how much it is today? This government failed on all fronts.
No. There's a counterbalance to what you're saying, because what Fatai was inviting is there infrastructural development that is commensurate with the borrowing, and also when you are drawing the parallel between 2015 and 2019, the debt ratio. What exchange rate are you using, or are you denominating in dollars?
Thank you. Have you?
No. I just mentioned it to you. Hold on. I mentioned it to you in naira.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so, I don't argue with you. I'm not arguing with you.
Hold on. We don't need to prolong this issue. It doesn't worth the time. You know, Buhari promised us 3 key objectives before he became the president. He said he will improve on security. What have we had on security? Security got worse under him. He said on economy.
When did you last hear the word Boko Haram?
Look,
is there. They just took out the coverage in media coverage. Every day they kidnap. Every day they just burn a priest in Niger.
So, last week, hold on. Now let me finish. Last week, there was there was kidnap in Edo State from at the train station, right? They kidnapped some people, and they kidnapped some people in Kaduna as well. So
they
burnt
a father in Niger.
In Niger, yes.
Yes. So on security, it failed us. On economy, it failed us. And what's the third one that they promised that they're going to do? I can't even remember.
What about economy? He said economy.
I have a question for you. I have a few questions for you.
Let Ajale Koko land this point. Yeah.
So this guy failed.
So it's not.
This guy failed.
I would like to respond to Ajale Koko. Sorry,
okay. Yeah.
This guy failed on our front. So we don't have to just keep on defending this nonsense that is destroying the country. We are dying as people.
Can I respond?
I mean, it can be annoying sometimes. We can just let's spend the quality time.
Is this not our pain period on our pathway to glory?
One man. Can I respond to this?
Respond, Fatai. Yeah.
This is also what Keyamo was saying there. There are different spaces. Now, all this list of issues, this is different space from the responsibility of a journalist. Now, all these problems, Buhari government has their own defense. No matter how long the list is, the Buhari government has their own defense. Whether you accept it or you don't accept it, as a Nigerian, it's your right. Now, what we are talking about is journalistic ethical responsibility. Is if all these points you raise now, if Peter Obi raised all these points, of course, as an opposition, it is Peter Obi's job to raise all these points, and we have a debate between Peter Obi and Tinubu. It is the job of Atiku and PDP to raise these points. We have a debate. The question is it the job of Rufai to say, I put it to you, you are a failure. It's not even a question. It's not even, it's not like, well, that I think you, there is this, what is your response? There is this, but I put it to you, you are a failure, you are a this. And meanwhile, you, Rufai, sitting there, you are not putting before it the intricacies of this whole thing. This is a very trick. It's not one line story. If you say our debt is increased, Buhari people will tell you that you have second Niger bridge, you have 5 new ports, you have rail line, you have this. You say security.
Let him land. Yeah.
I will just land. My point is this. I'm not saying all these problems don't exist. This is not my argument. My argument is to be putting it, to be doing like that, you are going to destroy the integrity of journalism. That is a very mediocre style of journalism. It is not Rufai's job to be going like a prosecutor in the court and I put it to you. I put it to you.
Can I respond?
Who is to define?
Hold on,
Joel. Politician define the job of journalists for them.
No, the politician defend himself.
No, hold on. So is it the politician like Keyamo that will define how Buhari should ask, Rufai to ask questions?
No.
Or define the way journalists must work. People that fail completely. We don't.
Ajale Koko, that's why I was going to ask you a question earlier.
Yeah, so they cannot define them.
Does Rufai know journalism? The way he's talking, does he know what is journalism?
Ajale Koko,
Fatai, let DOG come in, and then after the Joel. Go on.
Thank you, woman. Ajale Koko, my first question to you is: so, are you telling us, Fatai, or what is his name? Is he being professional? Then, secondly, Kayamo said something.
No, professional in what sense? What do you mean?
Rufai.
Fatai.
No, he said Fatai, but he meant Rufai.
Rufai.
Fatai, the journalist.
Are you
the German journalist?
The German Yoruba journalist.
Are you telling us
who is now from Kwara?
Too many nicknames.
Sorry, carry on.
Are you telling us he's been professional? Secondly, Kayamo said to him, rephrase your question because you are not asking me any question. You are just accusing them. And like Fatah said, all this problem we are stating here, we all know that is this problem. Everybody knows. But there is a way and manner you will phrase to ask questions. Then they will obviously have a defense for it, which is what you want to listen and everybody wants to listen to. But if I just sit down there and he's attacking them, and it made the guy even said, okay, this is more like a debate. Kuku, let's leave this platform and go and know that we are debating each other, because as a journalist, you shouldn't be doing that. And I don't see why we are not agreeing to it. Rufai might be angry, and this problem is stating. We all know there is this problem. But okay, you want to question these people in charge. Let them answer. Question them. Don't just accuse. You're accusing them. You're not asking them questions. It's being unprofessional and it's not right. It's
Can
not
I come
right.
in, please?
Okay, let me answer him.
Okay,
Look,
answer.
let me tell you, Rufai was on point. The way journalism is practiced now is different from the archaic way of practicing journalism. We live in the West. We see the way that journalists ask politician questions in the Western world, where democracy is practiced, and that is what we are. Trying to copy as well. Copying democracy the way they practices democracy in the West here. So journalists, we have seen them asking politicians interrogative questions and question after question in such a way that, you know, they really want to put that politician out there for the people. His weaknesses is what they want to put to the people that look at your leader. Is it the person that is it representing you well? Those of you supporting him and those that are not supporting him. That is the way journalism is now, particularly when they enjoy the power of incumbency and they are failing. And they are failing the country. They will ask them tough questions. So what Rufai was doing, he was just highlighting their areas of failure to build up his question. And he eventually asked the question from him. So for Kayamu to say, he was just trying to hide away from, from the truth and just cover up their failure. That was what he was trying to do. He didn't want to answer the question. So don't let us fall into the trap of this politicians trying to define those guys. Arise guys as if they are not practicing journalism the way they should be practicing it. Who are politicians to tell journalists the way they should practice their profession and the ethics of their profession? Who are the politicians?
Babaja, yes. This is the issue. Let me just help out a little bit. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. It is disgraceful, though. If you look at that, if you have watched that interview, Fatai was trying to put a CNN on us on this forum. If you had watched that interview, and if you know the antecedents of Keyamo, who I call the senior advocate of nuisance, if you look at his conduct on TV, if you look at the way he shouts on TV, you will know that he does not answer any question. Keyamo, if you guys remember, when we were talking about this time Keyamo, and I was telling you guys that this guy is doing more harm to the Tinubu campaign than he's doing good. Remember when he told Baba Ahmed to his face that the position or whatever the Northern Elders Forum decides is nothing. He said it on National TV. There has never been a time when they decided to talk about Buhari administration that Kenyama will not talk about the second Niger bridge. Is he the first? Are they the first to have done projects in Nigeria? We are talking about the physical issues that are there in the economy. Trader money that you go out there and you give students 5,000. There is a reason why we got to where we are today. So to say we did well, and fire is out there telling you. You are saying that everything is good, but these are the numbers. In fact, at the time, they started denying that the number did not come. Where did they get the number from? You need to see these APC ragtags come on TV to defend Buhari. Of course, if you want to defend Buhari, you have to look mad to defend Buhari. When Buhari came into power, a bag of rice was 8,000. Let's start from there. 8,000 for Abakaliki rice, foreign rice, 12,000. Today, both of them, you can't get them less than 45,000 naira each. At least, I know that for foreign rice, it's about 52,000.
Sorry, what was it in dollars? How much was it in dollars?
52,000 should be around that, say 20 around maybe $30 or so.
At that time?
No. I'm talking about the present rate at 50,000. What it is today?
I'm only asking how much it was in dollars, because it's really only if we denominate it in dollars that we will know if it's more expensive or not. Because the value of the naira to foreign currencies has fallen. But if let's say, for instance, it was 10 naira to the dollar at that time, and you were buying it for... You
mean during Jonathan's time?
Yeah, just for the purposes of example, let's say it was 10 naira to the dollar, and you were buying it for 100 naira, which is $10. So now let's now say it's 100 naira to the dollar now, and you are buying it for $1,000. For 1,000 naira, you're still buying it for the same amount of money in dollars.
No, okay, but the salary, the salary did not increase. The salary, hold on, my man. The salary did not increase, one man.
Yeah,
so that the purchasing power, did not increase, and then there's a more than even hyperinflation. So what I want to see is that a country where they use their coins, their kobo, sir, to buy goody. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
so the point is this, that under Jonathan, I think Jonathan left us with, I think, around 180 to $1, right? One man. The increase in dollar in Nigeria has a significant effect on the increase of commodity in Nigeria. We are an import-based import-based nation. So whatever thing that happens to the exchange rate, all right, affects every local commodity in Nigeria, right? So that is what we have seen in Nigeria. And we are telling you that this is the real issue. And Fatai is telling us that no, Rufai shouldn't have said that. MBS said that we have now gone under 133 million.
Brother,
over half of that money, over half of that people, over half, can I finish? Over half of that number was put into poverty by the Buhari government. Over half of that 133 million. We buy rice at 50,000. Our minimum wage is at 30,000 naira. That is the point. That is the real issue. So don't tell me about bridges. I saw the caption today from one man's show, and it was talking about what they call it, building a railway down to to Maradi. In a country where we know where we are, what we are going through, that project shouldn't have happened.
Yes,
so one man, please.
We all agree to that.
Please, one man, please. It is true that we have gone through some recession in the past, but one man, the mismanagement, the autocracy, everything that happened under Buhari's government was just done wrong.
Are you factoring in the two recessions and COVID as well into your?
Oh, yes, one man. See, let me tell you, one man. See, my brother had COVID. My brother almost died. I was calling my brother. When I look at him, I'll be like, I don't know if this guy is going to survive the following day. You got to that point. So I knew what people went through during COVID.
No, I'm talking about the impact on the economy. The impact on the
economy. I know. I was trying to build up something for you, right? Yeah. So I really have a ground knowledge of what happened during COVID. COVID did not hit us the way it hit America or the way it hit the West.
No, supply chain was it. Wheat.
Do you understand what I'm saying? All those food that they gave us, all the donations.
No. I'm not talking about the food. I'm talking about the economy. COVID impacted the global economy, and Nigeria is not
affected.
Yes.
My point.
And then the country also had 2 recessions, and still with that, he had all these infrastructural success stories.
One man. What I'm just trying to say is that it could have been the pressure on the people. Talking about the economy would have been very, very minimized. Because we didn't have anything. It's not like we were spending so much on healthcare or we're spending so much on anything. The issue there is that, my brother.
Let me answer one man. I will yield to you 1 minute. This time, every oil-producing country around the world are making money heavily. Nigeria is losing money.
Who is responsible?
What is responsible for that?
Previous government, PDP government.
Hold on now, Fatai, don't defend the defensible.
No, I can defend that one.
To that? What is responsible to that? Poor management of resources. They cannot manage Nigerians' resources well, and that's why they are not using this opportunity of Ukraine-Russian war when all oil-producing countries around the world are making tons of dollars. But rather, we are losing because they are just failure.
Yeah, but who didn't build the pipeline? Who didn't build the pipeline to Europe? This pipeline, Trans-Sahara pipeline.
Stop
pipeline
this.
To Europe.
No.
Have you even stopped the stealing going on locally? They talk about the pipeline to Europe.
Sometimes when you are defending, hold on. Fatai, hold on, please. Just hold on. Please hold on now.
It's just looking for indefensible.
We always use time for you to explain. Just listen, Fatai. Yes, you are very vast in some things you say, but sometimes you cannot just get it all round right.
Don't put that.
Hold on now. This infrastructure, this crude oil they just told you about or tell you about, you're supposed not to say anything about it because you and I, everybody's saying this clearly. It's for 8 years. For 8 years, if it's one pipeline you are guiding, you're supposed to have a result of it that you are huge success in guiding one pipeline. Just don't talk like you are still in secondary school going to university that why we not construct pipe from here to Europe? What are you saying?
To refine for domestic needs, to refine our oil.
Look. Let me respond. Everybody has accused me of a lot of things. Let me respond. Everybody is missing my point. So all of these problem of Nigeria that have started for 60 years, everything is Buhari's problem. If we don't like Buhari's
problem now.
He said he was coming to fix them. He said he was coming to fix them.
He said he was coming to fix them. He said was.
Wait, now let me ask you one
question. That is why we have
opposition parties.
Wait now. We have opposition parties. It is their responsibility to highlight this. Everybody is taking this space to another space to debate. If you want to do analysis of Buhari's administration, we can discuss. You can debate it on economic direction, on policy directions, on everything. That's another space. If you want to discuss inflation and everything, and you can discuss it on economic reasons. If you want to discuss why we are not making profit from the Ukraine war, you can discuss why our gas is not being sold into Europe at the same time. You can discuss why the Trans-Sahara pipeline that was already supposed to have started since 1999 or 2000 or something never got started. And this administration is trying to, and certainly Tinubu says he's going to do it. We wait for him whether he's going to be able to do it. The problem of Nigeria did not start with Buhari. It's not going to. He's not going to finish. He's not going to solve all the
our problem is not the part that wasn't laid to Europe.
No. Bajaleko specifically raised that point. That's why I'm raising that point. My own point is this: the problem of Nigeria did not start with Buhari. Buhari is not going to finish all of them. Now, if you want to, he has his own policy direction, like this rice we are talking about. Buhari says he doesn't want to be importing rice. So if you are going to change the direction of where the country is going, there's going to be a lot of pain. That is basic stuff. If you're going to change
he said that he was going. He said that Nigeria is self-sufficient in rice production. If you're self-sufficient in rice production, the prices of that product should go down. What are you talking about?
That's a fair point. Hold on, that's a fair point, Fatai.
Okay. Everything has stages. So he said we are self-sufficient. Self-sufficiency does not mean price doesn't go up. It's two different definitions. Self-sufficiency means you can produce what you need to eat. It doesn't. That is not. Price is a question of demand and supply and a lot of other economic things. Now, if why the price hasn't gone down, the pace for the price to go down, you can. I'm not even going with all this because we were going to be going to economic analysis.
Fatai, please, if you are self-sufficient, it means that you on the supply end that you have done a good job on the supply end. So the demand naturally will go down and the prices will also go down. Am I right or wrong?
No, you are not. You are not right. You are not right. That is not
how. If the supply, if the supply of a product, if you have a good supply of a product, the demand will naturally go down.
And what pushes supply? It is price. Supply law. Higher price, higher supply.
And the price
I don't defend this.
Oh my goodness.
They promise
no, I'm not.
Hey, come on now.
I don't want anybody to take me as defending.
You are defending.
I'm not defending. I'm not defending.
And they are defending their failure. And
I am not defending anybody.
What they promise us is that they're going to make. Let me make this point. They said they are going to. They want to make us.
Where is the opposition party? Where is the opposition party? It's not Rufai. It's not in the opposition party. This is
opposition
the argument.
Talking, they don't
I am not defending the administration.
Okay, let me tell you this. What they promise us on the production. They said we will be. Hold on now. They said we'll be self-sufficient. For what will be good enough for us for consumption and export. That is what they promise us.
Okay,
and pump so much money into this thing, and everything ended up to be, fraud.
I am not arguing.
The multiple exchange rate that was hampered on.
So
that was
don't defend them for their failure because you are trying
to.
It's a matter of demand and supply. We want to look at indices or this. Don't say even say that.
Fatai, you have to concede the point. If they are telling us that we are self-sufficient in rice, then that should reflect at the market in terms of the price. There's no other thing. Otherwise, we are not self-sufficient. Because self-sufficient is enough to satiate the country. It's essentially abundance. And there's no sign of abundance in the prices.
One man. You know that.
I don't get.
Hold on, Fatai. Let's Joel have that say. Yeah.
You know that Buhari on his own, right? I have always told you that when he was coming into power, I had a mixed feeling about him. I was like, probably he might have another idea to help him work, because I know he's a dolo, right? Look. This same Buhari, before he came into power, Sanusi, if you remember, Sanusi was attacking the Jonathan's government, talking about the exchange rate. He was talking about the round tripping. Most of the companies that left Nigeria under this period left because of the multiple exchange rates, the multiple exchange rate system. Even when they make the sell, they cannot even repatriate their money back. And people were busy in Nigeria. All they do is go to CBN, get some money, come to the street and sell, and go back home and eat. The people that actually needed the money to develop the economy wasn't getting it. And the companies were leaving. So do not tell me it has anything to do with COVID. It has everything to do with the mismanagement.
That dollar and tripping really hit this administration.
Can I respond before no, definitely the round tripping of dollar. Sanusi was talking about it, and my brother look at it very, very well. If I have an allocation,
I had a friend that was working in one of the banks. He wanted me to do that thing. I was like, no, I don't have cash.
You should have.
No, one man. I did not have money to do it then,
Brother, I think in order to be fair to me, we need to separate the argument so that I can pick my choose. Are you debating journalistic responsibility, or are you debating the failure of the Buhari government.
No, the conversation has involved. The conversation has
Okay,
involved.
I am out. I'm not. Nobody should push it on me that I'm defending Buhari's government. I'm not defending Buhari's government. I am defending whether Rufai. I'm defending journalistic responsibility. If anybody wants to debate Buhari's I'm not in Buhari's camp. I'm not in Buhari's camp to be defending Buhari. I'm not in Buhari's camp to be defending Buhari. All I am saying is whether you consider all of this a failure or not, is that the way a journalist should behave? That is my stand. Everybody is conflating it. Like Fatah is defending somebody. I'm not defending Buhari. I'm not defending. I have my own feelings. I have my own perspective on the issue. But if that is the debate, I can choose to get in that debate. But the debate that I chose to get into is that I don't think that Buhari was professional. That is the debate I'm that's the space. That's what I'm debating. It's not. I'm not debating anybody's government. That is another show entirely. That is not the debate. But everybody is making it look like I am defending Buhari. No, I am.
Well, saying, you were somewhat, but now you are reversing position.
No, I'm not reversing position. I am saying that if Rufai is going to take this stand, is going to be prosecutorial, does he have the fact? Can he differentiate whether all these failures are only Buhari's failure? And that's all I'm saying. And that's where.
But he has the fact. He has the fact. That's the point. That's the point. The number he was bringing out. The number he was bringing out was from MBS. It wasn't from any other source.
The MBS at the time. The MBS did not say how many from the 133 million did Buhari contribute? I'm
telling you that he contributed more than half of that number.
What number? Do you have the data in 2015?
The data is there. The data is there. When people were going into poverty, they hold on, my brother. When these people were going into poverty, they were reporting it on TV, or even the same Arise. They were saying it. 10 million people went into poverty this year. 3 million people went into poverty this first quarter. They were reporting it.
I am out. You people can debate Buhari's failure. I'm out of that discussion. My own.
All right, brilliant. So this super chat was to the space that you were discussing, and again from Kulata, it says, a journalist should strictly state facts and ask questions. They are not in the business of passing judgments. That's the work of a talking head. So a talking head, of course, a co-debater that to counter.
No, Kulata is wrong. I even like the statement that to Kulata, I mean, it's a super chat, that journalists should state facts. What was it that Rufai was doing? That was
he formed a judgment. It
wasn't a judgment. It was stating fact on areas where they failed as government.
He said your government had failed.
You can play it again. You can play it again, and let's take a look of that video, and you will get it.
They are not fact. They are judgment.
It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact. To you, it's a fact. To me, it's not a fact.
Okay, play it again, and then listen to what Rufai was saying concerning areas of their failure.
Without prejudice, just listen to him and see what he's saying. Just look at what he is saying.
I don't get it.
Is there any wrong that Rufai said? None.
It's 200 million Nigerians, and they will decide this thing in February. It's according to Buhari, according to Rufai, they are failed. There are 200 million Nigerians. Rufai is not the only Nigerian who is going to decide whether they fail or not.
Look, okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you why they fail.
Let me play it again, as you said, and then we want to wind up that space after we respond to playing it again. But let me acknowledge the other super chat that did come in. There was another super chat that came in from Kulata just now. Let's see. Just so we stay up to speed with the super chats. So Kulata comes in again, still on that conversation. It says Rufai isn't a prosecutor and should not act like one. So that's what it's saying. So now let's bring in then the clip to say what exactly that super chat was addressing. So here is Rufai acting either like a journalist or a prosecutor from the judgment. Listen.
That Asiwaju has, that Tinubu has. People, they don't understand what we're saying. I can say it openly now because I know it's too late for him to pull out. I can say it openly. But Peter Obi is the biggest reason Asiwaju will win this election. And, you know, on a lighter note, on the day of swearing in, I will beg that Peter Obi is given the front seat role on that day of swearing in. He will sit near Asiwaju as his best friend.
Okay.
And the reason why he's being sworn in as president. Okay. Peter Obi should sit on the front row on that day.
Okay. I mean, very good. But let's go back to the failures of the APC, which the wife of the president even confirmed by begging.
But it's not, they are alleged failures.
No.
Don't use the word failures.
No. Mr. Kiyamo, you asked for, let's pipe things down. We've been civil. Let's just continue this way. Let me finish talking. Now you're interrupting me, Mr. Kiyamo. Let's keep things civil, all right?
I'm just trying to.
Mr. Kiyamo, you see, I'm sure the world sees that you're the one interrupting me now. Let me finish my statement.
Go ahead.
All right, the failures of the APC, which are too numerous to mention. One of the longest strike in recent times, ASU strike, the Japa syndrome, the poor economy, the fact that as Minister of Labor, we've not had employment for the people, youth unemployment on the high, the fact that you'll be leaving one of the biggest debt burden behind. So when you were saying in 2015, everybody knew that Nigeria was headed for dire straits, people are even more skeptical about the future after this your government leaves because you've left so much debt behind, you've crippled the economy, you're trying to tax everybody, and you keep breaking the laws. You know what you're doing now? For the first time, you've...
To be fair, he went on to back up that statement with facts. So he said the failure of the administration, and then he went on to describe with examples what it meant. So...
one man. If you look at me, he said they are breaking the law. Are they not breaking the law?
People listing with prejudice.
Are they not breaking the law?
And APC, they listing with prejudice. And
let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question.
Hold on, let him learn. Let people learn.
They are facts according to Rufai. Rufai is not the only Nigerian.
Look at Fatai.
Fatai is the only Nigerian. Fatai is the only Nigerian. Fatai, you are the only Nigerian here. We are not.
Koko is not the only Nigerian.
No, you are.
You are listing with prejudice. Not the only Nigerian.
You are.
Follow the fact. Why he was setting out all the facts? Unemployment rate.
Everything was just factual.
All those facts is stated. They did not start under Buhari.
No, Fatai, you have right to your opinion, but you don't have right to the facts.
If you don't like this, so also
when I say you are defending indefensible, you get
everybody.
How do you describe this administration in one term? Is it a failed administration or a successful administration? Please just tell us in one term.
Complete failure.
No, we already know we are wrong with that leading question now. We already know we are
So why is I saying that is not only Rufai is the person that have
because he's a journalist. He's a journalist.
Today is not your day, and you will not have it.
No, one at a time. Don't one voice at
not have it.
Gentlemen, hold on, Fatai, hold on. One voice at a time. That's the only thing I ask. Carry on.
Can I? Okay. Fatai is fighting a lone man ranger. Even one man, after rewatching this video, one man has considered.
All right.
One man has considered.
I think the marshals have come to the rescue. So here is rescue for Fatai.
So Fatai, hold on. Fatai, hold on. Here's the problem. A journalist, a professional journalist, should just state the fact. This has decreased, that has increased, this has this. Then, ask
Were they not factual?
Excuse me.
No. Answer that question first.
Excuse me. He needs to list everything and not make a judgment and say
it is not
this
judgment.
Is a failure.
He was stating a fact.
No. Because first of all, there's no reference. Where is it starting from? Where is it now? You're stating correct numbers, no reference.
What kind of defense is this?
Excuse me.
Defense
Excuse me. Carry on.
You don't categorize say this is a failure, because if I have a position to defend those numbers, then I will defend those numbers. So it's alleged. You just ask the question. If it's a trend, you say it started from here and it went like this. You just quote some absolute numbers and then you make a judgment. What kind of that is a talking head? If you want to be, hey, hold on. If you want to be Bill O'Reilly, then you can play Bill O'Reilly. You're a talking head. And then we take it as a talking head, not a journalist. But let me go back. I'm grilling. Let me go back and grill.
Hold on. Yeah, just one voice at a time. Gentlemen, one voice at a time.
I mean, why are you guys conflating the issues? It's annoying.
Konata, let me say this and quickly, right? The issue there is that what Rufai stated were the facts.
According to who?
In journalism, everybody have their style.
You ask questions based on the facts. He made he said a failure, then he quoted a number. You should say a number and say, okay, it started from here, it's now here.
No.
What do you consider that? Sir, what do you consider that? That's how a journalist asks. Don't you guys want BBC?
Kulata, that was why
even Al Jazeera won't do this kind of mess.
Hold on. I said Fatai put a CNN on us, right? They just pick up one side and say, oh, look at this side. Go to that interview. They were going back and forth. He was really defending the Buhari administration, saying that it wasn't a failure. Then Rufai now brought out the fact that this guy is a failure.
Said a failure, then he brought numbers. What is the reference against? This is how CNN or even Fox News will do it this way. Fox News will say, end of Jonathan, this is the numbers. During this time with Buhari, these are the numbers.
What difference does it make? When
it makes a difference because there's no frame of reference.
With data and numbers,
what's the frame of reference? What are we referring against?
What are you defending there?
What are you? This is not a defense. This is common sense. A journalist will have to look at one number to another number. What is he comparing it against? What is he comparing it against? What is he comparing it against? Just answer that question.
Okay, hold on.
It's comparing to
no, you can't answer that question because the first said it's a failure, then you quoted just one number.
Okay, it is not just one number.
I don't understand how you guys like get emotional and just
failure and he backs it up with facts.
That is not journalism. That is a talking head.
So
that is a talking head.
All this problem.
Yeah, come in there.
All this problem Rufai was stating are problem that is well known to everybody. And you just came. You guys are failure. You guys are this. What happened to this? What happened to this? You are not even asking him any question. And if you ask him question, if he has figures and facts to back it up, and we listen to it, they might be right. One man stated some things. COVID
is
one of it.
2 recessions.
You know, two inflations. All those things play a part. It doesn't matter whether COVID really affected Nigeria. It affected the economy all over the world. We all know this. It doesn't have to be because people, if the numbers of people that are catching COVID is not what we are talking about here. So I don't know why we can't just accept Rufai is not always being professional when it comes to this.
Sorry, Ogadioji.
Yeah.
Have you watched that interview from the beginning to that point?
I don't watch Rufai.
Hold on, just a question.
I have watched that interview. I've watched that interview a few days ago.
Wait, hold on.
I can't even hear what you are saying.
Have you watched the interview from the beginning to that point that one man played?
What piece? If Rufai
hold on now.
I have watched it.
Hold on. I'm not asking you a question. Hold on. We're trying to be civil here. Hold on, please. Ogadioji, have you watched it from that beginning?
No, he just said he hasn't. He said he has not.
So then this your narrative does not hold waters. Because
I have watched it. I have watched that
particular part.
See, you have not watched it. You are judging it from that point.
I have watched it.
I have watched it.
I have watched it. I'm really coming for you. I've watched it.
Come for me. I have watched it. That was when Rufai was actually stepping in.
Let me ask you this question.
Before that, other people were asking him questions. Bring it.
This same thing you are accusing Rufai of. This is what you do in this platform. You come with data.
Am I a journalist?
Hold on.
I'm a talking head. That's why you don't even understand what you're talking about. Am I a journalist?
Let me land my point.
Answer me that question. Am I a journalist?
You are not a journalist. Why are you making some false representation of his job if you're not a journalist?
Because he's a journalist. I'm not. There's a difference.
You don't have the right to accuse him of his job.
Why would I have the right?
Hold on, D.
Why would I have the right?
Hold on. You don't have the right to accuse him of his job.
I don't have any professional ethics to be a journalist. So why should I follow the standard of a journalist? Why should I follow the standard of journalism? What kind of point is that?
So the point is this: if you don't
it's
really know more about
because that is not my profession.
Start accusing.
No, it's not an accusatory. The guy is, if he wants to be someone that wants to argue on TV, give him his space and give him a show. Bill O'Reilly or Arise News, perfect. That's fine. But don't call yourself a journalist and then be passing judgment.
What you are saying does not count to me. I'm not saying the panelist. It does not count to me. See, you said you have watched the show from the beginning to that point. In the beginning to that point,
I watched that show. I did.
Yeah, and if you watch the show from the beginning, they started with data as information of the administration.
What did he give 2015? Did he give 2015 data?
It's not about
on poverty.
It does not matter.
Did he give 20? Look, if you watch TV, if you watch TV in the West, if you are going to compare administration, they'll say it started here and it's now here. So anybody can see with their eyes that this is the trend. And then they don't pass judgment. They ask you a question like, can you defend this?
You don't expect
Rufai don't talk over each other, but carry on.
I know, yeah, sorry. So you don't expect Rufai to.
If you look at the screen, you'll see that the audience are complaining.
Okay, sorry. Kulata, you do not expect Rufai to put a question to the Sun the way you, Kulata, that is sitting down, to the way you expect it to put the question. It's not so.
What do you mean? I don't even understand what that means.
See, you don't expect Rufai to
what does that mean? I'm trying. What does that mean?
What I mean is that you don't expect Rufai to stand a question to this. What's his name? Kiamu. The way you want it, Kulata.
Let me play it back to you. You are Professor Kiamu. Me, I'm Rufai. Your government failed. Unemployment numbers is 133 million. Your government failed. What is that?
What is that? Why did he invite him?
That's what I'm saying.
What is that?
The question did not start from the beginning.
It started from there because they handed it over. That's the way Arise does. Other people ask questions, then they pass it to Rufai.
Hold on, Fatai. It's not just even the only case. There are several cases you've seen of Rufai doing this thing. So it's not just this one particular one that is out there. There are several ones. Several. So I don't know why we're arguing this. And it's just like you guys are not even getting the point. Yeah. You're just taking us somewhere else.
Thank you, my brother. Let me just chime in 1 second.
Hold on, Fatai.
Journalists should be blamed.
I just want to say this quickly. I think where the problem is that it's in the phraseology. What Rufai could have and should have done was to list all of those things that he's presenting and then invite that, do you consider this a failure? But him stating it as a failure is taking a judgment. So he could have invited that, okay, all of these failures, do you consider this a failure? He could have done it like that. But he said your government had failed, and then he stopped there. And then he went on to then add why he was saying it, which was, a judgment already formed. And like Dee said, he does it all the time.
One man, in addition, if Buhari believes that they were failure, if he wanted to pass the judgment, he did not need to invite Keyamo. If you already have a judgment, why are you inviting me to be talking with you? If you have your opinion, just open your show and start reading all the numbers and say Buhari is a failure, blah, blah, blah. You don't need the guy to come and talk with you.
The question we want to ask ourselves, did Buhari fail or not fail?
Buhari can answer that, not me.
That's also subjective.
I can
fail or not fail.
Babajan Lekoko, I can put it this way.
Hold on, one piece.
I can put it this way. Buhari failed in some areas and can also give him a pass mark in some areas. Now, in terms of steering the economy into the direction that it is.
Overall performance.
Mm-hmm. I would say is in the middle because what he has put on ground, vis-a-vis with this insecurity, that threatening what he has put on ground. That's the reason why I'm giving him half. you know, Nigerian is like somebody who has been subjected to domestic violence for a very long time. No amount of reprise or what you can call a comfort whatever you give to that individual that will heal the wound that has been inflicted on that victim. Now, Nigerian has been on this journey for a very long time. Nigerians want quick fix, and there's no way that can be guaranteed under any government within 8 years. Now, since the inception of this country, this country has been existing. There's never a government that has. Okay, let me dial it back and bring it home a little bit. Since the beginning of this democracy, there's never any government towards the end of their term that has been sing praise for their achievement. It's only when they are out of the office, they now the public now, looking at the current administration and now making or passing judgment towards the previous administration. Now, going back to Arise News, and I want you guys to hear me very well. Journalists are like umpire. They are mediating between two teams, two opposing teams. If you take side and favor one team, the other person will cry foul.
Sorry to interject, Adewale, but are journalists umpires or are they advocates of the people?
They are umpire because they are the one that are able to bring the fact to the people. But when you are bringing fact, your style of journalism, your style of interrogating, people. No, let me use the interrogation. Interview people. You don't put your interviewee, or is that the right word, on put them at ease when you are interviewing. You want to bring politicians don't speak the truth. If you ever see a politician worth his salt saying the truth, that means that person is not a true politician. And I don't expect Nigerians to expect politicians to speak the truth. Now, when you are asking a politician that he has failed, he will come at you hard because now you are diminishing his value to the electorate. So, as a journalist who is professional and sound, if you look at the style of interview of Ruben Abati and the other co-anchors, you will also realize that they are not as forceful as Rufai. Rufai is trying to catch a news for himself and trying to distinguish himself to say, well, you know what? I am doing this. I am different. Now, Kulata says something. If you want to be a Bill O'Reilly, you want to be a talk show, an opinionated show, that is different from the morning show that they are doing because that is regarded as they projecting the news. They are repeating the news that have happened previously. Now, when you are interviewing somebody, you've already passed judgment by saying you fail. It is now left for that person to defend him or herself and for the viewer, the public, to make their decision whether this individual actually failed. Now, when you are now leading the viewer to know that even before these politicians say or defend him or herself, you've already assumed, you already believe that he has failed. No matter what you do, you say or he says, the viewer will believe what you've already said previously. So when the Rufai is interviewed and a politician, and you expect to get the truth out of them, there's no way, there's no politician that knows, that practice politics, that will tell you the absolute truth. Never. It has never been, and it will never happen. If a politician tells you it's black, probably it's blue. They just make copy. Now, when you are asking government official, the present administration, that they fail, they are still in power, and one of their member of the party is seeking for public office, and you're asking them that they fail. You don't expect that person to sit back and say, you know what? Yes, we fail because Buhari's wife, who never governed, who never signed check, who never signed any paper, because he was sympathetic to the public, said they fail. This person will come at you. Now, as a journalist, you don't come hard on the politician. When you invite people, you ask them, have you ever watched Ahmed Kadaria's interview, Modele Sharafat Yusuf. These guys ask hard questions. They ask in such a way that put the mind of the person they interview at peace, and they will answer you to the best they could. They won't tell you the truth.
She's also combative, though.
Go and watch Kadaria and Showore. Go and watch Kadaria and Showore.
Showore is a bombastic
no. Kadaria. Go and watch Kadaria and Showore.
This
Ahmed
Kadaria interviewed IBB. She asked tough questions. She asked hard questions. We're talking about people that have dealt with journalists before. They know, you are bringing in out, I'm bringing in code. There's no way you can get me. These are politicians. But then, even asking those questions, the interviewer didn't feel attacked. Like, you are coming at me like, oh, you want to get a gotcha moment from me. I know the obedient will like the style of Rufai, even though if he has a good ulterior motive towards asking those questions.
I think that's the point that
it sounds more forceful. It sounds more antagonistic. It sounds more like, you know what, I'm on this camp. I'm not in your camp. That's where I see it.
Please, let me ask you a question.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Let me reframe Rufai. And I say, Dewale, you are Keyamo. I'm Rufai. I say, Festus Keyamo. Unemployment or poverty rate in 2015 when Jonathan left the government was 65 million. But under the government of Buhari is now 130 million. How do you explain the increase? Because then you see it's an increase. I'm not passing judgment because those are absolute. 65, 130, 65, 130. Then you now have put Keyamo. Okay, how do you explain the increase in poverty? Everybody watching knows increase in poverty is not a good thing. But I'm not starting and saying you failed. That's nonsense.
Your failure.
Ogadewale, please, I want to ask you a question. Sorry.
I don't get it. Who is boss? Who is boss? Who is servant between politician?
If Rufai is asking the question in the capacity as a Nigerian, that's different.
Who is boss? Who is servant? They asking our servant hard question, and you are saying that. Hold on, politicians are serving us.
Yeah, not media.
They are serving us.
To media. They are not servant to media. They are servant to us.
Look, do you tell me the profession that is mentioned in the Constitution? Other than the Attorney General of the President and the President, is the press.
That is even the
press. The press of our Constitution to recognize them shows that they must function well under democracy for democracy to strive. And
if you have ever been interviewed, you might as well move on. I've told you they need to get it, no matter how you explain it. And if they don't get it,
if you have ever been interviewed before, being put in front of camera and being interviewed like a real interview, you will understand this argument that we're making.
Ogadewale, I want to ask this question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Bush last administration went back, that almost collapsed the world in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
How was the media describing Bush administration? Please, in one answer, please.
You know what? I saw and I witnessed it all. When they invite Bush, what do you call them?
When the administration was declared,
when they invite cabinet members for an interview, the cabinet is coming with a talking point, all right? But when you watch the media asking them questions, they want them to defend what is out there, but they are not coming in an attack mode. See, I even on a liberal channel like MSNBC, CBS, I've watched them asking tough questions. You know, there's a way you ask somebody a question that somebody who is well grounded in giving good interview, I will tell you, look, you are trying to get the moment from me, but I'm not going to give you. But then they answer the question in the best way they could, but they would never tell you the truth. During that period, they were put on hot seat. As a matter of fact, the Bush administration always selective of who goes to which media's house and all that. When you watch their media practitioners, but
my question is this. My question is, you didn't answer my question. When the administration was declared bankruptcy, is bringing the world down, I'm sure you
What do you mean
understand.
declare bankruptcy? Bring the word down.
There was a time the Federal Reserve, almost the banks, the world declared
The bank
bankruptcy.
collapsed.
Yeah.
Collapsed. Yes.
Yeah, collapsed. That the Senate
there was
and
a housing bubble. That
the Senate agreed that there's a collapse. There's how will I say which word that is collapse in this the economy that was dragging the world down. And you remember this lady that just died that was in the View that Whippy Obeg and other people are there. This late this guy
John McCain's daughter.
Yeah. And they put a direct question.
The View is not. The View is
hold on now.
I don't understand why people don't understand what we're talking about.
We understand what you guys understand, but you guys understand what we understand. We are trying to say. Listen, Nigerian economy has been declared. Nigerian APC. They are already declared as a failure, admitted by the government of the day.
Opinionated show, personal show, and the news show.
Thank you, my brother.
I know. I wanted to make two references to you, but before Patai jump on my tongue, so that's why
I want to wrap it up so that we don't have to waste so much time.
Yes, and then I'll
give you an example. If you watch Anderson Cooper 360, his show is not opinionated show; it's a news show. If you watch, who gives opinionated show on CNN? Even the recently Don Lemon is not even an opinionated.
Mid of the way.
I talked about that woman Meadow, something Meadow. Is that
CNN doesn't really have much of opinionated show. You know why? Recently they brought in the guy that replaces Chris Cuomo. So he was changing the show to opinionated show because it was more or less like a Republican, and they changed it back so that it would look like a news show. But if you really needed something that reflect opinionated show, you will go to the liberal houses like MSNBC, where you have Mido and the rest of them. And if you go to the Fox News, where you have Bill O'Reilly before, Okabe before, these are private that are not actually a personal employee of Fox News, but they're just having their show under the Fox News. Now that is what you can call opinionated show, and these people, they do their own show the way they like. But when talk about the news show, these people already have director of programming or editor that already give them, okay, this is what we are going to do for the day. This is the question. You see there with the stack of cards, that we're asking and all that. That is news show. The views you just mentioned is just an opinionated show where you have people coming and discuss different variety of shows. They don't have no ability. They are not even. They are not making news. They are not just discussing news.
It's
but
like
they are not actually.
I know.
More or less like. So when you ask, Rufai is not yet. He's still learning, but this electoral season will be over. But I want him to soft pedal a little bit, because this momentum that I think is getting, he's young, I'm young. I believe I'm much older than him, but he will learn his lesson. The people, Abati was once a firebrand like him, even way bigger than him. But today,
I don't want to listen to what you are saying. We learned the lesson from
I don't get what you're saying.
No, from who? I don't get it.
I don't get it.
He has to
learn the lesson from who?
You don't get forceful asking questions.
They have to punish him.
When
Tinubu wins, so they will come and punish them. They will not punish them down their company and go after Rufai. Is that the kind of democracy we are talking about?
You cannot predict these folks.
They will not punish them, but he will not get interviewed.
I don't want to say, you should backpedal so that they will not come after. I mean, what is this, for God's sake?
It should be professional. It should be professional.
Which professional?
Yeah,
are you people the one to dictate how journalists should conduct their profession?
Why not? We are the ones digesting their content.
Because you are falling into the trap of this corrupt politician. This is what APC.
We know they are corrupt.
You are just campaigning for APC by singing this tune as well. Because this is their APC position, saying that they are not professional, they are this, they are not following the ethics. And you guys already fell into their trap.
One man. It's like we can't agree to this thing and land at one spot. Maybe we should move on. If we overflog the matter.
Your preferred candidate Ashowore, you've seen, you watch him give an interview, right? Being interviewed by journalists, right?
Yes.
You see the way they come at him and he goes straight and hard at them as well, right? Because he too was once like them. So he knows what they were doing and he gave it to them. But they have little they could hold on to him because he has never been in a public office. They can criticize him at a level that he has never been in a public office. So he goes hard at them too because that's what he does to people. But that is not the standard practice. When you are asking questions, when you are asking,
I don't know the standard that you people are asking for.
That is not standard. You are being, let them press. You already passed the judgment.
Let them ask hard questions from these people. If he just called him, if he had called him a failure and he didn't state all the facts to back that statement, then we will call this guy out.
So if you already call them failure,
okay, your government has failed due to all these facts. I mean, what has he done wrong?
Ajale Koko, you are 5'1", you're a failure. You're 5'1".
I'm not a failure. It's simple.
You're 5'1", you're a failure. What's that?
What are you talking about?
What exactly what Rufai did?
No reference. You are listening to him with prejudice because you people are supporting Tinubu. That is just the problem.
No.
You people are supporting Tinubu and you are not happy the way they are trying to hammer Tinubu to expose him, and
they are not hammering Tinubu.
Let me just say this. Play Summer sent in a clip that I wanted us to play. This was a same character, different party. This was Rufai still, but this time versus Daniel Bwala, and it was the same aggressive, combative, almost offensive manner of journalism.
Okay, let's watch it.
We can watch it. Let me see. So what did you say to play from?
Yes. You know the funniest thing, Rufai and Bwala are friends.
Let me say something, please. Sorry. It's not a question. I wanted to say, but because of the interjection, I keep missing my school.
Don't worry, there's a lot of interjection.
Okay, now, Gajagoko. You know the funniest thing here? The way it sounded from these, people, I'll make it specific, Kulata and Fatai. And Wale tried to soft land it.
They are all supporting Tinubu now. That's why.
Yeah. See, let me hold on.
Hold on. Let me just
make this speech now. Please respect me making this speech. Even though you can't see, what I noticed from this debate is this: why is it that these people only see the hard scrutiny on APC from Rufai is against Tinubu? They don't see, and they sit against Tinubu, and they see it is a plus for Biden, but they don't see it for PDP as you don't see it for Atiku as PDP. That channel is as least we are established is a PDP channel. We don't see everything Rufai does is for PDP. Rather, you attribute to is supporting Peter Obi and is going against.
Because Rufai is obedient.
They are not even supporting Peter Obi.
Hold on, let me land now.
Okay, land.
Let me finish now. In that clip, they were scrutinizing Buhari administration, not even Tinubu manifesto. Now, I'm just saying that. Now, you and Fatah have rushed in and targeted that he's obedient, which is very wrong.
Did I mention obedience? I didn't say obedience. I'm talking about Rufai. I'm not going to let you just have my name. I didn't say anything obedient. We're talking about Rufai.
I say you people.
They are Tinubu and APC people. That's why.
Let me finish. Let me just finish this.
Hold on. Please take us there quickly and let Adewale address it, and then we must move on. Like DOT said, maybe we will never conclude on this one.
Yeah, we will never conclude. We will never conclude because this stand that Patai is making and this guy is trying to plotter is not good. Okay, anyway, sorry. If Rufai asked a direct question and he backed it up with facts, this same thing Kulata did on the 12th month 2022 on the second week at 4 hours.
I am not a journalist. Jesus Christ, I'm not a journalist. What kind of equivocation are you trying to make?
Let him nail you now. Why are you running?
No, what? I'm not a journalist.
Hold on now.
What is he talking about?
You see, if you go like this, Kulata, then this argument is gone. Mama, let's go to the next.
I'm going to filibuster you now. Am I a journalist?
No, we cannot filibuster you people attacking Rufai. When Rufai is not even supporting Obedient.
All right. Okay. You have the floor. Nail Kulata. Nail him.
When they came up with the OB manifesto, there was a section in OB manifesto that Saki Father and 12 Nabi were supporting. Even we were supporting it. Because I came in like this in this show and first of all said that thing is a filler, it won't work. And will not ask you, want to ask why is it so? That same word you
yeah, but I'm talking here with my opinion. I pass my opinion.
Hold on now.
Why don't you understand these things?
No. When did he say it in the session? When did he say it? You had the time that I said it.
Hold on. You said hold on now. Let me land that. Come back to your question, one man. Oh, this boy, see, I count this boy down since.
It's because you are raising your voice.
I love Kashmila with Magu. Okay, anyway, see, you came in and said it won't work. I should not use the word fail because you didn't use fail. I'm not going to put you not talk. You say it won't work, and one man ask why is it so? You not brought data out. When you brought data out, when Joy Nabi wanted to spin it, Ajaliko was the first person to jump on it. I said, man, you don't support nonsense. That thing will not work. You see the data from Kulata, and we all supported you, Kulata. Same thing with Rufai. Rufai asked a question. Rufai asked Keyamo. It's already established fact that the system is a fair system. And he backed up with fact. Now, why are you saying that you're not supposed to ask it this way? You're supposed to ask it this way.
Because it's a trained journalist.
Double standard now. That is double standard of this.
Tinubu journalistic license in my life. In my life, I've not even seen journalistic school in my life. So I'm not a trained journalist. I'm just an opinion person, and if I can back it up, I back it up. That's all.
If Arise News can still keep Tinubu, fighting today, that means that guy is doing a very good job.
It's what he's doing self. What he's doing self.
Our democracy.
Obi has been on that Arise TV several times, and I have seen this same guy.
But this is not about Obi, though.
Hold on.
This is not about Obi.
Had question on Obi several times. But you people will not see that. But when they are asking questions on one of the officials in APC had question about how they failed this country, you people want to come out to justify their failure. I don't know what is
Nobody's justifying their failure. Why don't you understand the point?
Oh, I told you guys they don't. Let's forget about it.
All right.
You want to blame the journalist now. You don't want to blame politicians for their failure. But you want to blame Rufai for the failure of journalism.
Can everybody hold on? Nobody is going to have the final word on this, I suspect. Because
I don't know. I want to say something about.
Yes, let Adewale have the final word. Adewale have the final word, and then we move on.
Thank you. On this show, I feature because it's a level playground where everybody say things the way they feel. Now, I've had calls where I've defended any of these four permanent candidates. Now, when we see things, this is election period, and we tend to be a little bit more, overly how do I put this about the way we talk about
animated.
Yes. Now, but despite that, what we are discussing is very, very important. And I would have loved that if one man can show that interview with Buala and Mokri. These guys are friends with Rufai. They are all friends. They know themselves in the electoral political space and all that. They relate with each other. They have each other's number. But you see, one thing I want us to understand is this. I purposely mentioned obedience because I've had calls where I put a comment on the Arise News TV, and you needed to see the way they come at me And I pointed out exactly this thing we are discussing here. It's not because we are saying this and we are trying to defend Tinubu or Buhari's government. No, they are to defend their own failure, whether it's failure or no failure. I said earlier, the administration failed in some area and get pass mark in some area. But because of what we see as failure overshadow the good things they've done, people will see them as failure. But when the next administration comes, prosperity will now judge whether they perform excellently or not. But right now, what we are looking at them from that prism of, yes, they are the one in charge, and yet they can't perform. Now, I'm purposely, I mentioned this Boala of a thing because it has become the trend, the way this Rufai of a guy, he knows himself that people are criticizing him, not just the people that belongs to APC faction, other people. But you know, when you are asking questions, if you watch three of them closely, their style, their pattern of asking questions, this is the only person, even though you are asking questions that you can back up with fact, you don't, the way you're talking to a politician, you have to come in a way that they will answer you. But of course, politicians will lie. The better he understands this, the better for him and everybody. But if he continues to be this forceful, it's not the best practice for journalistic way. Because why? He already knows the answer they will give. So why are you playing to the gallery? We know they're going to give you answer this way. So move along, ask questions. If you watch, what is it called? His partner, he will ask questions and move on because he knows how politicians ask questions. But you want to, like a drill sergeant. It doesn't work that way. If you ever watch a veteran journalist, they ask questions from journalistic angle in such a way that will put the interviewee's mind at peace, not the very forceful. But of course, the obedient online, if you go to Arise News, you will see the way it's trending. They love that way because it's like, yeah, give it to him, give him, drill him, give it. It doesn't work that way. That's not the best way to ask questions. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not here to defend Buhari or defend Bola Tinubu or anything. They would defend themselves. But when you are asking questions, he did the same thing to this Buhari. He did the same thing to Showore. He did the same thing to, but because of these guys, they're also firebrand to firebrand. They will give it to him. Buhari called him out. That's why they're their friend. He called him out because that has become his practice. That is not the best way to practice journalism.
Adewale, are you a journalist? How do you know that?
No. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in and then play the just a short little section of the clip requested by Play Summer. And then I want us to move us from that space. I want to go to the space of Ohaneze Indigbo canvassing that the southeastern governors, every single one of them, should declare a public holiday for people to collect their PVCs. So on the surface, you say it is altruism, but what politics is in play there? So we want to tackle that one. But first, to acknowledge Desmond's super chat, he says, I am a Nigerian and this administration has been a total failure. So he calls that judgment, and it is your right to do that, of course, as a Nigerian, but as a private citizen. But what people are querying is it as a professional journalist the place of Rufai to make that statement categorically in the way that it is? So thank you for that. Desmond continues with the super chart. He says, I beg to differ one man. If I come and say I will do this, and at the end I can't, then it is simple. I have failed on that job. Let's stop being biased. So there it is. But it's still the same thing. Yes, it's subjective if Buhari has failed or not. There are, and to what degree, even that's even more subjective. But what is not subjective is that it is not the place of a journalist, especially when it's not an opinion-led program, to be making categorical statements. So I think that was where that conversation was circled around. So let me play this little clip, not little, but a little bit of it that as requested by Play Summer.
The sad grips of politics again, rather than him. he has committed the gravest crime on earth. He doesn't have the interest of the country at heart and all of that. My question here is this not all the sour grapes of politics again, rather than introspecting and looking at the problems he highlighted on ground? And you also make the argument, yes, that all of this will favor your candidates. Because, yeah, Peter Obi is tilting towards the Christian crowd. A lot of people are saying Atiku Abubakar should balance it out. I put it to you. Are you not playing that same religious politics that is dividing the country? Because you just fan the embers of this. I'm sure Peter Obi has met with Muslim leaders. But you just put in that position as a word on the streets and as a subtle political argument, it's just fanning that embers of discord, which a lot of people say we should look beyond. What are your two takes?
So let me start with the second one and go to the first one. This, your second point, is not a question. It's a counter argument, which I do not think that given the nature of your TV show, you are supposed to make that comment, because when you make such, then you allow me to counter that. That's number one. If you made an interpretation from what I said, you did not join what I said with what another person says or fact check me to say what I said is right or wrong. That is my response to the first one. And I'll be happy to engage if you want me to argue with you on that.
Yeah, let's engage further on that if you have the time. I think we'd like to engage further, because at first...
So there you heard it. The same correction from opposing sides of the aisle in politics justifies opinionated form of journalism. Just unprofessional. I think if the PDP are saying it and the APC are saying it, then then maybe the guy has to...
Can I tell you why they are saying it, one man?
Right.
The man is not fit for purpose.
The reason is that Nigerian politician doesn't like to answer hard questions. Whenever a journalist asks them hard question, instead of answering the question directly in the best way they could, but because they couldn't answer the question because they've been caught by the question, they want to fight back.
In the history of mankind, exactly.
Who told you that where have you seen politicians not?
We all said it together. We all said it together.
All politicians, not only Nigerian politicians.
And example where politicians every time they answer question from Shore and Adewale, they answer the question.
Yeah, those guys are not politicians.
What are we talking about? But when you see politicians that have
failed, not a politician,
and they don't have any position for defense, instead of defending or instead of making their case clearly, they want to cover up their failure by fighting the journalist that is asking them questions.
That is what politicians
in America, they don't tell the truth.
They want to fight the journalists when they are asked hard questions. Answer the question. Don't fight back. What is the fight back meant for? You have been asked question, respond as the question being asked, respond to the question, and don't fight back against the journalist. That is not a question. They don't have any answer to the question.
It was mostly a statement and counter argument than a question.
There was no question.
I don't
The same thing that Kiyamo pushed him on.
Because they are the same people. What is the same?
One man. These are the same people. These are the same people. One man.
These are the same people.
You understand what I'm saying? They made a meeting. No one is comfortable coming on the fire show.
People.
They are not comfortable coming on the show because they know.
Anytime they put to them their failure, they cannot answer it, but rather they want to fight journalists.
Do you know that
you guys fall into their trap and want to say they are the right thing?
Do you know that Ruben Abati, that we always make reference to, Ruben is part of them. When you look at Ruben asking question, even when he's asking the Atiku boys question, he will find out that he's compromised. Most of these guys on the media houses are compromised. Allow him try to do his job.
To answer Atiku question when
he cannot ask them question. Okay, when they finally
Joel,
His case
Joel.
is pending. Yes,
He was sitting
Can
down
I ask Joel?
to do an
Can I ask Joel
ask question.
Can I ask Joel a question?
I'm hearing you, okay, ask that question, respond, and then we move on.
Are you as a journalist? Are you asking a question to be part of the news? Are you asking a gotcha question, or are you asking a question to get a solid, or to get a response, a decent response?
No, you are doing part of both. But most importantly, you are asking that question. Hold on.
That's how Rufai follows. He's not going to get any decent response. He's just
no. That does not mean that you will not ask the hard questions. At the end of the day, they're not going to give us any definite answer.
You can ask the hard questions, but don't inject yourself into the question.
No, but he is the representative of the people. What if you ask, if you listen to Rufai, he always makes this statement. He said that this is what the people.
Don't worry. Let's move on.
Can I say something? Kolata, you asked me a question. Can I ask you a question? Can I say something? Are you listening?
Yeah, land that. And
okay. Let me just land this. Yeah. Most times when Rufai, that's why I said play the full clip. Most times when Rufai asks a question, he asks a question like, "These are what the people are saying." Right? Because sometimes he gets his information or his question from the social media, right? Or from the people. So when he asks you that question and he says that the people, this is what the people are saying, you answer it. Don't say that he's trying to judge you. No, that is the judgment of the people. And he's putting that to you there. So
are you asking me now?
Yourself.
You are doing like Rufai because you're supposed to ask me a question, but you went on a diatribe. That's exactly what he does.
No. Don't say that. That's not.
So where's your question?
Like I said, Ruben Abati that is doing it on the wide. Look at all of them. They are compromised people.
I'm still waiting for your question because you continue the diatribe and you've not asked me the question. And that's why I said, are you asking a question to inject yourself in the topic, or you want to really ask a question out of sincerity and curiosity that a journalist should do?
Rufai is not a journalist. Not that it doesn't work as one, but it's not instinctually, and I don't know what his training is, but certainly doesn't appear like a trained journalist.
And one man, he's not like your normal journalist that that are cowards. He is very frontal with his question. He's direct with his question. You do not come on the show. You do not come on the show, and you lie to him, and he's going to look at you. In Ruben Abati, do you know sometimes one man, I am ashamed of Ruben Abati. They'll be lying to his face, and Ruben will just be smiling. Oh, okay. He's part of the system.
All right, we must move on. But we thought we would never agree, but it looks as though we've landed on a point which we cannot agree. According to Joel of Nashville, Rufai is not a normal journalist. He's an abnormal journalist.
No, that is not what I did not say he's abnormal, but I'm just saying that he is not your normal journalist that always, hide whenever they see one of these big. You saw the interview with Abati and Tundu with the Atiku. They were all just there laughing. That is not journalism for me. Journalism should be a representative of the people. When you go out there, ask the hard question. Whether they give you answer or not, it's not your business.
Hold on. I did want to move on from there, but you know there's a wide scope in journalism, and not every interview lends itself to hard questions. There are certain interviews that you have to take a softer tack. And there are certain interviews that you have to be a bit more frontal, and certain personalities you have to handle them based on their antecedents and how you know them. So you have to manage the space. You're not just some beheader from Saudi chopping off heads, but
one man bet 77 trillion million naira in debt. You should be asking questions. You're not there for a tea party. Thank you.
God, Joel.
They are not even hard questions.
God, Joel, know the funniest thing. Before this people come to Rufai's show, they have the news media have sent them the likely questions to ask them. They have it, so they have to prepare. And they'll still come and accuse the guy that is putting himself in the question. Like what Closer is saying, are we really serious saying this in this show right now?
What piece? It's like it's belonging to Japan. You don't know our people.
All right, gentlemen, we must move on. Let me acknowledge Ayos super chat, which sums up the whole conversation just succinctly. Rufai is a social media journalist. Is playing to the gallery. And I think a lot of us are of that opinion as well. It plays to the gallery. We all know that.
I'm not among you people. I'm not among you people.
No, I didn't say all of us. I said
I will never be among you people.
A lot of us do. A lot of us think that.
Honestly, Ajale Gogo should be pissed off at Rubai because it's so rude to Shore. He calls him Shore. Like, what the hell? Just call him Shore.
Shore doesn't mind because Shore is
you should be upset, Ajale Gogo. I blame you. You should be upset.
I'm not going to be upset. I'm not like you people. I'm not like you people. I'm not like you APC people. He called him Shore, and asked. In fact, it was very, very hard on Shore. But Shore was calm and he answered all the questions well. He did not push back to say, I'm not going to answer your question. That question is ridiculous. He never did that. He let him ask his hard question. He pushed back at Shore. Shore pushed back at him to answer the question in the best way he could answer it. He didn't rubbish him. But you see all these corrupt politicians, when they were caught and they put questions they cannot answer to them, they start abusing journalists on the air. Starting say, you are this and you are that. Are they the one? Why are we blaming journalists now instead of blaming politicians? Why are we switching to journalists for asking hard questions? Whether it is opinionated journalists or news journalists, what is the difference between them?
All right, brilliant. So, but just on that thing that you said, Kulata, it's a difficult one sometimes. When Shore made a cameo appearance on this platform, I was debating how to reference him. I was thinking, do I call this guy Oboyele? Do I call him Shore? Or do I call him Mr. Shore? Or, a lot of these things, just when you said that, I remember that. Let's go on to here, and I want you to take the lead on this, Fatai. Ohaneze Indigo urges Southeast governors to declare public holiday for PVC collection. So on the surface, you say that is altruism. You even say that is patriotism. But really, what underpins that position? A public holiday to collect the PVCs. You are quite welcome to go and collect it at your lunchtime, or you take a day off yourself. But this call from the Southeast, is there any interpretation to it outside of just a national service?
Well, it is a national service. To any encouragement for everybody to go and collect their PVC is a national service. But I think there is a coloration to it. I think, I stand to be corrected. I think Ohaneze endorsed Peter Obi, and the way is that the new registrant, that's certainly the narrative, that the new registrant are probably more leaning towards like young people, they are kind of like Obi kind of people. Let me put it that way. I'm not saying it perfectly, but that way. So if you are endorsing Peter Obi, of course you would want to do everything to encourage new voters to go and collect their PVC. But that is just subjective situation. But if you're objectively, it's a good thing. Let them go and collect their PVC. There's nothing bad there. But it needs to also be seen from the eye that Ohaneze endorsed Peter Obi, and the narrative is that majority of the new voters are kind of obedient-ish. Let me put it obedient-ish. So from that point, no, it's not a bad thing, but I don't know whether it deserves a public holiday. I don't know, but that's a government policy. That's to be decided by government.
Are we seeing now the push towards that election day with people wanting to mobilize en masse to go and vote? Because this is what we can read into that. By asking that they declare, and I suspect that the governors will just ignore them, of course. because a lot of the governors, they are outside of where Ohaneze wants to point that those votes. But are we seeing now the beginnings of mass mobilization towards the election? Because what you could read into this is the Ohaneze space inviting that the Southeast get as much bodies ready for that election day. So is this part of the mass mobilization for the ballot queues for the 25th of February?
I think you put it well. I think, yeah, it's part of the game, mobilization, and that's what it's all about. Part of the mobilization. It's like even if it doesn't achieve an actual result, but at least it moved the needle a little bit in the narrative, in the conscience. You want to get as much mobilization as you can get. Even if that wins one more vote, you don't lose anything. So it's okay. It's politics. It's mobilization. It's fine. It's fine. It's what will happen. Election is near, so everybody is doing their thing.
And Ohanese's are canvassing for Peter Obi. Yes, yeah. Peter Obi is a Southeastern candidate, but there are other Southeastern candidates within in play. So how is that balanced? That choice that they seem to have made.
Well, politics is never balanced. Well, I mean, even if one takes out bias, I mean, objectively, perhaps the only Southeast candidate with a chance is Peter Obi, with a possibility of national reach. The ABGA candidate, I don't think there is a national reach there. So, well, I mean, you have to factor in the politics of the Southeast. But looking generally at politics, yeah, Peter Obi is kind of like the likeliest candidate with a chance in this particular race from the Southeast. So it will make a sense, but then of course you have to consider their local politics, which I'm not like an authority there. So I don't know.
All right, great. And just taking you unless anybody has any commentaries on that space. Let me take you away from that space.
Sorry, let me.
One man, can I say something, please?
Salobo.
Yeah. Go ahead. Come in, Joel. Yeah.
Okay, one man. I was expecting that to happen. Okay, because I believe that people should be given more time to go and pick up their PVCs. And Ohaneze is saying that should not be a problem. It should be said, it should be told to all governors. All governors. It doesn't matter what party you belong to. Because we've had situations where people have gone there to collect their PVC more than once, twice, 3 times. Okay? And these guys, they have work to do. They have businesses to go to. So the only way you can make it possible is by calling on a public holiday so that everyone will be on the same page. Many people will have the time to go out there and pick up their PVCs. I don't see anything wrong in what Ohaneze did. You know, it does not stop the man from Ondo or the man from Sokoto to tell their people to go get their PVCs. Because the problem is this, one man. We keep talking about, voter suppression, right? And we keep talking about voter apathy. One of the ways that, we've talked about the pre-election, the election proper and post-election. Most of these elections are rigged on the pre-election side of it. Because that's the kind of game they play. Buy your PVC, deny people their PVC. These are the kind of games they play. So I believe that if Ohaneze is saying that the governors of the Southeast should go should declare public holiday for people to go collect their PVC, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Except we have people in the Southeast that have ulterior motive. And look, let me tell you, for every leader coming out from the Southeast, look, it is fait accompli. It is a no-brainer. Peter B is getting over 80% of the votes.
I want to interject you on this.
Go ahead, brother.
I stand to differ on this your explanation. first of all, and I say calling for people to collect their PVC is on their right and is okay, but saying to the Southeast government to declare this 5-state public holiday to go collect PVC is wrong, because you cannot put the economy on hold for people to collect their PVC.
Oh no, we've done that in the past, my brother. We've done that. We've done worse things in the past because to take public holiday. If you can take public holiday for religious reasons.
Hold on now. Hold on. It's PVC. Like I wanted to send one more video, but it's labeled, so I cannot send it to him. This same PVC problem that is going on in the South is going on in every region, but how you approach it is what matters. Go see what happened in Benin in PVC, whatever.
I saw it.
Let me finish. The boys came out, blocked everywhere. They were begging. The next day, PVC rolled out. We do things different in Benin. With all this, sorry to say, all this ideology of entitlement is not really good coming out from the Southeastern. Like, oh, let's take holiday here so we can get PVC. No.
Oh no. What piece? You're reading it wrongly. You're reading it wrongly. It has nothing to do. Look, when they blocked that road in Benin, right? Businesses were grounded. Some people did not go to work. Some people that wanted to go from point A to point B did not get to work. They did not get to where they were going to. So in that aspect,
it's one region. It was just one section. I was Upper Sapomba, just one section, and they got this. It does not matter
if it's one section.
Just one section. It does not affect Ring Road. Does not affect Kobai. It does not have New Benin. That's the powerhouse of just anyway.
But you can't compare Edo with the. Hold on, what piece? You can't compare Edo with the Southeast now. Edo is just one small size state. The Southeast is a vast region. So
let me tell you,
they need. Hold on. They need a more coordinated approach than just some little states.
I understand. Southeast land mass in totality is not up to Edo. Then when we were bended, now even now they are making Edo is almost all the five states of South.
What's the population? What's the population?
It's not about population. Don't worry about population. But
no. Because
who is going to collect the PVC? Is it the chickens?
Hold on. What I'm saying is this: if the citizens start demanding for their PVC in the right way, take actions, the INEC will heed to their demand. This notion of we don't get our PVC, they are stopping us, they want to defashion us. That will not work. Hold the boom by the
won't it work? They're telling you that
it work for us.
But that is their truth. They're telling you their truth. They're telling you their truth that they go to the PVC areas and they're not getting the PVC.
What I'm saying, I'm not rushing you.
I'm not sure where you're going.
And what I'm saying, sometimes you have to do the things the way it's supposed to be. So you have justification. I don't know what to say.
No, you can't use the Edo example for the Southeast. The Southeast is
one man.
Hold on. It's like a 50-70 million, maybe 3-4 million in Edo State. So I'm not sure that some.
And what piece?
Sure they fit together, whatever it is.
What piece? To add to what you just said, right? What you are saying is that we either disrupt the process and go get it the wrong way, or we call for a legal way of saying, hey, call for a public holiday. Let the people not take matters into their own hands. Right? That's in Edo, they took matters into their own hands. In Southeast, they're saying, call for public holiday so that people can go and collect the PVC. What is wrong in that?
Okay, then just now the last one, so you can go ahead. What you just for your own question, your answer, your explanation. What they've done is to take the protest to the INEC. In their multitude, there are 70 million. Imagine 10 million of that 70 million doing protests to the government house and to the INEC, staying there all day, all night. INEC will respond and dispatch PVC to them immediately by the next day or a week after.
My brother, see, they have extended the time for collection of PVC. Okay, they have collected they extended the day for PVC collection. That was as a result of complaints coming out from every sector, except mostly from the north. The northern people are getting theirs, and there is evidence to this. They are calling them, they are moving to their houses to give them the PVC. Why is it always sad in the south? Why is it that when they come to the south, they start playing this hacky-packing politics? That is my point. Let us get our PVCs in our hand. Then on that day, let the people go decide who they want to vote. But don't disenfranchise them. That is the point.
I have an extreme view on that one. Instead of declaring public holiday, why can't they make it compulsory for every adult, Nigerian adult, to have a PVC? Like, you must have a PVC whether you like it or not, and make it more like attached to your national identity or something like that. Why can't we do that?
Brother, they don't want that.
That's unconstitutional now. Why do you
they don't want that either.
PVC?
Why can't we do
that's
that?
Unconstitutional now. That's unconstitutional. You can't vote people to be a voter.
You know, there's some countries that they actually mandate every adult to vote.
But Mr. Adewale, I want to believe you live in the US, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just having that extreme thought in my head. You know,
it's not. If you should make it compulsory, it should be.
Why not?
People, no, it's wrong. It's unconstitutional. You are trampling on people's freedom. If I say I don't want to be a voter, what am I doing wrong against that country?
Well, is your civic duty to?
Yeah, civic duty to vote. I can perform civic duty in different aspect of life. If I don't want to vote, why must I be forced to vote or to go and get voters card?
It will eliminate this franchise of people from voting. Because
Nigerians,
if you declare public holiday and people still don't collect their PVC, what about that?
No, Mr. Adewale, I think the declaration of this public holiday, even from the optics of it, is just basic playing to the gallery, in my own opinion. It's not the only region that the election will be.
I mean, they're trying to every way they could so that make sure that people come out.
Yeah, of course, but there are several routes. There are several ways you can skin the cat by just not only one way. You don't have to make it like in a
lot of countries that actually mandate their adult
for every time for having a sense of entitlement to everything. You can't complain about every other thing. Almost.
Thank you, Matic. That was my point. You cannot make it like a
the governors are there. The governors are not dumb. They are not stupid. There are ways they can mobilize. Mobilization is a big factor in election, and political parties. That is even one of their cardinal objective of mobilizing their bases to go and get their PVCs. PDP, they are doing that. APC, they are doing that. They are not making a fuss about that. We know they are doing this because they didn't do it 4 years ago. They didn't do it 8 years ago. But because of the fact that Peter Obi is in the mix, they are doing that to ensure everybody. But there are ways you can do it. You cannot call for national holiday because of PVC. You can't do that in a country that has a constitutional, ruling code.
But the governor can do that, right?
No, of course, if government decides to do that, but that will be unconstitutional too, because you cannot force people to. There are so many people who even have their PVC and they won't even go. They've never voted in Nigeria, so you have to weigh the pros and the cons of this. So what I'm saying is, in the north, you do not have to, go get some bulala or some stuff to be chasing people around to go get their PVC. If you want to get your PVC, if you know this election is sacrosanct, you are really ready for it. Go and get your PVC. Find a way you can incentivize people.
But let us look at it another way. Look, many of our people have tried several times to go to what do you call this INEC office to get their PVC.
Yeah.
But all their efforts to no avail. So it shouldn't be hard for people to get their PVC. But you see INEC,
of course, we know.
INEC inefficiency.
That is a given, Baba. I don't like to be speaking to the failures of the government because we are reacting. What is a stale news, not a breaking news, and it's just like we want to get Nigerian passports in the US over here. You know what you have to. The troubles you have to go through before you can even get it done. And then when you want to secure your American passport, it's like just go to the post office and do the necessary paperwork, and that's it. So we already understand all these stories. Let's leave it aside, but we are talking to the point now, right? So imagine when the people in the north are hearing that the southeastern people are already calling for another holiday for PVC, what do you think the mood would be? They will be saying,
no, not a constant.
What is their business now? Enmity, come on now, Enmity.
So it's like this sense of entitlement is what we are speaking to.
If there are governors that can declare holiday for them
for a reason.
to go and get their PVC,
Yeah,
what does that mean?
There for a reason. The politicians are there for a reason.
What does that imply to the person in the north?
I mean,
I don't understand.
What is the that is the duty of political parties and the governors. What I'm saying now is that
we cannot leave them. See, Enigmatic, my brother, we cannot leave them. We cannot leave them. We cannot leave them to be doing this now. If they are incapable of giving us our PVCs, we know the antics of those in government. We know how they want to perpetrate themselves in government. Is it wrong for people to call for a public holiday?
No,
how does it affect the man in the north?
Let me ask you this question.
But hold on, people. On election day, we have public holiday, right?
For where?
Yes.
We always have public holiday in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Basically on weekends, Babaja. Nigerian elections are on weekends. It is only in the Western world you have elections on work days.
Hold on, even on weekend, they declare no movement of vehicle across the across the federation. Every business is closed down across the country.
But that is not a public holiday.
Hold on now, it's a public holiday.
It's a public holiday.
No. When you ask businesses not to go to anywhere, movement of no vehicle, because people want to vote. So if we can do that.
That is not a public holiday, Babaja.
Oh, okay, I will take it that it's not public holiday, but they declare no movement of vehicle, except except designated vehicle for election purposes and all the rest, emergency
and transporting.
Yeah. So if we can do that, just because we want to vote, what is wrong for us to do that? If their government feel okay, we want to designate this day for people to go and get their PVC, okay. No movement of a vehicle, and everybody go and get your PVC that day. So everybody will prepare their mind that they are going to line up. If it's going to take the whole day, in conjunction with and let them do it. There's nothing wrong. Why
Let me ask you this question. Agaja, sorry. I'm quickly say two things. First of all, election is on a weekend. It's not public holiday. Even they haven't debated it. Several times I've raised it in the house, but they only shut it down that they should not be even declaring that day a no-movement day because it costs us so much money. In other countries, they do election on a normal working day.
But they've been doing it. That's the tradition in Nigeria.
It wasn't a tradition. It's not a constitution.
It has been the tradition from time immemorial.
Anyway, hold on. Let me go to the second question. Sorry. Now, Gaja Koko, what I am saying, what I understand Egma is saying is this. Even though you declare a public holiday on a Monday, and you get to the INEC, don't forget INEC is a federal body. You get to the INEC office and still there's no PVC. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, they have to work out that day with INEC before they make a public announcement that on Monday everybody work, go and get this thing. They must have agreed.
Complaining
they must have agreed with INEC.
Is INEC complaining in Southeast they are short of staff to give them PVC on so day?
Yes, the people are complaining.
They are across the
PVC is different from there is a short of staff. They are complaining no PVC. Get my point. When you make the country understand the problem, it will be solved. But when you are feeling entitled, it will not be solved. They will defranchise you.
There is no entitlement. Stop using the word entitlement. The problem is this.
Now.
No,
the problem is this. What is see in the southeast at the stands now, right?
Of this entitlement, but the way people will see it outside of that region.
Thank you.
It's can't you guys just find a way to solve because look, we are talking politics here, right? Labour Party.
Who are those people? Sorry, hold on, Ajanle Koko, hold on. Enigmatic. Why would it offend the Northerners if the Southeasterners are mobilizing to get their PVCs?
No.
What's their business? What jars them in that?
Okay, what their business? I'm not really saying. This is just my opinion, right? I'm not saying they are offended.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
So I'm just saying. sometimes, because you will not see the same call in maybe South or Southwest, right, or anywhere in the North. Then the question will be, why do you all always have to do your own thing differently? Because we are talking politics here, and then I can tell you categorically that this call for these holidays now is I can tell you, if it is for AGA or PDP, you will never hear of that. It's because of this Peter Obi and Labour Party. That's why they are doing that.
Oh no. Enigmatic.
Let me.
Do you know in my state? Do you know in my state? You know this is United States, right? In my own state.
Hold on now. You have to concede that point, because we all know that they are all mobilized. The Ohanese is mobilizing people to get their PVCs for the Peter Obi.
Don't say it's for Obi.
We all know it, and you know it as well. So let's
can I say something?
Hold on, enigmatics. Sometimes you just have to concede what is obvious and glaring. They are mobilizing it for the Peter Obi movement. You know that. I know that.
Can I say something, one man? Okay, can I say something? You say you accuse me now. Can I say something?
All right.
Okay. Can I just say something? One man. Course. The issue there is this. In the past, in the past 1 month or two, we have seen Tinubu in the southeast. We have seen Obi in the southeast. We have seen Atiku in the southeast. There is no way you can say that 100% of people that are going to vote for Peter Obi. So the issue there is this, right? What I'm just saying is that, why is it that when you go to the southeast side, where people are complaining, one man in my own village, because we have like this village meeting on WhatsApp, they only have one INEC person coming, 8 o'clock, and at 12 o'clock he leaves. People will come and stand in the line, they'll keep giving them stories. So in our own case, we have a peculiar issue in the southeast. And the issue there is that it's part of the reasons why you have voter apathy in the southeast. Whenever you come to PVC collection or whenever you come to registration, they are always short-handed. Even in this registration that they did, it was the same thing. So you cannot beat a child and tell the child how to cry. We are crying because this is the way we have been treated. It is not a question of entitlement. It's a question of what we are facing. That part of Nigeria, that is what we are facing. And we are saying this time that we want to get the PVC. That's the only thing. Who cares how the northerner feels? When they are doing when they are doing child voting, do they think about how we feel in the south? Let's stop giving these people too much power, please.
Let's stay on the topic. Joel, let me tell you one thing, right? PDP, they've been running election successfully in the southeast for 24 years now. AGA, they've had successful elections, right? And then now, PDP folks, AGA, they will not be the one, championing the cause of this this PVC holidays now in the south, because they already most of AGA and PDP, right? The voters, the traditional voters, they have their PVC. They're just waiting for that day. The ones that are probably in those in the category of people they are championing for now, so for this holiday, are the ones they consider, that the Labour Party consider the ones who are still not getting their PVCs, the new voters, which probably will be mostly Peter Obi's voters in this election. So you can say it as much as you want. The PDP, they know how to mobilize. They've known how to mobilize. They've mobilized for 24 years to get their supporters, to get their PVCs. Same as ABGA, same as APC. So this movement for this call for this tax coming for this holiday now is basically for Labour Party, for Peter Obi, and to ensure that they have the maximum capacity of PVC during the presidential election.
Okay. Let me answer without conceding, right? Okay, They're saying it that okay, it's going to favor Obi more. Let me use the word that it's going to favor Obi more, because I don't think Obi is going to get 100% of the vote in the southeast. It's going to favor Obi more. In the southwest, for instance, they were doing PVC. They were buying up PVCs. Who were they buying up the PVC for? Look, every region have the way they are moving.
No,
where in Southwest are they buying PVC?
Adeleko go. It has been in the news. It has been, I'm not coming here.
We
it's not only
south
the
of
Southwest.
Southwest now. We stay.
Hold on. In Lagos, they're doing it in Lagos now. Hold on, but Adeleko, it's not only in Lagos. It's not only in Lagos.
So
there was one that they
from,
showed. There was one they showed in. Hold on. Let me finish. There was one that they showed in the north, in a IDP camp, where the guy was seen giving money and collecting the people's PVC. I am telling you, it's a national issue. You say?
IDP camp in Southwest?
No. In the north. That's what I'm saying, that it's happening also in the north. It's not only in the Southwest.
You are. Hold on, Joel. Listen, the thing we should stay. Look, what we are talking about, right? If you are talking about people buying up PVCs or doing that now, it means you are talking like a political Lilliputian. If you are just talking about that now, 39 days to
are you aware?
No, go ahead. It doesn't matter. I mean, the names don't know. It does not push me. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, if you don't know now, I'm telling you directly now, right? That until the day of the election, I don't know why you are talking like this. You are a Nigerian now before you become an American, bro. Why? Wake up. PDP and APC, they will buy PVCs every election. They will buy PVCs every election. They will play all the dirty tricks in their political books to win election. And that's why we are talking about these fringe political parties. How do they really have the capacity? Because everybody is crying free and fair. Bro, wake up. No free and fair election in Nigeria. It won't happen.
It's okay. The only thing it is now. No, it's left for 25th. Like, nah, that is not our own. That is beyond my pay grade.
You understand what I'm saying, right?
No, I get where you're coming from. That one is beyond my pay grade. Whether we're going to have a free and fair election, right? That is beyond my pay grade. I cannot speak for it. You cannot speak to that. Nobody can speak to that. Only INEC will determine that. My own thing is just this. Pre-election, what are we doing to make sure that people are not disenfranchised? Let people have their voters card in their hand. Let them decide if they want to sell their vote or not. Let them have the power to vote. That is my own thing. So if they're going to go about it with going on a public holiday to be able to allow more people to get franchised, good and fine. Let us go there. If they reach there, PDP want to spend money, let them spend money. If APC want to spend money, let them spend money. If OBI'S want to spend money, let them spend money. The end will justify the means. After we do all these things, we come back and we have we have a debate on it. But if it is for us prepping up ourselves to go out there and vote, I think the people need whatever it is, whatever instrumentation in power to be able to get their PVC. I don't think it is hard. And for those saying that it's going to hurt the North, I don't want to use the word I want to use, but I would just say it is not just necessary. That they can do their things by themselves. I mean, we are good. Trying to pet the North. This is free, trying to do our own thing.
My brother, I'm almost. Can I?
Let Fatai come in. Fatai, yeah.
Brother, my brother Joel. I think I am almost, not exactly, but almost with Joel. I think it's a local decision, local government decision. I understand the other argument. Those ones are perception arguments. Whether they are perceived as this and that, they have to make their decision. Declaring the holiday, especially what this point, like even if they declare the holiday, functionally it might not really work because the INEC is a federal agency. It's not a local, a state or local government agency. So if they declare, which day would they declare? They can, INEC is independent. They cannot corner INEC to give them a particular date. INEC will work as INEC works. So if they declare a particular day, and that day happens to be the day that INEC is not efficient, so there has to be a balance in how effective it is. But if I look a local government on that, they say who is wearing the shoes, know where it pinches. So they have to decide. It's a local government issue. They are not going to decide declare national holiday. If they are, let me use the word in quote, is their problem. If they want to declare holiday for if they find it, if they consider it that important, if they consider, because government usually makes some decisions that might not be on the average, not be, but if the government consider this so important. So this between Owanese and government is a back and forth. I don't even think the government will listen to them, but I don't see anything wrong in them asking for it. Everybody, they have a right to ask for it. The government has the right to accept or not accept.
Fatai, let me tell you what happened in Imo State, because you see, when we say politics is local, politics is indeed local, right? Do you know that in Imo State, in the in the Olu zone, you know, they have 3 zones, right? In the senatorial district where Pope Uzodimma is from, when they were doing PVC registration, they had over 50 to 60% registration rates. Right now, as we speak, they have over 50-60% PVC collection rates. So what they are doing in Southeast, what they're doing in the Southeast is shading registration and shading PVC collection. So what we are saying is this: if you say probably there was a reason you gave for people in Oru to be able to get their PVCs right, okay, make it public holiday, make it a level playing field. And that is what is going on in the Southeast. They are using their power to make sure, I'm just telling what is going on in the Southeast. They are using their power to, register those that, that belong to their base, especially those in government, right? Then the other regions where they know that they don't really have people, they go out there and they do a shoddy job. So my own thing is, if they're going to have a public holiday, we should have a public holiday. Let people go there and take and pick up their registration and their PVC. And if at the end of the day, on the 25th, they decide to sell their vote, it's still on them. That's my point.
Yeah. But Brother Joe, you have to also factor in what the question what is raised. INEC is not state agency; it's a federal government agency. I know. They holiday, and that day happens to be the close, and especially when you look at even Nigeria terrain, everybody is complaining that the federal government, the administration is doing some shady stuff with INEC. So if they declare a holiday and Buhari call a INEC chairman, okay, that they don't work, and they don't come to the
no, it doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
No, I know. It doesn't work like that. Lightly.
But right now, though, I mean, for information's sake, because I know there are people tuning into this program, and right now they have really taken the PVCs to the world level, so people can go and get. And I think the first day they did that, they had about 100,000 people pick up their PVC. Not in the South. I mean, I think it's nationwide. So please, people should go. They've extended it and they've moved the PVCs down to the world level. I think that should be just like information, just an FYI. People can still go out there and go get it. It have made it more simpler, but I think in the Southeast, probably we need a special case. Whatever it is, they're going to do to make more people go get their PVC, I think it's in the right direction.
All right, brilliant.
I think that they can. You see, Your Highness that is calling for a day holiday for people to go and get their PVC. They know what they are doing. Number one, we have to even give them credit for calling on Easterners, for trying to energize the people to come and vote. We have seen the past election in that region for the past four years. They've not been voting. So now calling on them, trying to organize them to collect their PVC so that they can prepare to vote, I think we should give kudos to them. The OB issue is a different issue entirely, but the role they are playing in mobilizing their people, in energizing their people, encourages them to go and create PVC. And I think it's good for democracy in that country, and particularly in that region that is very toxic and volatile politically. So the governors in that region, I don't think they will listen to them.
Yeah, that is the point.
The governors will not listen because...
I agree. They won't. They won't. I know. They won't.
Yeah, the governors will not listen because they know the sentiment on the ground.
Yes,
they know who is that. Yes, and they know that the new registrant that have not collected their PVC are majority obedient.
So they are mobilizing for the obedience now. That's what they are doing. We all know that.
The governors will not listen.
That would defeat their own purpose of feeding their own machinery now.
But let us look at the pros and cons. The pros and cons. For calling on holiday to energize people to go and quote, it's a good thing. So we should thank, give kudos to Ohaneze. We should give kudos to them because we want these people to shift away from Biafran nation and believe in Nigeria and be part of Nigeria, all this democratic process for them to come in and participate and play an important role. So, but the governors, on the other side, they will just look at them that don't mind those people. They're coming to topple us. It is
I totally agree with you on
so
this.
So when I hear people, when I hear people talk about strategy, right?
Yeah.
If Tinubu does not present himself for interview, I remember those days. Kulota will say strategy. If Tinubu pees on himself. If Tinubu pees, even Eligbachi could say strategy. If Tinubu pees on himself. If Tinubu pees on himself, they say it's strategy. What kind of strategy? He want to be in the news. So please, give us the strategy. Everything that's strategy for this period.
Hold on. Let's hear from Adewale who wanted to come in. Adewale,
I agree with you on this one, Abanjaleko. Any means necessary that the Southwest, the Southeast can vote for their own person, let them employ it. That's the reason why I was having that extreme view in my head that, okay, why can't they mandate everybody one way or the other, at least to get the vote out? I agree with you on this one. Anything that will bring vote for, from that side, I go with it.
All right.
One man.
Yes.
One man. And one other thing is that please let them get it, because even me here is affecting me. Let them get it, because the next thing you're going to hear after election is that they did not give them their professor's card. That might be another reason to start causing another wahala. Let them get their PVC so that if obedient lose, they know that they lose in peace. If they win, they won in peace. Period.
Yes, I want them to get it as well, if only to test those numbers. But gentlemen, what I want to do now, I want to give like a 5-minute monologue to everyone so that the people whose voices we've not heard yet, they get the chance to have full expression. We've not heard at all from John Smart. So let's go to John, if he's still there. John, are you still there? John Smart.
Don't knock out.
Look at that.
Johnny Walker.
He usually prefers to communicate on Instagram. All of those clips that I bring to you, a lot of them come from him. He's always sending me on Instagram. So
that's good job.
Yes.
One man, talk about this OBONG guy, the debunk.
All right. So let's go to that space then, and then you kick off the 5-minute monologue. So the OBONG of Calabar has now been stepped down by the courts. I wasn't quite sure, because I tried to wait against somebody like the Ooni of Ife or the Alaafin of Oyo, who I just loosely equal measure level of monarchy. I cannot imagine some court telling the Ooni of Ife to step down. But what are you making of that, the OBONG of Calabar?
Yeah, it's funny. I've been following this space for like I first heard the verdict, I think last week. So I was like, really? But where with it's hard time we separate the traditional institution from this from our politics. So we're supposed to separate them. Quick one. The OBONG Calabar is supposed to be a first-class king. He's a first-class king, but he's not among the 6 geopolitical kings they recognize in the Nigerian constitution, unfortunately. So,
who are they? Just document them for us. Who are the 6?
Sultan of Sokoto, the Emir of Kanu, something of I think the Emir of Adamawa. There are 3 from that place. Then in south is Oni of Ife, Oba Bini, and Obi of Onitsha. 6 of them.
No Alaafin for you on the list.
No, not there.
You are making up that list. They are making up that list. What?
No.
Okay, hold on. I was just joking. Don't. Okay, go on.
When Prince Charles came, it was the 6 of them that was there. Now you cannot. You had to choose from either the Oni or the Alaafin. So, but the Oni, of course.
But they have Sokoto and Adamawa now. Why can't we have
so that's the problem. The north, they have the Sultanate. That's why people said we don't.
No, those are two regions now.
Two regions,
is northwest and Adamawa is northeast.
They have, but for really, I don't know why they have Sultanate and I don't know why they have Sultanate and Emirate in Nigeria. You cannot have 2 institutions in one country. If you look at Dubai, Saudi, Brunei, either you have Sultanate or you have Emirates. It's one of the 2. But in Nigeria, we have 2. So I'm still trying to figure it out why we have 2.
Brother, sorry. The third one from the north, is he from North Central?
Which one?
You mentioned three from
the north. I don't know. Then you said, and then the Sultan.
Emir of Kano.
So that is true. That is true from Northwest now. That is true from Northwest.
I don't know, but that's the 3 they have.
Where is the Southeast?
Obi of Onitsha. Represent the east.
No, they are 2 prominent. One from the south, one from the north. The Sardana Sokoto and the Oni of Ife. Those are the 2 most prominent kings in the country.
Hold on. We'll get to that.
No, those are the 2 most prominent from the kings in the country. Others are secondary district.
But what we didn't mention on your people.
Oh, listen now. Listen. We are just talking. It's not a monologue. It's a geographical region in Nigeria, and they have 6 first-class kings in our constitution. Then in Nigeria, the head of traditional rulers in Nigeria is Sultan of Sokoto, vice by Oni of Ife. It's 2 different positions. So you have to understand. So
those 2 they are placed there. They place them on equal scale.
They
place them on equal scale.
I don't know why it's vice by.
It's like that. See, look at it on Google anywhere in that.
No, they place them on equal
scale. Hold on. The head of traditional rulers is only. I've said it here before. It's not supposed to be there. Sultanate is not a tradition. Islam is not a tradition. The head of traditional rulers, Sultan of
No, it's not the head. It's the head of Islamic.
Hold on. No. Gogo is your friend.
No, but hold on, World Peace. The point that World Peace is making at Janle Koko is that the Sultan of Sokoto is a traditional, is a religious leader, but the space
is
that
is not what he's saying.
No, that's what he said. He said it's a religious leader, but the space is meant for traditional rulers, which is not what he is. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, that's what I meant. He's not a traditional ruler. Sultan of Sokoto is a regional leader. He's not supposed to be in that position which he's occupying. And according to
by that argument, then there will be virtually nobody because a lot of the monarchies in the north, they come first as religious leaders, and then
continue.
No, that's my point. That a lot of the monarchy in the north, they are largely religion than traditional.
So that's how the
tradition too, though.
I know, but we are supposed to look into this constitution and make this thing, but we just overlooking it. They just give all these things to the north. South Dakota not supposed to even be there. Emir of Kano is okay because Emir is kind of a tradition, not a religion. But anyway, he was Sultan of Sokoto and Oni of Ife, the head of traditional rulers in Nigeria. And the 6 first-class kings in Nigeria is Sultan of Sokoto, Enemy of Kano, the Sultan of Adamawa, then Oni of Ife in the south, Oba Bini, Obi of Onitsha. 6 of them. But again, inside out again in Nigeria, Obong of Calabar is a first-class king too, but he's not among those 6, unfortunately. Now, debunking that guy is a big stain in all traditions too in Nigeria. Not only, don't look at it as because it's Calabar. If the government can debunk that guy, remove that guy from his stew, is a minor, is a stain to us, all of us. Because
I'm not from Calabar. I'm not from Calabar. I'm not from
Calabar.
That's
the problem. We always say if you're not from here, it's not my problem. Until you get to you, when they remove everybody, when it gets to you, who will now support you to fight?
Well, it's the court that removed, not the government. Not the
see, court, yeah, we're not supposed to take traditional issues to court. We're supposed to have a traditional court, not to Supreme Court. The person that is judging it is not a human being first. It's not come from he came from a local government.
I don't know the constitution with that.
No, somebody is actually querying that this thing you said of Nigeria having only 6 first-class rulers, that is not true. But then I also had that question at the back of my mind, but because
sorry, Wama, they can go do their research. It's a simple thing. It's not like making it up. If they take time to check
I cannot imagine that the Oni of Ife is not a first-class monarch. What class is he?
Oni of Ife, I didn't say it's not a first class.
No. I said that. Sorry, the Alaafin for you. I meant, yeah.
It is the first class king. I didn't say it's not a first class king. The 6 registered in our constitution recognized is those 6. Then the head of traditional rulers is those 2. But these people are still first class king. Just still called His Royal Majesty. Some are called Royal Highness. Alaafin of Oyo is called His Royal Majesty. But the one in those 6, these 6 people, these are the one internationally recognized. Nigeria put to the international. These are 6 regional this thing. Anyway,
this constitution one man. Do you know one of the reasons why they break up that Oyo state is because of the fracas between Oni and Alaafin. These rivalries for leadership,
for supremacy, yes.
For supremacy, yes. That's why they break, so that each one of them can have have a position of traditional leadership in each state. So so in Oyo state, Alaafin is number 1 traditional king, while in Osun Oni is number 1. But in the whole of Yoruba land, by Nigerian constitution, is Oni of Ife. They place Oni of Ife as number 1.
You just make my point. They place
Oni of Ife as number 1 in the whole of Southwest.
Yeah, you cannot take either you choose either Oni or Alaafin, and the Yoruba have choose the Oni as to the number 1. So it's in constitution, not like it's gentleman agreement. These are the 6. There's 6, then there's 2. 6, then 2. The head of traditional rulers is Sultan of Sokoto and Oni of Ife. Is 6 regional traditional ruler recognized by Nigeria. Is those 6 of them. Simple, but that doesn't mean.
Well, Tony, one man. What we just wanted to clarify from to ask this is these 2 you said. That position, is it rotational position? Because
no,
it's a joint first. I don't think officially is
maybe they have a tenure.
They don't have a tenure. No, I think it's in perpetuity. But I think it's a joint first officially, but in practice is actually the Sultan of Sokoto. But in terms of how it's documented, it's a joint first.
It's a joint force. Yeah, it's a joint force.
The
Oni and Sultan.
Sokoto. Yes. And let me tell you who created that thing. Created that law is Abacha. When he broke into 6 this thing. When he returned back, removed the one Babangida put. What's it called? Is it
Dasuki?
Dasuki. Remove Dasuki and bring back this sultanate. This thing. Then I
forgot his name.
And you now break it. Now make it 6 regions. Then they now make the
Machido.
Yeah. So now makes Sultan Oniya of Ife as the head of traditional rulers. Now, when it came to this 1999 constitution, it went the same. They didn't adjust that part.
Where is that written in the constitution?
It's in the Nigerian constitution. Not ask me where is it written. It's what
he wants to know now. But you know that Adewale, you know hold on. When Adewale is quiet, he's checking what you are saying because he's been doing his research and Adewale wants to come at you.
I want to know where it's clearly stated that these are the national traditional rulers in Nigeria and the federal government constitution. I want to know.
Is there, my brother? Anyway,
where? Which section?
Hold on. Anyway, you want to put the English is there. We don't have much time. So there are so many traditional rulers in Nigeria.
It is there because I say it is there.
No. Listen. There are so many traditional rulers that Nigeria acknowledge. They know, but inside traditional rulers, they have first-class king in their constitution. Does not mean they have presidential title. They are still under local government. It's in their constitution, in our government. If the Oni of Ife and Sultan Sokoto is the head of traditional rulers in Benin, in Nigeria, then you see ask me the same question. Where is it in the constitution? It's not a funny question. When the Prince Charles came, when he was a prince, and when they asked to present the 6 traditional traditional rulers, didn't you see it on what News CNN and everywhere was only 6 that went there, only 6. So are you asking me where is in the constitution? Like I'm making it up.
One piece is right.
No, let's move beyond that. Let's move beyond that. Let's go. See this.
The OBONG of Calabar, yes.
Yeah, it's wrong because every traditional ruler is supposed to stand up for this thing. The Supreme Court does not have a jurisdiction in customary courts. They should not be speaking on a customary affair, traditional affair. It's wrong. Because one guy has a dispute with, maybe, I don't care who is there. One thing you have to understand when it comes to kingship, you don't make kings, they are being born. So anybody who eventually end up being there is being agreed that he's the one ordained to be there, either hook or crook. That's why they say kings are not made, they are being born. Does not mean people don't play politics to get into that throne, but whoever can play that politics and get there, you come together and serve that throne. That's what Benin said, Oba and Rekete Aga. It means he's the Oba on the throne that you serve, not the one that is not there. So what you will prevent is the law to prevent unscrupulous person to get to that throne. But when it's there, you cannot do anything. It's to wait for his regime to leave and before you get there, before you continue your struggle. Taking it to Supreme Court, we are making mockery of ourselves.
One piece. I think we have to question the role of the governor in this. I think it's the governor of each state that gives them staff of office. What happened? How did he get that too far to the president? Yes. I mean, to Supreme Court.
You know that this type of office again. We talk about it. That's another problem again. In some areas in Nigeria, they don't give some people staff of office, but in some areas they give people staff of office. We have to abolish that.
I think there's nowhere they don't give staff of office. So
no, it's not everywhere they give
governor for. No.
Huh? It's not all. Some of your traditional rulers in Yoruba, they don't give a staff of office, which is hereditary. They don't give those one staff of office. The government always go and acknowledge, because when that person enter the throne, they will send to the government acknowledge it. Why some government appoint them? This is what they appoint, they give them staff of office. That's the problem. When you are being appointed, they will give staff of office. We should abolish that. It's too much. It's too heavy. What they are putting, they are suppressing these people. They already put our traditional leaders under local government first. I don't understand why Nigeria has local government system in Nigeria, having 3 governments in one government. It's too heavy what we are practicing.
What piece? I think I agree with you that they should take away the traditional offices. First and foremost, should be reduced. Then they should take it away from the office of any executive arm of government and let them have a direct source from the for the federation account. I mean, look at Wiki the other day saying that you cannot attack me when I upgraded you. You know what I mean? He was telling the traditional ruler that since he gave him the status of office, that he cannot talk anything against him. or he will fight back. So I get where you're coming from.
You should
What is? Look at this in this direction, right? Do you know that even when you look at the actions or the inactions of these traditional rulers, right? Are you not aware of the fact that they've made themselves more or less like an appendage of these executive of these governors or of the government general? Look, there was a clip I was watching maybe 2 days ago. I saw one traditional ruler. I think maybe that's what Joel is speaking about. I saw a traditional ruler, like basic showering several encomiums on the a traditional ruler.
Yes.
Is it that? So when you look at these traditional rulers, right? And of course, you basically mention the customary court, but you need to understand the role of the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court. You cannot divorce those two. But when I'm speaking to the activities of these,
listen to Joel Tostin staff members.
Yes, how they get into office.
You get to stop being nosy.
A typical example is the Oluwo of Iwo in Osun State, right? That is a typical example of a traditional ruler in Yoruba land. Most people who are very conversant with how he became a traditional ruler wouldn't be surprised if maybe next month Adeleke has to probably dig up some paper and get him out of office. There will be a reason for that. So when you look at how they even come into office in the first instance, then it can be debatable and it's questionable. And then when a governor comes, and probably they are on the wrong side of that governor, and he exercises the veto power he has or the executive privilege he as the office permits, then he pushes them out of office or he probably does something that is not good to them. Then you can blame him and not the system. Yeah.
Enigmatic, just like what happened between Abacha, Machido, and Dasuki. Right? Abacha went in there and used his power as an executive person to remove, was it Dasuki? Yes. And put in Machido. When Abacha was now out.
Babangida put Machido. Abacha came back and brought back.
Okay, I brought Dasuki, right? Then when Abacha now died, they now brought out the same Dasuki and put someone I think someone from that same lineage. So that's how we need to take away the war piece to your question, right? Enigmatic to your question. He who pays the piper takes the tune.
Good.
The moment we take away the authority to fund the traditional schools away from the executive arm, then we have solved 70% of the problem, 70-80% of the problem. What happens is that they normally have vested interest. Like you said, if you're not on the good side, you're not on the good side just means that the man does not like you. He has a choice. And in every traditional palace, there are always like 2-3 families.
Good.
That lays claim to the seat. So it depends on which one that appeals to you now. You cannot say, okay, let me put this person. It might not be his right, but they will be like, anyway, he's part of the succession families. Exactly. But Martin, let me ask you something. Oba of Lagos, I thought he was a big king.
Yeah, Oba of Lagos was.
He was big, but not in that level.
Okay.
He was even almost becoming the IG of police. Do you know that?
Yeah. It was almost.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the next IG of police. They basically finalized everything, and then all of a sudden, Oyekon.
I'm talking about the stool. The stool itself.
Yeah, the Oba of Lagos too is on that topic to talk about next. That is long.
No, Oba of Lagos, that one is I don't want to basically speak what I don't know, but that should be
no, but we don't get crowned.
No, it's not in the level of our opinion.
You just leave that side.
Leave that side. It's a lot. No,
that one is
Bado King. Now inside.
First of all, for you to be Oba of Lagos, right? You have to be in a certain political class, quote unquote, within the Lagos political climate.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
Again, use the right frame. You have to be in a certain elite in that Lagos, a certain campus.
Yeah. So that's why I said leave it alone.
You're not there. You will not get to that place. But that's it.
Wow. No wonder Tinubu's son was pulling his beer.
Now, bad position. Now, fancy food. This thing.
Let's forget that. But what I was saying is this. Hold on. My Igbo guy that is supplying me is calling me. Una, I'll call you back in 5 minutes. You hear me? I'll call you back in 5 minutes. At the call, Mike quickly say something. Where you did they work? I know you come on. Don't tell me they go Nigeria. Okay, I'll call you back. Just hold on. Not sleep. Just hold on. No, you're not telling me. Okay, hold on. So let me quickly say this before, because it's sorry guys. Can you hear me?
Hey, carry on.
Yeah, we can.
So there was this this thing that the Oba Benin proposed last year. It's still on the pipeline that we should have like where we are having like AU, African Union. We should have traditional Africa traditional this thing too summit in Nigeria. They should be on their own. They should have a body of themselves, do their things, regulate their things. Because when we have that, this problem will be like, as this guy said just now, 80% will be solved. Now, if the debunk or the OBONG or let me use the word remove today, tomorrow it will be on that person. Next tomorrow it will be on that person. It will be going like that till you get to the end that one cannot say, hey, it's too late, and then it's too late. When this thing happens like this, we are supposed to rise up and challenge it, like, no, this is wrong. Supreme Court does not have jurisdiction in this. But I understand politics. If the king is not speaking to the night of the government of the day, they will remove him with the beer. The council have to come up with a write-up, and the local government chairman will remove him. Any of the Sultan or Oba Benin will be removed by councillor. They are all on that local government chairman. But what
peace? Why don't you look at it this way? In South, I think they couldn't agree among themselves to have one leading traditional king there. Don't you think that is why? That is what was responsible for this man to be brought down easily.
Yeah,
because if he had been the number one traditional king from that region, this wouldn't have happened. It's just like saying, we want to go and take on it down, want to take on it all the way to Supreme Court. It's not going to happen. The leaders of Yoruba will not let that happen.
Yeah, this
but
is because
you see them, they are divided among themselves. The judge doesn't want the Calabar traditional leadership. The BBO are there. They don't want so they don't even have
Babaja. It speaks to what we just mentioned. Now, do you know this? I think I lost interest in the case at the time. But what actually started the problem for this Oba? I think he was very loyal to. Is Cross River, right? Is it Cross River State,
Calabar,
right?
Calabar,
yeah, I think he was very loyal to.
No, it's Akwa Ibom.
Is it Akwa Ibom State?
Okay, yeah.
Akwa Ibom. Obong of Ata. It's Akwa Ibom.
Yes, I know he was very loyal to this. This uncommon governor. What's his name again? Akpabio.
Oh,
so, yeah, he was very loyal to Akpabio, and then
so this rascal guy is the one that was there. I mean, responsible for his.
So yeah, and then it speaks to the for instance, now in Lagos State now, Babaja, just let's take a little flip, right? In Lagos, let's assume Lagos flips to maybe PDP, right, or in another political party, Tinubu and.
Peter Obi.
No. Let's just say in the as the governor now. So you do not have Tinubu and his lieutenant now and his team, right, controlling Lagos again, right? From the state to the local, right? Now you will see within a year, they will demystify the traditional stools in Lagos State. All those Oba Agbado, all those Oba Hair, and all those Oba Iwaye, all of them, all the Oba Elegushi, all those guys, even the Oba of Lagos, Oba of Lagos will not be spared. So, and that's why we have to, the Nigerians should find, I mean, even the traditional rulers, they have to find a way to detach, the traditional stools from politics. Because once you allow politicians to have a say in what you do, these guys are corruption personified. They will corrupt the whole system. And that's what you are seeing now. So look at if they
politicians that are responsible for politicization of traditional institution now.
You say what?
I say it's the politicians that are responsible for politicization of the traditional institution.
No, they work pari passu, Baba. They
politicize them.
Look at the situation that is going on in Nigerian churches now. If they are not careful, if they are not Nigerian churches, especially the Pentecostals,
those that are
one voice.
Those that are Bale in Lagos, those that we knew as Bale when we are growing up. There are so many places. We only have King of Lagos, Oba of Badagry, Oba of Ikorodu, Oba of Ekwe, and I think Agbowa, I think that one is it not Olu or Ijede? Those one are Olu. I say Olu, Bale or something like that. Yes, those one are Bale. But when this Tinubu came, in order to expand his political empire, they started promoting all these Bale, turning them to king.
But it's part of politics that we are speaking about. Because look beyond Lagos now. Okay, look at Osun State.
And they did it all over. They are right.
Look at Osun State. Look at Ondo State. Look at Ekiti. Look at the whole everywhere. Some Obas that you cannot like maybe the Oba of Edo now, that you cannot even just. You cannot threaten him. You can't do anything crazy.
Oba of Edo, is that a new stool?
It's been is an Oba of Benin.
Sorry.
Okay, I thought it was created a new.
So the truth of the matter is this thing. Like you said, the question you asked me just now, it was a very nice and interesting question. It's geopolitical zone and 6 recognized first-class king in that area. Does not mean these other people are not recognized too. But the problem is that, what I was saying, money, politics, because everybody wants to have money. That region has so much money. And the politicians started carving out Obas for themselves. And these kings themselves did not respect themselves too, start getting involved in politics. That will bring disrespect. If they're all united, they cannot remove him. Because they are disunited, that's why they are having problems. But the funniest thing, if I say that, people will shout. When they have serious issue, they all end up in Oba Benin Palace to settle themselves. They all end up. But when they
hold on. So who's they?
All the Obas outside there. They come here to settle.
Okay, well, I don't know about South.
Listen, you don't know. I'm telling you. But when it comes to money at Atiku, they all not sent to be they want to be independent money. You understand it now?
Independent.
That's the problem. When it comes to money, you don't want to become independent. Okay, let me use simple example.
Money.
See, let me use simple example. Warri is the most undeveloped state. We're not talking about it in Nigeria.
Warri is not a state.
Warri is a city.
And I mean, data is undeveloped. But the problem, when there was Bende, they were champion. No, they were champion. They want to break up and be their own. They break up, they all would become Royal Majesty. Because then it was always Oba that was Royal Majesty. The rest of them was Royal Highness. And the champion is so bad and they got their state. What happened? All of them, they have more than 50 Royal Majesty there. They cannot even unite to make a quorum. It's okay, this is what we have to do, this is what we have to do. Everybody's fighting for their own pockets. It brought disrespect.
But But Kayode, the Olu of Warri now, is making that effort now. Kayode.
He's trying to, but see this thing. This is what happened.
It's Shola now, not Kayode.
Is it shout to Shola?
Listen, this is what happened.
Thank you, woman, Shola.
Yes, from Oketekukwa, from Oketekukwa.
From Egbaland.
Wait, hold on. That place. Hold on. Anywhere you come from, it's okay. Let's just see that place. The Urobos and the Okpe and the Patani, that is the Ijo and the Anyoma, that the Iseluku and Agbo. They have been very bitter because then Benin put Olu ahead of them. So there was love lost then right from day one in that place. But when they now got their own position, their own state, the Olu could not hold it anymore. They all broke up to have their own mini kingdom. There's something that happened recently. It was like an insult because of one piece of land that was happening. There was just for one piece of land. The Olu of Warri have to leave his kingdom and go to meet the king of Urokbe, and knows how to settle those things. Before it was not happening. It was not happening. Then in Benin, after the Oba Benin is the Olu of Warri, after the Olu of Warri is the Dean of Agbo, which is Obi of Agbo. That's how it was arranged then. Now they're all scattered. It's bringing land dispute, problem upon problem. The Olu don't control the entire Warri. It controls just a segment of the section. It's not supposed to be so. For traditional sake, for respect, we all have to come together. In your state, come together. South come together. And respect, we should respect our traditional stew.
What is Delta State not developed better than those states? It's just a question.
No, never, not far. Not yet. Who tell you? Who told you? Who told you?
They put your leg.
One man. Have you gone to Edo State? Statistics. Edo State is
you make it so easy. You make it so easy. Oh, not to make it easy. You make it so easy.
Apart from Delta State, there's a concern. There's a concern that Delta State is supposed to be as developed as Port Harcourt or Lagos. The kind of revenue they get, the money they get from that place. One man, there's no skyscraper in Delta State. No 10th floor. As bad as that. No 10th floor. The only developed place in Delta State is the Asaba capital area they just put there, and it's just one main street.
And the
Warri is the
floating
shelf
market.
itself.
And the floating market.
Yeah. Warri is the shelf itself. And Saple is the shelf itself. Saple.
And what is Asaba is the way it is, even because of Onisha.
Yeah, see,
because most of those people now move to
Onisha. Saple is no go. Warri is forget.
But you know, Delta State is one of the richest states in Nigeria by our federal allocation and
definitely, yeah.
Of course.
But what is
Okowa don't chop money finish.
No. And Adele Koko, it started from what's his name again? The one that went to prison in London.
Ibori.
Then they now had Oduanga. They've not had a good governor all this while. That's the problem.
Delta State is one of the richest states in Nigeria. From NDTC derivation.
Well, you go see all those people come online. They yap Tinubu up and down.
Yeah, those people have money. They have money. 75% of the oil is in Delta Creek, not even Port Harcourt. 75% of the oil in Delta Creek, but yet nothing to write home about. But let's put that aside. We have to start standing for our traditional rulers, good or bad, just to put that respect there. Taking our traditional issues to court is not the way at all. Okay, I will say this to finish to land my topic. In Edo State, not like because our Oba we respect it so much, that's why it's powerful than the governor. Because the Nigerian law itself put the local government chairman above all traditional school in Nigeria. But because we the Edos home and away, where we give respect to our Obas, Oba Benin. That's why any governor in Edo State cannot try there. Recently, but probably you guys heard recently when they're like ballet, like mini kings, your Oba kings, and now decide to write it that they want to be part. Have you heard what will happen to them? 60 have come back and kneeled and said they are not part of it. We Edos who don't take shit. We respect the tradition. Respect it. It's not perfect, but respect it. That is the perfection. If we stand together, you become something and remove politics. We begin saying it. Even we, the Benin, we are fighting the king, the traditional rulers, and all those people call like Bale, the chiefs inside the palace that is involved in politics. We are fighting the monarch to banish them because it's bringing disrespect to the monarch. That's how it's supposed to be. One man. That's my submission.
All right. Thank you.
What please? You're supposed to take a chieftaincy title for those states.
No, it's in my let me tell you my family tree. I've been waiting for a Joy of Nazareth. Sorry.
Yeah.
I am from the
make it brief though.
Very brief. Yes, I'm the Joy of Nazareth. I am from Isemero. I'm Latose. My great progenitor is General Oruse of Benin Kingdom. My family, we have our own palace. Titleship is in our. They used to beg us. We don't go beg for it. I'm waiting for you, Joy of Nazareth, when it comes to history. We'll talk.
All right, thank you. That wasn't Joel, though. That was enigmatic, but thank you.
I remember Joel. I just put to Joel. I know Edmond asked me the question, but I'm talking to Joel because I'm still waiting for him. So we'll sit down one-on-one talk about the Igbo's history, how they came about, and I'll give him small water, small one.
Don't give him water. Just
let us know on this platform when is your own turn for.
It's going to be a money.
When you are ready for Onomaba position, let us know. We'll come out.
No, it's going to be a morning program on a morning program.
No, unfortunately in Benin, I cannot take title when my father is alive until he passes on before I start thinking of title. That is just it.
All right, thank you. All right. Let me go from you. Let me go. Thank you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Let me go from you to Enigmatic, who joins us. So Enigmatic, your 5-minute monologue. So speak to the space, whichever. Or do you want me to run you through the headlines, or is there anything in particular that you want to?
Yeah, run me through the headline real quick so I can maybe choose the quickest one. Yeah.
All right. So we had why we chased Arise TV journalist, APC finally opens up. So an Arise TV journalist was escorted from an event that Tinubu was having with business people because it was live streaming against the rules that they had for that event. You need me as much as I need you, Tinubu tells APC candidates. So he's saying to the political space that, look, it doesn't matter whether you like me or not, whether I'm your preference or not. If I don't become president, then if we win your elections or not, you will find it that much more difficult under a different political party at the central space. So symbiosis, what Tinubu was preaching. And then we talked about Ohaneze canvassing, requesting that the Southeast governors declare a public holiday for people to collect their PVC. And then why I am quiet on G5 governors rift with Atiku IU. This is Tambuwal finally opening up but not saying that much. He says he doesn't want to escalate the matters, that's why. And then Anambra government launches attack on Peter Obi, pulls down billboard. So SOLUDO taking down all vestiges of Peter Obi in Anambra State. Sorry, can you mute yourself, please, Joel? So just take a pic. Is that Joel? Okay. Okay. Let me start like this first. Yeah, just pick one of them. Just for time. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think I'll take the meeting Ashwaju was having with his APC candidates generally. So, what the purpose of that meeting should be? What should be the focus or the focal point now? Because it's basically telling them, look, of course, you will not have a full house, and then you expect all of them to love you, right? It is during the primaries, most of them will probably tilt towards one or two other aspirants other than Shuraju. But now he is the flag bearer of the national party, so they have a choice either to work with him or do otherwise. And then if if another party, becomes the president, even when you win your election, you'll be operating under a different president, and probably in the legislative chambers, you probably be in the minority, basically. And that's what he's telling them. And they know he's a veteran politician, a senator. And then he's just narrowing the campaign now to the last phases of probably whatever the plan is, or their strategies are. What you see now is, like I said maybe yesterday, that they are dividing this now. They are having Shetima walking in a certain direction, the women folks and the women, Ashwaju's wife and Shetima's wife, they are traveling all over the place as a team now with the woman leader of APC. They are moving in one direction. Sheyi Tinubu is coordinating with Dayo Israel, the youth leader of APC. They are pulling in one direction, and Ashwaju and Gandujan, all of them, they are pulling in that direction too. So basically, trying to cover the ground. And today, I think Ngelele Ajuri, he has started another maybe radio campaign now. They will go all over the 36 states, engage all the local governments in several languages, translated in several languages. So it's just one of the aspects of their campaign, basically. And then what you have seen him, what you see Ashwaju that he's doing now is what Atiku is lacking. Atiku has not been able to, put his house in order. Atiku is still having the G5 governors out there. He's still having some renegades in PDP. Ayu is saying one thing. Tambuwa is saying, just came out to say something today now. So as against what APC is doing, the only renegades they had at a point that was probably most vociferous, divisive voices from the APC camp were Babashe Lawa and then was the Dogara, and they've been able to deal with them. So Dogara moved to maybe Labour Party, and then Dogara moved to PDP. So the decibels or the remnants of the residual division, they've been able to tame them, and everybody is basically coalescing behind him. But they have, I think, 350 senators, House of Rep, and then senators, so they are seeing the handwriting on the wall. They are seeing that this is probably happening for the first time. I don't think Buhari did this. I don't think he did it in 2015, in 2019, or even Atiku. All the time he's been running meeting with all the political candidates of your party. This is the symbolism of it alone means that this man is ready to carry us along with his campaign. He's ready to work with us when he becomes the president. And then as members of the political party in the two chambers of the National Assembly and then the various assemblies in the states, we have a president that we can work with and we can look up to. And then by virtue of that, the state governors will be pulling from the state gubernatorial candidates. All the candidates basically in each of their states, in the various states, they'll be working in unison, they'll be working in one voice, and they'll be working in one direction, minding the fact that they cannot afford to lose this election to an opposition. And then of course, they're all politicians. Like we all know, politics is more like an investment. You invest, with a mind of ROI, and then you want a very good one. So they've invested their time, they've invested their energy, they invested their funds, and then they've seen a leader now who is basically walking them through his program and through the agenda he has for them, and is ready to work with all of them. So no, it's not like to Buhari that say, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody. This is not the language this guy is telling them. He's telling them we are all in this together, we have to win together, and then we can all form a government together. So he's just rounding off his campaign, basically pulling everybody in the same direction, and then working to the agenda of winning the election, basically. That's what he was doing yesterday. And that is politics at its best.
Yes, I agree as well. It's really bringing the reality to them, isn't it? So irrespective of what they think of him, they will only be relevant in the next dispensation if they are part of the ruling party. And I think every politician knows that. So he's bringing that reality to them that, look, this is the business end of it. So let's just do this and bag it. So that's Tinubu playing politics.
To just say this, what I know for a fact is that the way the appointment will be, portfolios appointment will be appropriated when he becomes president. They already have a formula for that. It's not the way that Buhari did, is that people who worked eventually did not get reward for that. There is a reward system in what Ashuraju is bringing. It was what he did in Lagos. Each of the states, right? They will see the numbers from each of the states. What did you bring to the table? How did you work within your within your region? How did you work within your ward? So you cannot. This is not a time where you'll be working, within, right, to cause havoc, or to cause havoc now, or to probably want to do double dealing or sabotage the effort. They will bring everything. They have a data now that they are following, and then the governor will see it in Iwajowa, something like, for instance, Iwajowa ward, your polling unit. Let me see your score. Let me see what you put, and everybody, stuff like that. The minister that will be coming from each state is not just going to be his own effort. It should be like, we are having a debate on it, and this is what we want. So everybody who works is going to be rewarded, unlike Buhari's time. So that's why you see all these people, and they will work together to ensure they have a victory.
Enigmatic. One man, I will be short with this. So
yes, because we're getting towards.
I know. So his appointment is going to be based on the effort you put inside into the political campaign.
Well, in politics, that's how it should be.
That's how it's done, though. Yeah,
that's how it's done. Even in America over here, right? But
okay. The reason why I ask this question is this, right? We need to move from that era, right? Because the thing there is that you can be a good mobilizer, but when you come to these portfolios, we have to be more direct, right? If you're going to manage, for instance, Ministry of Agriculture, there's no correlation between you being a good mobilizer and being a good agricultural minister. If you do not know it, you do not know it. So if he's going to go through that route, like if you help him in campaign, then you get an appointment, then he might have a big failure in his hands. But if he's going to go through the way, like if you're a mobilizer, we can give you some portfolios, here and there. But being, coming to this place of the minister, where that their activities is going to go their activities are going to go a long way determining how your government is being judged. I do not think it should be given to any mediocre. It should be given to professionals. I mean, that's my only thing.
Right. Yeah, right. But give me maybe 2 seconds to quickly answer that. If it's a big if Ashuraju becomes the president, I can assure you, right? I don't like using assure you now because that's a Buhari's language, but I can say, right, authoritatively, that it will probably assemble the best cabinet in Nigeria's presidential history. That's a fact. But what he was saying to that reward system, do not forget. Now, I don't think you know, and most Nigerians do not even know now. There are over 5,000 vacant, portfolios or in MDCs, in ministry directorates, and a lot of parastatals that Buhari did not fill up. Do you know that, Joel? A lot.
I know, but the thing is that I was thinking that we're going to cut down the size of government. So I don't want to see those 5,000. I was thinking that he was going to prune it down for better management, because we cannot continue doing the same way we're doing in the past.
There are some parastatals that you cannot prune. Buhari did not put people there because of his nepotism, right? I can tell you I know a very close friend from Imo State that his brother lives in Dallas. Everything has been done. He was supposed to be appointed. But when Buhari flipped, and he saw that he doesn't look like the face that he wants, that position is vacant. And it happens like that in several key positions. So, of course, I understand you are talking about pruning the government, but there are some positions that does not go within the purview of that narrative. You have to put somebody there. So Buhari failed in that capacity, and this will be looked into. And then if you go back to Lagos State, you will see the reward system. You cannot just, first of all, you cannot be a mediocre to work with him, but there will be something for you. That's the reward system. So a lot of people moved out of a lot of people in APC are not happy with Buhari now because of his reward system, not necessarily making them ministers or even anywhere near the cabinet or near the administration. But within even your local government, there are things you can do that the guy did not, basically reward them with. So that's how you do that. It's just political party administration that he fails in, woefully, and the same way he failed as a Nigerian president as well.
All right, brilliant to oppose. So let's go on from Enigmatic on day. And Enigmatic, always try and join us earlier, but I know you're always under the pressure of balancing life and spending time with us. But when you don't turn up, your fans, they miss you.
You want me to cut my head?
Look how pleasant the conversation was between you. I knew you two will get there in the end, though. But you see, just make sure you're around on it.
Don't get too comfortable, Mama. Don't get too comfortable.
Mama, Joel will be all right. Joel lives in the part of America that we consider the countryside. I understand
country bumpkin. Country bumpkin. It's throwing jibes like you. I knew it wouldn't last. Just make sure you're here. I'm not sure how we're going to do the 25th. It has to be almost a 24-hour session, wouldn't it?
But that's my birthday, right?
Look at that. Of February.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
So
the stars are aligned.
You will be here. I'll be trolling you that day as the results are trolling you.
Look at that. And the results coming in from Sokoto State are 2,820,000 Tinubu, Peter Obi, 5. Look at that. Look at that.
All of them. You guys will be here that day.
Oh God. We'll see. We have to strategize for that day to see what we're doing exactly. But thank you, Enigmatic. Let's go from you to DOG, who I suspect may have gone to bed. D, are you still there? DOG. All right, thank you, D. Let's go on from D then to Adewale. So Adewale, just a 5-minute monologue to the conversation. Wale, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Oh, brilliant.
Okay, so I want to touch on the issue of I think it was the OBONG of CALABAR.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Unfortunately, I was trying to dig deep and learn a little bit more about that particular office. It seems that this is not the first time that particular king will be sacked from the office, but it's unfortunate that the colonialist was able and succeeded in destroying our tradition and our way of life before they left. And now we can't able mend or put everything back together again. Now we've submitted our traditional institution to, leave the hand of politicians. Before it was in the hand of the military people, but now it's in the hands of politicians who doesn't care, who don't even give a hoot about tradition anymore. Now, there's always a process, and the judiciary system is always in place to help them to navigate that part. But unfortunately, it seems that government has more say. Can you imagine the judge who actually passed the judgment and the person who read the judgment are not even from that part of the state? So probably they don't know much except what has been written or diluted and all that. So for the Supreme Court to make the judgment, it seems that the process probably was not followed. So, but at the same time, I don't want to dwell much on that particular the trauma, I want to talk about the fact that the federal government, because I was accusing, was it what is it called? This gentleman that left. I was accusing him earlier about which act, where was it stated in the federal constitution about the
World
national,
peace. World peace. Yeah.
world peace. Thank you. And I was able to dig deep, and I was able to find the act that established the act. Now, what I've seen is that a lot of obas were upgraded, which is a good thing. But then there are still some obas that are. I want to use Yoruba land as an example, and I know some other Yorubas also. You too, you are also Yoruba woman. In Yoruba land, there are some obas that are traditionally supreme, and Oni of Ife is not just the only supreme oba in the Yoruba land. It's just the fact that he's the what do you call a pomilero in English, and that is the reason why his stool is made popular. And interestingly, there are some other obas in Yoruba. If you watch closely with the present Oni, whenever he's going on a national assignment or outside the country, you always travel with three major important obas in Yoruba land. Unfortunately, one of Elisha doesn't, he's an older man, so probably won't be able to follow. But you always go with Alara Ajero and Orogun Leila. Now, these are the trio of the same parent. They always go around with them. Now, I want to use Ekiti State as an example. We have three permanent supreme rulers in Ekiti State: Otun, Ajero, and Ewe of Ado Ekiti. Now, no matter how they rotate, the chairmanship of the state of the council in the state is rotated among those three. Now, in some occasions, you will see them appointing other obas. Now, the reason why the federal government recognizes Ooni of Ife more than Eleko of Eko, or I'm talking about Oba of Lagos, or for example, Oba of Ilesha, is because the progenitor and the inheritance of that stone, which is Ooni, was made popular than every other Oba. Not necessarily mean that it is more supreme than every other Obas that are true descendant of Oduduwa himself. I'm talking about the grandchildren that belongs to Okombi. So, but the fact that they established the council as an advisory body, which is a good thing. But the thing is that they've destabilized that institution, and that institution doesn't have any constitutional role to play in our society of today, other than just to be in office. Not necessarily that the government will take their advice anyway, but they are also subjected to the state council to pay their salary. That is how they actually destroy that institution. So now that the Supreme Court passed judgment to a stool that's supposed to be a supreme and a great institution in the state, to me, it's kind of like a destabilizing that institution, because now you have to go back and do the due diligence again and to install another one, which would take a long process. But I don't just understand why people will put their neck and stuck their neck in a process where they are not recognized constitutionally. At the same time, you are subservient or subjected to the dictate of the governor of your state, which is by virtue of his office is what do you call it, chancellor, and you remain permanently on the stool. But it's unfortunate. Me personally, I don't think I want to do that in the nearest future, even though me as a prince, I don't think that's what I want to subject myself into. But that tells you that our society will have made use of the traditional institution like that of, if not because of the constant interference and consult of the politicians in the matter of our traditional matters. But every other thing's being discussed, great discussion, and I really appreciate everybody's input. It's still one Nigeria, one love. Thank you, one man, for the opportunity, and I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So that's Adewale, of course. Join us again tomorrow. We might launch at the Peter Obi interaction with the Chatham House space. So that's Adewale. Everybody knows him, of course. He's a prince as well. That's our second prince now on the platform. So, who was that? I think we lost someone else there. Oh, that's Wale left. So thank you, Adewale. Thank you. Let's go on from Adewale to Ife, who I think may have gone to bed. Ife, are you still there? All right. All right. Thank you. So let's go on then from Ife to Joel of Nashville. So Joel, a 5-minute monologue to round off.
Oh, okay. One man. Thank you very much. I don't know where to start. I think we've really talked about the traditional stools, and my take on this, because I saw this long time coming. We had a traditional ruler in my own place, and one day he comes out and they say he's a king. The other day he comes out again, they said that he has been demoted. Then I heard that he's still in court. So I think that I am one of those that think that the traditional stools and that of the and that of government should be separated. We've had many. I think our traditional institutions have been taking so much blows, not just from the government, from the religious institutions too. You know, especially. I mean, I don't know how it is in your places, but I know in the Southeast, you know, they come with, you see a fake pastor comes in and just starts talking nonsense about your tradition, and the next thing they will say they're doing cleansing and all that, blah, 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 you know. So I think it's about time our traditional institutions should be protected, guarded, and funded independently. I think when we do that, we shall reduce the problem of all the traditional stools to the barest minimum. You know, there's nothing wrong with having our first-class chiefs. I'm okay with the first-class chiefs. You know, every community must not produce a king. So if we have the Obi of Onitsha, the Oba of Benin, I'm not from Onitsha. I just pay homage to Obi of Onitsha, being that it's from my state. And likewise, other stools out there. I believe that, you know, when they go out there, you leave them alone, fund them, let them go about, you know, the duty of, you know, restoring our culture or strengthening it, if the case may be, you know, and really imbibe our culture. We're losing our culture so fast. With the social media coming up too, you know, we have many things. I think there was this lady happened to be my classmate. And the other day she was just talking about, you know, taking off dowry. You know, why are we paying dowry? When you allow people of those, when you allow people's mind to roll and keep determining what will happen, then it means that we're going to change everything till the day we die. So the issue there is that our traditions should be respected. And one of the ways that our traditions will be respected is if they have a direct funding. Then we take them away from the zealous governors. We take them away from the incompetent local government and the president, if the case may be, depending on who is running the errand at that particular point. And like we saw it in Abacha, at that Abacha time, what he did to the Dasukis or to the Machidos, it wasn't just right. That we should do. One more, there was another topic that you raised that I wanted to talk about. I don't know if you can just run me through it.
I'll run you through it, but it has to be brief. I'm already getting a text from upstairs to get off the computer, and you know what that means.
Okay. I know.
Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. It says,
no problem.
It says, why we chased Arise TV journalist.
No, I don't want to discuss that one. Which is what's the other one?
And then you need me as much as I need you. Tinubu tells APC candidates.
I think that was the one I just wanted to make it brief. And one man, you know, it's okay because I wanted to talk to Kulata earlier about, you know, what he projected, you know, but I wanted to say this really quick. If Tinubu is going to win, Tinubu is going to win with a landslide. If Tinubu is going to lose, it will be fatal. And I just say this because I am seeing some kind of gang up against him in the north. And if that
part of Tinubu is not taken care of. I'm just saying this. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not going to get some votes in the north, but if Tinubu, for instance, does not get 25% in the whole of Northwest, for instance, it doesn't mean that he didn't get some votes. But if he doesn't get up to 25% in the Northwest, then Tinubu is in trouble. He's in big trouble. So I think he is seeing the picture on the wall. He is seeing, I mean, him visiting the Southeast as well really showed that, you know, there are some desperation going out there. There's some skepticism going out there about his candidacy. But whichever way, I wish him the best. But I just think that that's the reason why he had to, you know, wake them up and say, hey, dudes, you either have to work with me, or, you know, if these other people come in, I mean, you might not have the best of it. Thank you, one man. It's been a pleasure talking to every one of you. If we have the time tomorrow, let's do it again tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joel. Thank you. Good to have you back, Joel. So that's Joel, who's been to Nigeria and back, and is still as feisty as well. So after Joel, of course, comes Fatai. Fatai, condense it in just about 2 minutes, because now I want to get off as quickly as possible.
Yeah. It was good to see Joel and Enigmatic smiling.
Wait till tomorrow. They will 3 points again.
Yeah. I hope it won't last long, though. I mean, I have a feeling it won't last long. You know.
Well, was that a Freudian slip? Carry on. Go, carry on.
So, I think I would just like the thing. First of all, I'm not a Buhari defender. I have not received some dollars from Mefuele to be defending Buhari. Everybody, Babajale Koko and the world peace. I'm not defending Buhari. But I do think, though, I think there is usually a lot of knee-jerk reaction to Buhari. I don't have knee-jerk reaction to Buhari. I want to assess him on knowing what's the point. This government of Buhari is kind of parallel to his previous head of state government, austerity. So it's an ideology-driven government. So unless you are coming to the argument like this is not a good direction, for me, I don't really see. But if it's like there is a lot of pain, Buhari is like them the pain. That is a kind of philosophy. Them the pain is above the frame. Whether that is good or bad, I don't know. But I think that is this is the side I would be coming from if I was speaking about Buhari. And also just to clarify on the Rufai state, like, look, what do we get from that interview? Okay, Buhari, Rufai, and what is the son name? They are fighting. What is the lawyer's name again?
Keyamo.
Okay, Buhari, Rufai and Keyamo fighting. That's all. We don't get nothing. We don't get an answer. We don't get nothing. Hard question is not screaming, does not make it hard question. Screaming, oh, you are a failure. What is hard there? That you are a failure. Keyamo has heard it 1 million times. He has a prepared answer for that one. So it's not a hard question. We don't get nothing. No, the public does not benefit when a journalist is not professional. We don't benefit. Because somebody is running for election does not make them lose their fundamental rights. They're not going to, you can't be punching them. You think, because I'm a journalist, you must answer me. No, I don't have to answer you. You have to be professional. You know, I don't lose my right because you're a journalist. Therefore, I must answer your accusation like as if I am in a court of law. It doesn't work like that. Nobody is going to respect you as a journalist, and they're not going to. And they want Tinubu to come there. He don't got to go there. Why will he go there to some guy? It's so disgusting. And nobody, the society does not benefit because we got absolutely nothing from that from that is question. We don't remember what was the response. We remember there was a fight, and that's it. How does that benefit anybody? And that's the point I was coming from. A hard question does not mean a screaming question does not necessarily mean a hard question. If you ask him, oh look, Keyamo, your government from this time to this time, you met this, and then look what you do from this time to this time, we have 2, and now we have 20. Explain yourself. That's a hard question, not that you're a failure. You're a failure. It's not even a hard question. It's very easy. You have a prepared answer, and I give it to you, but we don't benefit. There was a lot of things. I will just close with this. SOLUDO, I think one man, I don't really like to speak to the Southeast situation. But I think everybody thinking that Peter Obi will run away with Anambra vote. I think I've said it maybe 1 or 2 times. That space, SOLUDO is going to deliver if he wants to have a future. It's going to be a lot of, and that Anambra is a very interesting space. There is oil coming on board in Anambra State. There is this Orient oil refinery. I think there is a side that think that Peter Obi wants to this privatization. He wants to use a Fidelity Bank to privatize Orient, and these other big boys, they don't want. There's a little fight going on there. It's very complicated, Anambra. It's all this one space that actually I am looking forward to see how it turns out. That space. There's a lot of big fight going on. Anyway, there's a lot of things that could be said. You read out a lot of estimated billing that Tinubu was talking. I think you mentioned it. That's a very good policy position. The estimated billing for the power sector is, but another day. There's no time to be talking about all of things. Good night, one man, or good morning, or
wherever you are.
Wherever you are.
Wherever you are. We've missed that, wherever, if only for that, wherever you are. They should bring him back just to tell us, wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Trifecta effect yìí àti old pit àti Joel ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀gbẹ́ kò mí
the Kwara born German. All right, Fatai. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. So that's Fatai. And
what time is that?
I might be starting. I'll be starting earlier, I suspect, because I want to sweep up the Peter Obi interaction with the Chatham House space. We did it with Tinubu, so we'll do it with Peter Obi as well. So we live stream it and react to it in real time. It's a make or mar space for him, as far as I'm concerned. Make or mar. Yeah. All right. So that's Fatai. Thank you. A fast evolving star name on the platform. So Ajale Koko, slot it into about 2 minutes so I can round off. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Fatai, the Kwara man.
The Kwara man from Germany. Look at that.
All right, thank you, woman. I think we've had a successful interactive session again today. And I want to give thanks to all the panelists that came on board. They all did good. And I want to thank our people that super chatted. And those at the comment section, they are the strength of the platform. Those are the comment section, because if we don't have them with us, we just be talking gibberish here. But they are there as our backbone, and we rely strongly to them. So to Oga the Master, Ortiz, Ayo, Oniyemika, or what is his name? I thank you all. I hope you guys will come back tomorrow so we can have another good session with one man. And to the listeners around the world, do us a favor. Click on the like button to help the YouTube algorithm for this platform to go farther to other places that he has not been to. So do that right now. We appreciate you as you're doing it right away. And the one man, another day, another dollar, American says, another day here, another great session. 7 hours, 21 minutes. It's a day job. in America. 7 hours is a day job. So thank you for bringing us together again today. So we'll be expecting you to come back tomorrow. We shall join you. You know, tomorrow is going to be blockbuster, as we're going to be having OB in Chatham House. So great analysts will come again tomorrow to come and x-ray every bit of his statement, everything. We shall slice it down, cutting it to pieces. Those that we eat it, we eat it. Those that we are putting in their pocket to come and keep, they will keep it. But we shall try our best tomorrow, by the grace of God, to analyze OB's performance. We hope he will do good, and I hope he will not delegate question to his subordinate to answer, as the one we have watched in the past. So thank you, one man. Thank you for the good work. Tomorrow going to be another day. Bringing out to us, we shall trash it out and continue the struggle from there. Good morning to you in Britain. Americans, good night. Canadians, good night. Japan, good afternoon to you. Australia, we didn't see you today, Thomas. Maybe you are listening to us. So we hope to see you tomorrow. So thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So thank you, Ajahn Lekoko. So that was Ajahn Lekoko rounding off proceedings. So Ajahn Lekoko has the final word, and then the thing comes to an end. So there it is. Thank you, everybody, to the super chatters and the coffee buyer, which was Ayo as ever, always. So the super chats from George Blue Shell, Ayo doubling up his coffee buying with the super chat. The trigger Tutu is of course Des. I'm sure you know, who super chatted twice. So thank you, Des. Kulata communicated both via super chat and came on the screen. So thank you. Play Summer joins us with a super chat. His own rescues his wallet from Fort Knox to super chat at all. So thank you, his own. Yes, I've got a. So thank you, everybody. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners, thank you one and all. We do it again tomorrow. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.